Chat! Oh, wow, wow, wow. Good morning! Good morning! I am so eepy! I am an eepy lady. Usually when I have some free time to like play a video game, I'll play for like an hour. You know, maybe 2 hours, and I'm like, oh no. I could have been doing work during this time. I feel bad. I was up until 5:30 a.m. playing Tarkov. I have not had a sweaty gamer evening in a very long time. I was like, oh man, I'm so close to being able to buy my first junk box. I need to keep playing. And then I got murderated a bunch of times, and I was like, no, I can't end the night on a loss. And I just like time traveled 15 years in the past to when I would play like MOBAs and shit. Well, just one more game, just one more. Gotta end the night on a win. Been playing both Mugenics and Okami lately, and Witcher 1. I haven't played the Witcher games, but I have heard very good things. Imagine OBS not freezing and crashing when you try to stream. Bro, in the middle of my Tarkov, right? Okay, so I said I was up until like 5:30 because I was being a degenerate fucking gamer. It's been a long ass time since I've had a night like that. Sometime in the middle of my Tarkoving, my internet, question mark, decided to kill itself. Like, the internet was working, but for some reason, my PC had, like, this weird IP configuration that's not a normal IP configuration, and I couldn't even, like, troubleshoot fix things. I couldn't even command prompt fix things, because it was like, bitch, your IP all fucked. We don't know what's wrong. And I had like IPv6 addresses as my DNS server, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening? And so I was like unplugging the router and restarting my PC and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And then, like, after like 40 minutes or so of just, like, complete panic and, oh god, I'm not gonna be able to stream tomorrow if I don't fix this, I unplugged the Ethernet cable from my PC, and then I plugged it back in, and then everything was magically fine again. What? What? I don't understand technology? The machine spirit must be appeased. I was like, what the actual fuck? The classic unplug it and plug it back in. I was like, why does that matter? I reset the entire fucking router. I unplugged the thing from the router, but apparently it needed to be unplugged at the PC. I don't fucking know. Turning it off and on again fixes well, turning it off and on again didn't fix anything. It was unplugging. Better to figure that out rather than while you're live. I mean, yeah, that is good. ipconfig, release, renew. It wouldn't work. I tried that like a million times, and it was just like, bitch, your shit's all fucked up. We can't do that. That's what you should always do. Reboot. I did reboot. It didn't work. That ass rail thing. Hold on. Wait a minute. It was so good. He named himself after it. Thank you. Thank you for the 22 months, my guy. Thank you. Hell yeah. You just paid off your first ever piece of real estate. It's a small but nice apartment, about 450 square foot. No Victorian mansion, but it is yours. Hell yeah! I didn't know you could just, like, buy apartments. Like I knew you could buy condominiums, which I guess are just like, I'm a rich people apartment. But I didn't know you could buy, like, regular apartments like that. That's pretty cool. Congratulations. The poltergeist in the PC is fighting with the house spirit. Matt Larson, thank you. The machine spirit was angry you moved, clearly. Sarah Mathis, thank you. The true loop can't end on a loss. I've got such a good streak going. Can't end on a loss. I was like, I can end on a win knowing that the night went well, but I can't end on a loss. My autism demands it. It's Slider, thank you. Send this to your IT guy. I need like an entire Catholic choir as my IT guys, you know? Like it needs to be holy and it needs to be many. Shall the Foxy start to play more games on stream while yapping about the world? I really hope so. I really hope so, because I've been fucking itching for Help! Help! My volume was crunked! Oh, my volume was crunked for Tarkov! Thank you, Blood Dancer! Thank you! Thank you for the 100 fucking slaves, my guy.
Hello, Fluffy foxuuuuu.
Hello!
Did you hear your husband confirm his next guest on Allcraft is Caleb Hammer? There's also talks of him going on Caleb's show.
That'd be really cool if he went on fucking Caleb's podcast, Financial Audit. There we go. I couldn't remember the name for some reason, despite always watching it. I didn't know that Asmongold still had a podcast, because I thought he had Steak and Eggs, and then they canceled that, so I don't know what Allcraft is. I don't know what Allcraft is. Thank you. Thank you, Blood Dancer, my guy. Thank you, thank you. You actually the Caleb Hammer Allcraft. It was quite funny. I don't know. Video's already out. God damn. Didn't it come out 4 hours ago? God damn. The video's out on Asmongold TV. God damn. I did not know. I did not know. Wastelander, thank you. Foxu lady, get out now. You go. Maku the baby. Leaflet demands it. Make Shinzo Abe proud. What do you mean Leaflet demands it? I've been screaming at you guys to have kids for like 6 years now. Kill Jin, thank you. Reminds you of playing Civ and saying one more turn and then the sun is coming up. I don't even say that when it comes to Civ. I just look at the clock and I'm like, oh, it's like 9:30 p.m. I could play a little bit of Civ. And then I look at my Civ game and then I look down and it's like 2 in the morning and I'm like, wah! Alright, I haven't seen the music video? No. You're working on it. You can't find a woman one day. Don't settle. Make sure you find someone that actually cares about you, man. True, Kirsche been saying it longer. That's been my whole shtick, man. The Wagyu, brotherman. Caleb was lecturing Asmon on the fact that he needs to spend more money. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, I've talked about that as well. There's, like, the danger of going the way that the retards on Financial Audit go, where they just spend money they don't have. But there's also something to be said for, like, once you have money, you should be able to use it to make your life more comfortable, right? Like, that's the whole point of having it, is to make yourself more comfortable, right? So, if you just hoard everything and you never spend it, then, like, what are you even doing, right? Like, why even make it at that point? And I struggled with that quite a lot, because it's like, oh, you know, I could do this thing and it only takes like this amount of time instead of spending money. But as you start making more money, the time becomes more valuable because you're busy as fuck. And so it's like, just spend the money. Just spend the money, be the comfortable. Don't overspend. Yeah, don't overspend. You have to be rational about what you're doing. Hola, ¿cómo está? Hace calor. Kill Jin, thank you again. Jen Jacko, thank you. How's it hanging, Fox Lady? Here to report in, locking in while working on 3D print projects. Hell yeah. I hope you 3D print some fun stuff. Got money to spend? Spend it on Gamer subs using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. Hell yeah, brother. I think that free shipping on orders over 75, that's still going on, right? That's still happening. He also confirmed that he just paid more than $4 million in taxes. I I just wanna like put in perspective. If you're paying like 4 million in taxes, you're probably making like somewhere between like 10 and 15 million. That's crazy. Like, depending on what he's deducting, it could even be higher than that if he has like a lot of high production stuff that I just don't know about. That's crazy. That's insane.
You heard the foxuuuuu chat. Throw money at the foxuuuuu. It is demanded upon us to spend more to pay less. It is science.
Oh,
Send it.
that's not what I said! But thank you, Marmalin, for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you. Caleb estimated him around 10 to 12 million, and he did not refute that. Oh my god, brother. Osmond said he's happy to pay taxes, though. He'd prefer it goes to helping Americans. I would like to pay as little in taxes as humanly possible, because I have no say in what my taxes get spent on. I would like to be able to, like, pay for things in my local community. I think that would be nice. Right? Be like, hey, I have all of this money that isn't being used on taxes, therefore I can reinvest it into the place where I live. Buy gamer subs using code Kirsche, so she too can someday pay 4 million in taxes. I don't want to pay 4 million in taxes. Autism alligator, thank you. You released all of the butterflies you're raising, and you only cried a little. All 10 of them made it. Aw, that's sweet. I'm glad they all made it. Battleizer, thank you. Time for the weekly tacoing of the Tuesday. May your tacos be tubular and your day be pleasant. Help! Manya! Chad, I got some bad news for you. I had breakfast this morning, and it was a bowl of fruit. And guess how much of it I ate? Almost fucking none of it. It's pretty much all here still. I have failed at eating food. I'm not very good at that. Kirsche says she will pay all of our taxes for the next 10 years. I don't want to even pay my own taxes. No way, bro. Gamer subs would help those hiccups. Furious Dan, thank you. Asmon is a modern Beverly Hillbilly. Hell yeah. That's what I appreciates about him. Even Honkin' Frares, thank you. Also, if your money's just sitting in a bank, you're losing money if the interest isn't outpacing inflation. Stagnant money devalues constantly. True. Don't put it in your shoes like I did. Fringed Horizon, thank you for the 2222. That's right, chat. Be responsible with your money by throwing it at internet fox women. Now, excuse me, while you listen to the yapping fox, will you reach perfection in Stardew Valley? What does that mean? What did he mean by this? While we're thanking in the beginning here, let me bring up my snake. I have a pet snake. Look at how snaky and slithery he is. When I looked over at him, I thought it was his tail, and then I saw him flex, and I was like, wait a minute. That's your fucking foot, brother. What are you doing? Why are you like this? He is snack cat. Ooh. Smug Goat, thank you. Foxuuuuu audit when? I don't think I could, like, do an audit, because I'd have to be, like, very open with my finances. And it's like, well, I think I'm doing well. Not the best. I don't have as much in, like, investments as I probably should. But, like, I don't know. That just seems like information I shouldn't give out publicly, question mark. The Cheems Noodle. He's become Nooble Cat. I love the Nooble Cat. This guy's cat is also very noodle. That's kind of crazy. That's fucking insane how noodle that cat is. It has surpassed Loaf. Thomas Collins, thank you. Logan Paul is trying to do manga, the speculator BS, what he did to TCGs. Why does he keep ruining my hobbies? Logan Paul can't make a manga. He's not Japanese. He can make a comic, though. Avenge thine nads, Cheems. Not like this. Guardian Dark Angel, thank you. I'll make babies the day fox women exist IRL. No compromise. Looks at Elon and then at my watch. But if Elon makes genetically altered cat women, and then you impregnate one of those genetically altered cat women, could that not potentially increase the amount of health issues your babu could have? He's buying them, not making a manga? Oh, what? He's buying graded manga? That's a thing? Logan didn't ruin wrestling. He was damn good at it. I don't typically pay attention to the Paul brothers. They're just like, they're the same entity as me, or as me. They're the same entity to me. I just think of both of them as the one that was in the Suicide Forest. That's a risk you're willing to take. What the fuck? Carrot, thank you for the one. How to get a butter dog? First time tip, a butter dog is $69 doodles. He's not making mangos. He's putting old mangos in plastic slabs. Well, I mean, I guess that's fine. He's organizing. Apparently it's a thing, just like with comics. I guess. I mean, that makes sense. I've just never heard of it. Matt Larson, thank you. You just need to marry Asmund and spend his money on clocks and lamps and then make him homemade Chipotle and Taco Bell. But that sounds very gold diggery if I'm, like, just gonna spend his money, right? Like, that's kind of weird. Absolute Horror, thank you for the 11 months, my guy. Thank you. Girugamesh, thank you. Sorry, but you'll make a debut on Financial Audit solely due to forfeiting all money to foxuuuuu. I will await the day that someone goes on Financial Audit and I'm in the middle of reacting to them being like a horrendous piece of shit. And then they pull out my plush from under the table and I'm like, oh no! Oh no, what have I done? Will I make him get the $5 cheese on his cheeseburger? No. I'll buy like a $5 block of cheese from the Groby store and then I will slice it into slices for the Chaz burger. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Watching you play Tarkov is getting you itching to go back to Stalker 2. The zone calls, feller chatters. Check your breaky. Pneumonia. Pneumonia. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Thank you again. That's a very weird comment, Mr. Jedi. How she responded to that. All women are gold diggers. Some are better at hiding the shovel. Bro, I'm sorry you had to learn about having low IQ this way. That's a weird way to look at, like, all of human history where men were the providers and women stayed home and birthed children and took care of the home. Am I gonna react to the Allcraft episode with Caleb by any chance? I didn't even know it existed until I started streaming. Shama Shin the West, thank you. Kirsche, help. You're hearing that the Czech Republic is banning communism and you're burning with jealousy? That's old news, isn't it? I'm pretty sure we talked about that like months ago, and I was like, damn, I'm fucking jealous of these guys. Why can't we have that? Why can't we have that? It says here you spent all of your life savings to build, quote, an army of Kirsches. Yep, that is correct. Please ampersand. Rio-kun, thank you for the 13 months of Proom. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Did you just open the stream to Cheems? Yeah, it's a picture of my snack cat. New breed. New breed of cat. Watchman, thank you. If the foxy lady Kirsche is a fox, would her computer spirit be a kitsune? It would probably be whatever eats kitsunes, right? Like something that hates foxes. One sick works, thank you. You don't know why, but you find Stellaris easier to play than Civ. I think I own Stellaris, but I don't think I've ever played it. You feel like you lost 10 IQ points hearing that nonsense about women. That's like a Groiper was in the chat. He was lost, don't worry about it. Your tail beans, snack cat. The tail beans. He would be happier on a 7-foot-tall dinosaur cat tree. Bro, I looked up that fucking cat tree. Hold on a second. Where is it? Where is it in my tabs in my normal browser? Is it over here? No. No. Well, I mean, I guess it's just a Google search, so... Oh yeah, here we go. I looked up the dinosaur cat tree. And it came up with 2 different websites. I don't know which one is the original and which one is the copy. I also just assume both of them are China because we can't have anything nice in the US for whatever reason. So let me go there. And let's go here. Okay, this one. So, Dino Cat Home of the original dinosaurs cat tree. I don't know if I trust them. But I was like, oh, these are super cute. And they have like a giraffe. Look at this tiny kitten on the giraffe. They have a Brachiosaurus. They have an alpaca. I like alpaca. And then I scrolled down. And it was like $1,200. $1,500. Oh yeah, $500. To $1,200 once again. And I was like, what? What the fuck? And then this other website, shut up. $2,800 for fucking dinosaur cat tree. It has become 90% less cute immediately. I'd be like, yeah, maybe like $500 would make sense, but they made like the tiny one $500. Well, what? It doesn't cost you $1,200 or $1,500. This is like a 10,000 million% upcharge. That's crazy. The $500 one is just a statue. Yeah, there's no hole in it. There's no hole in the smaller ones. This was a meme for cat YouTubers? What the fuck? There's cat YouTubers? That's a steal, not the good kind. What the frick? Anama, anama, anama. I have to reset the YouTube chat. Ina moment. Grumpy Malfestio, thank you for the 555 Domino's deal. Your own pet snack, Monty Python, yes, that's his name, does not recognize the noodle on screen. He does only have one brain cell between his googly eyes. Aw, that's cute. For that much money, the kitten better be a full-sized adult lion. You could build this for like 10% of the price. I'm sure you could build it for even less than that, man. Apparently people have too much money. I saw, it's like, I guess, like, if I was making Asmongold money, I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's spend $1,500 on a dinosaur, but that seems still insane to me. I showed us a possum YouTuber. Why am I surprised about cat? I showed you a possum YouTuber? Error 404, thank you. You keep making more money because it's for your kids. You have most everything you want except your own personal nuke, but you can't have everything. C'est la vie. True. Shadow the Reaper, thank you. Speaking of financial audit, why is Caleb's interview with my husbando not on screen? Also, he owes $4 million, not 400K. No, he paid $4 million according to other people. Which makes sense. Get an entire herd of... Oh my god, if he's paid $4 million in taxes, that means that every one of his quarterlies is $1 million. Oh, I would just vomit. I would just vomit if every couple of months I had to write fucking $1 million from my bank account out to the government. Holy shit. I would just like... I don't know, inshallah, brother, I'd be converting to Islam. Even if money was no object, that'd still be a ripoff. Oh yeah, it absolutely would. But once you get to like insane amounts of money that you could never possibly spend, you know, I assume you get kind of jaded to like, oh yeah, that's probably a ripoff, but who cares? Hayden Wayne, thank you for the 100 slaves, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, my guy. Motherfucking... Not black pill, just kind of burnt the fuck out right now between real life stuff, keeping up with the political and government shit show, and working a ton. Just need a good break and a laugh. Thanks for keeping us all informed and especially being so entertaining. Much love, foxuuuuu. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hayden Wayne. You are always a ray of sunshine when you're here, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, God. Do like you do and wait to the 15th and just pay it all in one lump sum? Yeah, so if you're supposed to pay $1 million on your quarterlies, and you don't pay any of your quarterlies, and you just wait until April 15th, that $4 million is probably going to become about like $6 million after penalty fees. When you start making enough money to have to pay quarterlies on your taxes, if you miss those quarterlies or you underpay those quarterlies, you get fucked. No lube, mega gape, even the Jav scene is concerned for your health. 1 million going directly to the Somali fraudsters. Thanks, I hate it. That's why you get the Dino Cat tree as a write-off. See, now he's thinking like a creator. Mega gape. Your parents had to pay an extra 11K this year because they forgot one of their quarterlies. Holy shit. I hate that. You've still never gotten this straight? What is it that makes people have to do quarterlies over the normal yearly tax filing? So if you're self-employed and you start making whatever the government considers too much money, it's a very low amount, by the way. If you start making too much money, according to the government, you have to start paying on quarterlies instead of a lump sum at the end of the year, because they're like, you're making so much money, we need a piece of that fucking immediately. We can't wait till the end of the fiscal year to get your money. We need it fucking now. And if you don't give us your money fucking now, you're gonna give us more money later because we fucking hate you. Start your own church and keep all the money. Ah yes, the rich person's tactic of storing your wealth and assets. Dumb cat trees! File it as work expenses. Get your dino now! Jesus. Baja Cat, thank you. Never Black Pill. The feds raided the Minnesota Somali daycares this morning, and the VA Supreme Court has blocked an appeal that would let redistricting advance. True. True and fucking real. Taxation really do be theft? It do be. It do be. You have to pay quarterlies even as a poor postdoc. They tried to hit you with a 10K penalty. We all pay quarterlies. It's called withholding. I mean, when you work a normal job and you have a W-2, your work takes that stuff out for you. So you just don't have to think about it until the end of the year. And when I was filing and making not a lot of money, and maybe even when I was like making slightly above minimum wage money, they were like, yeah, you don't need quarterlies. Just pay us at the end of the year. Like, we don't care about you. Fuck off. So... Liam Sexton, thank you. Check out the news in Northern Ireland. Things might be popping off again. Not a good omen of things to come. Is it not a good omen? Buy the $1,000 cat tree and then feature it on stream. So it's a part of your self-employed work. Tax write-off, something, something. It paid for itself. True. True. Taxes aren't the bad part. It's the people applying for your taxes. Taxes would work better for infrastructure and local investments. You can either have a multicultural society or you can have a welfare safety net. You cannot have both. Florida is throwing out property tax. Happy day. That would be insane. I would be very interested to see what happens in Florida if they get rid of property tax. Because Florida, to my knowledge, right, Florida doesn't have a sales tax and doesn't have an income tax, right? Like, they're very similar to New Hampshire. So if they got rid of property tax, I'd be very interested to see what happens. Time to start a religion. I love your little Armalite. Oh my god. Florida does okay, it does have a sales tax. So it's just income tax it doesn't have. They have sales tax, but not income. I would be very interested to see what happens if they get rid of property tax. I really want to see what happens. Because it's like, I'd love to get rid of property tax. And already in New Hampshire, right, there's no sales tax, there's no fucking income tax and stuff like that. But if they got rid of property tax, it's like, would they be able to float just on, like, luxury taxes, on resort fees and taxes, on, like, hotel taxes? Would that be enough? I don't know. After your trip to Florida earlier this year, you're already thinking, man, I would just love to live down here if they got rid of property tax. And you're selling your house and moving to Florida. They have sales. You can't remember, but they were originally going to get rid of property tax if you were over 65. I think, and I might be misremembering because I haven't read it in a very long time, but I think there's like something in New Hampshire where like your property tax is significantly reduced if you're a veteran and you're over like 55, I think. You don't have a home there anymore, but you still got your land. You'd move back if they did that. What happened? Oh, probably hurricane, I imagine, right? I was gonna say, what happened to your house? Florida sales tax is 6%. Anything over that is added on by the county. See, that's disgusting. If your state already has a sales tax, the county shouldn't be able to add an additional tax onto that. That's fucked up. Help. It'd be way enough if they only spent it on things that they needed. You see, in a perfect world, we would have no taxes, and then everyone would just give to their local community for, like, fire and police and schooling and whatnot. That would be the ideal scenario. But the level of, like, high-trust society you would need in order to encourage people to give for those things would be crazy. Because, like, if I picture myself in a city like Detroit, and they got rid of all taxes in the state, right? No property tax, no sales tax, no fucking income tax in Michigan, and I lived in Detroit, I'd be like, yeah, you're not getting any of my fucking money. I'm not spending on anything here. What the fuck kind of services do I get? Fuck you, buddy. You know, if I put myself in that kind of position, like, absolutely no way. If I have a room that's secure enough to do a dedicated live stream for the cats, not only would I be able to write off most stuff for the cats, but I would be able to get more ad revenue on the cat stream if it's a separate channel. Interesting. Ah, delicious. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Florida man here. You do have a sales tax, and the property tax will only help old people moving here and ancient people hoarding homes like dragons' gold to rent out. It'll hurt us who were born there. I don't know how no property tax would harm younger people. I feel like if you eventually get a house, it would benefit you, right? It's just something needs to be done in order to make housing affordable for average Americans again, right? Michigan property tax is absurd. 4K to 5K annually for a house in the ghetto. That sounds kind of fucking weird. You have a guy running for governor in Michigan claiming to get rid of land tax. Highly suspicious of him. If it's not exclusively no property tax. Oh, right. Somebody said earlier that Florida's proposing the no property tax for like over 65 or something. Yeah, that would be fucking weird. Sorry, I forgot about that caveat. I was just thinking in terms of like getting rid of it entirely. Yeah, if it's only for people over 65, that's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. Ingress, thank you for the 30 months of proof. Thank you. The Watchman, thank you. That was the thing you couldn't remember, Fox Lady. The Irish investors are making suitcases and car parts again. It sounds like a blast. Oh my god. Speaking of suitcases and car parts, hold on a second. Let's get rid of these expensive dinosaurs. And my snack cat. So, Gretchen Whitmer, that, like, fucking scumfuck in Michigan, she posted, like, oh, we need to turn down the temperature, the violence is unacceptable, even though she's espoused that rhetoric before. I hate how much these people lie. And I thought it was very interesting that she had that little decoration in her background before, that she obviously purposefully placed so the camera would pick it up, that said 86-47. Well, we have breaking news. James Comey has been indicted by a grand jury for his 86-47 post from last year, just days after yet another assassination attempt on President Trump. Much deserved, this clown was dog whistling for one of his deranged followers to take out President Trump. Lock him up. And I hope every single virtue-signaling asshole who dreams of the president being shot and killed and espouses this kind of shit also gets indicted.
Has indicted former FBI Director James Comey for a second time. Justice correspondent David Spunt's got the story. He's here in Washington. Hey, David, they're going to go at it again.
John, they're going at it again, not even a year after they went at it after the first time. We're told this via several law enforcement sources. We're told this is related to an Instagram post from the former FBI director last year when he posted on the beach. You may remember there was a formation of shells that said 8647 that were in that pairing of 8647, and he said something along the lines of, isn't this a curious formation that I just found while walking on the beach? Well, critics to that post immediately pointed out that 86, at least in the restaurant world, means to get rid of or to kill something from a menu, 47 meaning the 47th president of the United States. So Comey did speak with the Secret Service, did speak with federal investigators. At the time he was interviewed last spring or early last summer, shortly after that happened, no charges were ever filed, but now it appears that he has been indicted today. We're working to learn more about the indictment. We're waiting to see if officials have anything to say on this. That is the post that you see right there. Cool shell formation on my beach walk. From
cool
former,
shell formation,
James
by the way.
Comey. Now, you
what
also
a candy ass.
He was indicted last year as well for allegedly lying to Congress.
Put him in the fucking box. I love white pills in the morning. This man is a snack and not a cute one like my cat. You thought it was 8 foot long, 6 feet deep. Oh no. Jen Jacko, thank you. No property tax would mean people in other states rushing to buy property in Florida, driving prices up. You hope they make it so it's only for residents. We don't need a new Hawaii. Does Hawaii not have property tax? I thought Hawaii was like one of the most expensive places to live. Cool clock, Comey. Michael Doberman, thank you. foxuuuuu, in BC, you pay 7% federal sales tax, 7% provincial. You also pay an average of 32% income tax, and your property tax was $3,800 and went up to $4,238. I don't want to say how much my property tax is, man. I cannot believe that, though. 7% federal and then 7% provincial? Like, absolutely no way. Like, even if your state has an income tax, it should not be that, like, your local principality or your local town or whatever, or district, they shouldn't be able to put an additional tax onto that. That's fucked up. That's absolutely fucked up. He means just a bunch of out-of-state people buying all the property? Hawaii still has a property tax? You know how there's that joke about, like, every map is the same map? When it comes to New Hampshire, every map is also the same map. It is just, like, one of, if not the best state to live in the country by all, like, measurable metrics. And yet, it is very expensive here, but there aren't, like, droves of people attempting to live there. Zero taxes when? I hope. I hope someday. City councils and county boards are not Congress and have no right levying any fucking tax. Burn it down! Maryland is like that. 7.5% state income tax on top of 7.5% county income tax. You were losing like 46% of your paychecks to the government when you were still having to pay out there. Hey, that's just like me being self-employed, getting fucking gaped by the government. DC should get its full 100 miles back. Would you believe 12% of the voting population in Virginia fall in what should be DC? What the fuck? That's weird. Live very expensively or die. New Hampshire stay winning. Best state. Live free or die. True and real. I do have a couple of tabs on New Hampshire today. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Where are we? That's a man with tits. That's not what I'm looking for. That's Maine. That's a Maine tab. Minnesota tabs. Where the fuck? Where are we? Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we had one political party in New Hampshire wants a constitutional amendment to forever ban an income tax. The other one wants to implement an income tax this year. Vote Republican. There was actually a Democrat mayor somewhere in like western New Hampshire that switched party, and a lot of people are celebrating it because the guy was like, well, the Democrat party just doesn't like reflect my beliefs and opinions anymore. It makes me cautious because it's like, sure, I'd have to see his voting record to see if like he's being earnest here, but with how many Republicans are just like Democrat operatives at this point, anyone leaving the Democrat Party while in a position of power to be on the Republican Party just makes me like side-eye them. Like I'm gonna have to watch what you do, guy. Michael Doberman, thank you again. I'm super scrolled up. The scientists did not disappear. They became VTubers and are hiding in the U-tunnels. The what? Jason Osborne, if I'm not mistaken, he is like the Speaker of the House in New Hampshire. He's got some house role in New Hampshire that I can't ever get straight. Democrats talk affordability and then vote to keep income tax option open. If you want to know what politicians really believe, don't listen to their speeches, watch how they vote. Very fucking true. That's the lesson New Hampshire residents learned recently when the House Democrats had a chance to permanently protect our state from an income tax. Every single Republican voted yes, 158 Democrats voted no. We're talking about enshrining the New Hampshire advantage, our promise of no income tax, directly into our state constitution. This is about protecting what makes our state unique and keeping more money in the pockets of working families. Democrats say they care about affordability. They talk endlessly about the squeeze on the middle-class families. Yet when given an opportunity to guarantee that Granite Staters will never face a state income tax, they walked away. And I think this is a very good thing for people to internalize. All politicians lie. The Democrats have just been lying far more egregiously than anyone ever expected the last few years. You have to watch the way they vote. Do not just listen to the lies coming out of their mouths, because they're going to say one thing to placate the voter base and then vote along another line. You want to tax Dems to rep switchers, pay to support the radical right? I don't believe you. It's not even radical. It's like lukewarm at best. Democrats don't care about the people, yet people keep falling for their BS. It's so tiring. I don't know what makes people keep falling for it. It's astounding to me. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Reminder to honorable chatters, whenever someone tries to complain about the left finally being held to account for their words, ask them this. Would you be okay if they said this about Obama? An interesting through line. Liam Sexton, thank you. You'd be nervous? Party swapping is how Mark Carney has a parliamentary majority in Canada now. Yeah? Yeah, it's like, he could be completely sincere, and I would have to, like, check how he's voted in order to gauge it, but definitely makes me suspicious to see a party switcher. Jen Jacko, thank you. No property tax would mean people in other states rushing to buy property in Florida driving prices up. Wait, I already read that. My YouTube's all messed up. Thank you. Thank you again. Oh my god. Bearded Old Bear, thank you. Hello, Fox Lady. Apologies if I mentioned it before and you missed it, but have I seen... It's been mentioned, like, literally a million times every stream. Jax F Prime, thank you. Have a Munya day, Foxu and Honorable Chatter fam. Thank you. I hope you have a Munya day. Every state is special in their own ways, but as a New Hampshire resident, you want to make sure we keep our particular ways intact. F the folks that would change it. Yes, I love that the state motto is taken very seriously by people who live here who aren't on the Democrat side. Here's what makes this even more frustrating. We tried. We invited Democrats to co-sponsor the New Hampshire Advantage Amendment. They refused. We asked them to help us improve the language, radio silence. They demanded a public hearing, and so we held one and invited their leadership. They ghosted us. At some point, your arms get tired from extending olive branches to people who won't show up. And I think this is very interesting because I've been to like some local stuff already. And what's really interesting is when you go to local things and there's like votes going on, you'll have people who want to participate, and the speaker person will be like, okay, this is what we're voting on. All in favor, like raise your hand or say aye, and all opposed, you know, raise your hand afterwards or say no afterwards, right? Like you do the yeses first and then the no's after. And it seems like the majority of Democrat people who go to local political things are there to simply waste people's time and make things take inordinately longer than they ever fucking should. And it's like, how do you like live with yourself? Like, don't you have things you'd rather be doing than sitting in some fucking local political community center and like spending hours on something that should take like 10 minutes maybe per issue? Like, this is crazy. What is wrong with you? Most people just want to be verbally pandered to. They just want, this person agrees with me. Yeah. It's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. Like, I did get the warning. I did get the warning before. I was told, like, you know, when you come out here, if you see any Libertarian Party stuff, know that there are people here who are invested in getting stuff done, but there's a lot of people. It's just like herding cats. Like they just don't know how to exist as a human. They don't have real jobs, and this is their obsession and or religion. It's fucking wild to see. It's wild. And so it's like when you start getting involved, you will know immediately like who the problem people are, and you'll have to start forming ways to like get around the problem people. It's so obnoxious because it's like, instead of any kind of like two parties or like debates or any kind of like, well, this is better because blah blah blah, it's just like you have this child who sat down in front of you and started screaming and crying, and you have to figure out how to get it to shut the fuck up so the adults can get things done. Probably getting paid by a Soros entity of some kind. It's very obnoxious. As a diehard libertarian, you fucking hate libertarians. I love all the discourse on Twitter about like, remove the New Hampshire Libertarian Party, disassociate from them, but it's like, they're the only ones that seem like they're getting anything done. Or what do you... I guess it's just people addicted to fucking losing? I don't know. Strongest Democrat time waster versus the weakest tailgater. Who wins? Let's just take something in the back of your brain that's a commie tactic. You think I've talked about it before. Something about subversion and making any organization useless by maximizing bureaucracy. Pretty much. And hey, check out what's happened to our government over time. And how people are like, well, we need foreign labor to do stuff because like there's just too much red tape if we hire Americans. Well, who put that red tape there? Why get rid of the red tape? If that's the get rid of it. They're like, what are you talking about? Soros Quango. Battleizer, thank you. Now, they are people as well. They bathe in the same baby blood the rest of the elites do. Jesus Christ. Back in like 2022 in Georgia, you were having to argue about the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire because the Tards wanted to disaffiliate them back then. What the fuck? Ghost of Aces, thank you. To add to whatever the other guy said about property prices, natives in Florida who aren't in large developments are the targets for eminent domain. They take our property to put highways. I don't think the government should be able to take your property to do that. I think that's kind of fucked up as well. Basically, libertarians attract maximum ideology and minimum practicality, and also they won't kick the commie subverters out. You gotta be fair. It's not fair if you kick the commies out. That's you're shitting on the Constitution and free speech. That's Obama's legacy, weaponizing red tape and making things so convoluted nothing gets done except in the back rooms. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Everyone needs a seat at the table. No. In recent op-eds, some Democrats have started saying the quiet part out loud. They don't want to, quote-unquote, take the option off the table. Translation, they want to keep an income tax as a possibility. This raises an obvious question. Are Democrats actually serious about making life affordable for New Hampshire families? Even before I finish the article, I'm going to say no. Much like every other state, Democrats are going to be dedicated to assisting fraud, assisting foreigners, and making Americans' lives as worse as humanly possible. The evidence suggests not. In 2026 alone, Democrats voted for $3.9 billion in tax hikes. And now 158 House Democrats have voted against the New Hampshire Advantage Amendment, essentially telling their constituents they might want to reach into their paychecks down the road. The disconnect is stunning. A recent University of New Hampshire poll shows that nearly 2/3 of Granite Staters, 65%, strongly oppose the Democrats' proposal for a 3% income tax paired with a statewide property tax. Even among Democrats, only 37% support it, while 39% oppose their own party's plan. And I remember talking about this proposal previously. If a government entity is proposing, we're going to introduce a 3% statewide income tax, and that will lower your property taxes, they're lying to you. That's not gonna lower your property taxes. Why the fuck would it? And even if they gave you some sort of temporary, like 1 or 2 year, like, here's a $200 reduction on your property taxes, it's gonna go right back up as soon as they think people forget about the vote for the income tax. It's not. It's just like a wedge in to get more of your money from multiple different sources. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You forget, Kirsche, most lefties attending these meetings are professional rabble-rousers. Their entire purpose is time-wasting. Bloody quangos. Also, friendly reminder, commies aren't people. I am so glad that more and more people are waking up to, like, the fucking communist subversion. When I open my Twitter and I see other people posting, like, fucking the only solution to communists is to throw them out of helicopters, it just, like, warms my heart, man. Jen Jacko, thank you. Dems need to be put on timeout at the kiddie table for like 50 years, true. Mr. King, thank you. You're genuinely confused. Isn't New Hampshire like super Democrat? Haven't they elected Dems to the federal government for like 40 years? This is where gerrymandering gets really funny. New Hampshire is, for all intents and purposes, a Republican state at the state level. Every federal election, a Democrat is somehow elected by all of these people who resoundingly vote for and import Republican candidates for office at the state level. How does that happen? Why does that happen? That's a great fucking question. There's a reason the phrase kill a commie for mommy exists. True and fucking real. True and real. Namunya. The Watchman, thank you. Foxy Lady, now that I've moved, how heavy is the clock? You need a target weight to lift? It takes 2 men to lift it. I don't know how heavy it is, but it's a heavy fucking clock. You've been watching more and more based VTubers. Where has this been all your life? Here, I've been streaming for 8 years. Ildrax, thank you for the 16 months, brother man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Why does anybody trust these people in the first place? People are stupid, you know? It's been very heartwarming to see commies crap themselves because the Japanese translation on X shows just how much our truest allies hate them. I fucking love the Japanese. Holy shit. Yet when Republicans offered a constitutional amendment to ban an income tax forever, a majority of Democrats voted no. Granite staters overwhelmingly reject an income tax, but Democratic legislators refuse to take it off the table permanently. We're not talking about small potatoes here. A state income tax could cost New Hampshire families roughly $1 billion. That's money that won't go toward groceries, mortgage payments, or college savings. The contrast couldn't be starker. Republicans are fighting to lock in the no income tax promise permanently. Democrats are keeping the door open to the largest tax increase in state history. Some will argue this is about flexibility or all the options on the table for future budgets. But that's exactly the point. The New Hampshire advantage isn't supposed to be flexible. It's supposed to be permanent. It's a core principle that separates us from Massachusetts, Vermont, and Maine. It's why businesses choose to locate here. It's why families stay here. It's why people move here. Just ask Connecticut. In 1991, our neighbor to the south adopted what they call a modest income tax at 4.5%. Today, the top rate is 6.99%, a 55% increase. What started as a flat tax became a multi-bracket system. That's what always happens. Income taxes don't stay where they start, they grow. Which is also a friendly reminder that the United States did not have an income tax except for during a period in like 1860 something or 1870 something, and then they got rid of it, and then they brought it back in like 1913, and we've had that income tax since 1913. We can get rid of it at the federal level again. It's just that our politicians are disgusting and addicted to our tax dollars. Can't wait for it to be flexibly used to fund Somalian daycares. Oh, have I got a tab for you coming up here soon. When you refuse to constitutionally protect something, you're signaling you might want to change it later. And I think another good thing to point out would be that Massachusetts and Maine both recently passed a millionaire's tax.
Spicy cat
After
raid.
all the
That was a
millionaires
spicy
leave.
cat raid.
Mr. Donut Man! Hello! Hello, Mr. Donut Man. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Donut Raiders. We're talking about how taxes are terrible and they should go away. Just ask Connecticut. Said no one fucking ever. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, Donut Men's. Based Donut Raiders. Phoenix DS, thank you. It's already been like 4 to 5 years since the government took away private property of homeowners to build a Volkswagen EV battery plant in your town. Thanks Justin Castro and Thug Ford. Why? Why? It's the operator of donuts. He operates those donuts so fucking well, man. Mr. Rich Lowpitch, thank you. What are the most scenic areas of New England? You need to get out and do some serious camping this summer. I think I used to frequent a place called Old Orchard Beach for camping frequently. I think they have like campgrounds near it. I'm pretty sure that's where I used to go when I was a kid.
Supermajority twice with Trump. Did they roadblock the Dems for the next 40 years? No, we got digital ID push, H1B streamline, and attempts to ban porn. Yet somehow I'm the bad guy for hating both parties.
Gotta get those spineless do-nothing and Democrats in red clothing out of the Republican Party. It's just like they have been encroaching there for probably way longer than anyone's realized because it's just so easy to lie as a politician. We need to get those people out of their seats. The porn stuff, I think, is always going to be a uphill battle because typically on the right, you have a lot of religious people and a good chunk of religious people do not know how to not proselytize for some reason. They're just like, we need to ban this for the good of everyone because my religion says so. And it's like, well, you ban it in your house if you want, but like, I don't think you should ban it everywhere. Like, look at how like prohibition happened. Like, that's not, you're not gonna fix anything that way. Imagine you have 6 parties to hate. Oh, here it needs to come out for a range day with the custom vector. Oh my god. Oh my god. And kick out the people that have brought them again. Imagine. I was saying, yeah, Massachusetts and Maine have instituted a millionaire's tax. And once all of the people who are millionaires in the tax bracket sense leave because they don't want to be anally raped every year, who do you think that millionaire's tax is gonna start applying to? It's gonna be trickling down to people who aren't millionaires because they need to make up for all the tax funds that they're losing. Banning porn becomes a Trojan horse for censorship and control. Hard agree. Hard agree. Fringed Horizon, thank you. Kirsche, I hate to tell you, but OOB, Old Orchard Beach, has gone precipitously downhill over the past decade or so. Why? Why? Conservatives, for some reason, hey guys, let's ban Pokemon cards and let's have ID for using the internet. It's like, this is why I had hope for the Creators Caucus that MatPat guy set up. But I haven't seen or heard of it doing literally anything in order to influence politics anywhere, which is just kind of like, oh, I guess maybe this was just some kind of pet project that he could claim before he starts running as a political candidate, maybe? I don't know. But, like, trickle-down rapeonomics! Thank you, Reagan. But it's like, that should be what the Creators Caucus is for, right? Because you have all these old people in government who don't understand the internet, don't know how it works, don't understand, like, e-commerce and all that kind of shit, don't understand how bad an ID would be, or maybe they do and they don't care because they just want surveillance state, right? And so a Creators Caucus would be able to help inform people, and if you help inform people, it also would out those who are doing it for insidious reasons rather than out of ignorance. Elise Stefanik voted for the vehicle cameras? I don't know who that is. Isn't the Creators Caucus the thing that MatPat is doing? Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Hello, Kodiak man. Thank you for the biddies. On Monday, the Ways and Means Committee will pass the New Hampshire Advantage Amendment. It will be a party line vote, just like it was on the House floor, unless I'm surprised. Here's the thing, sending the income tax question to the ballot would actually be a winning move for Democrats. If they decided to do it, Republican campaign plans across the state would need to be rewritten. A ballot fight over permanently banning an income tax, without the New Hampshire Advantage to worry about anymore, what will Republicans campaign on? So maybe, just maybe, Democrats will surprise us. Maybe they'll realize that fighting to keep an income tax option open is a losing position with the voters, let alone independents. Maybe they'll join us letting Granite Staters decide once and for all. Until then, voters across the New Hampshire will have to reckon with a simple truth. Their elected representatives had a chance to permanently protect them from an income tax, and Democrats said no. This isn't about partisan politics, this is about a fundamental question. Do we trust New Hampshire families to spend their own money, or do we trust politicians to spend it for them? Republicans answered that question, and Democrats did too, just not the way most Granite Staters would hope. The next time you hear a Democrat talk about making life more affordable, remember this vote. Remember who showed up to defend your paycheck and who didn't. Because in politics, actions speak louder than words. Oh, he's the House Majority Leader. My bad. I said he was the Speaker. He's the House Majority Leader. I never remember fucking positions, man. It's so hard. You didn't think Donut got a shout out? Apologies. Thank you for doing the shout out, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Pneumonia. Don't like porn? Don't watch it. Not your business, right? And they always tout out the like, but think of the children. It's like, how about be a parent? How about you make sure you know what your kid is doing online, and if they get into something they shouldn't, instead of just like screaming at them or removing it without explaining anything to them, you explain why it's bad and why they shouldn't access it at this time. Koto the Fox, thank you. Do you have anything you would like to scream at the top of your lungs while you drive through the town with the roof of your convertible down? I love sucking cock! You're welcome. No way, John Donut is in the chat. Oh my god, good for you, Kirsche. No, that's him. He loves sucking cock. He's in the convertible, not me. What a way to enter stream. Welcome. We also have, like I said, this is the tab for Azahara. Juxtapose the last two tweets from our female governor, Kelly Ayotte. On the left, we have all Americans volunteering to send care packages to our military abroad. On the right, we have all non-Americans opening a quality home care center. On the left, a society that cares for their nation. On the right, foreigners and probably scammers looking to get in on the fraud. And he's quote retweeting Kelly Ayotte. I guess, you know, being a woman crosses party lines, unfortunately. Congrats to the New Hampshire Home Care on their grand opening. Quality in-home care helps Granite Staters stay healthy and independent. Proud to support their work for families across our state. And I think my biggest question is, how did Kelly Ayotte get every single brown person who lives in New Hampshire in one spot at one time? Like, this is literally every non-white individual in the entire state. Like, how did she do this? That's kind of impressive. The Cynical Crusader, thank you. When Prohibition was introduced, it was expanded to include medical alcohol, and the Supreme Court upheld limits to 1 pint of spirits per patient every 10 days. So this stuff does impact outside of what they claim it's for. That's also a very good point. Yeah. It's easy. Promise free food and money. I was just like, what are we doing here? She's even wearing like a weird little scarf thing. Like, what are you doing? What is this? The Quality Leering Center of New Hampshire is finally open. Look at all their smiles, man. They're just like, this dumb bitch, she has no idea how much we're gonna scam from the people in this state. Okay, now check for citizenship. And the juxtaposition this guy was talking about. You have the group of people who were sending care packages to the troops abroad. Then you have the Quality Home Care Center being set up. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I had another tweet on this as well. Hold on, I gotta go find it because I replied to someone. Nat 20 on the is that check. Jesus Christ. Let me see here. Nope, that is not it. This one. This one. Anyone who enables fraud, enables illegal immigrants, and puts foreign nations before citizens is a traitor to the country, period. Hard agree. Hard agree. Libertarian Party New Hampshire said, congrats to the New Hampshire branch of the Quality Leering Center for getting on the government teat. And I was just like, how does she see this as a legislator, know everything going on with foreigners and healthcare fraud in Maine, Minneapolis, California, etc., and not only not question this, but post happily about it? I was like, what the fuck are you doing? This is why women cannot be trusted in politics, man. This is why every time someone tells me I should run for an office seat, I'm like, no way, dude. No, all it's gonna take is one woman moment and I'll be fucked forever, okay? I ain't gonna take that chance. Phoenix DS, thank you. They paid her off in bananas and rice. I was like, I don't know, maybe she saw the, like, 0 repercussions for fraud thus far for people in Maine and Minnesota and California, and she was like, let me get in on that. Let me increase my net worth by millions of dollars. I don't know, but that's kind of fucked up. She wants a cut. Haven't they suffraged enough already? I like that slogan. You can't run yourself, just nominate Nux without telling him. Holy shit, man. And then, we had a hearing here because, once again, Democrats just love wasting everyone's time. Travis Corcoran, I can't pronounce things. He is a House rep in New Hampshire, and he made a joke about how we need to find, like, the final solution for theater kids or some shit. Very obviously a joke. And then all of the Democrats took off their panties and wrung out their piss because they were just so upset about this joke that they also had to have, like, some sort of fucking weird-ass meeting to see if they should sanction him, I guess. I don't know. But, says, Travis dutifully shows up to defend free speech against cancel culture and political theater. John Adams, when discussing Alexander Hamilton, stated, I lose all patience when I think of a bastard brat of Scotch peddler on Thomas Paine, Adams said, for such a mongrel between pig and puppy, begotten by a wild boar on a bitch wolf. Never before in any age of the world was suffered by the poltroonery of mankind to run through such a career of mischief. And I was like, that's crazy that the founding fathers were talking about poltroonery. What the fuck? Jefferson described Adams as a hideous hermaphroditical character, which has neither the force and firmness of a man, nor the gentleness and sensibility of a woman. Was that decorous? Probably not, but our founders had a much firmer dedication to free speech than the modern left, who despises both of them and free speech. They set the precedent when founding the greatest nation the world has ever known that politics isn't all pomp and ceremony and kind words, nor should it be. Do we really want people who are this sensitive and easily hurt involved in politics? And let me play this video.
Members of the committee, I'm here today because of a joke about theater kids in politics has itself produced a full-blown piece of political theater. The comment was made in response to a karaoke invitation. It was a sarcastic jab at performative politics, the sort of dramatic attention-seeking politics that values spectacle over substance. That point has now been proven more thoroughly than I ever could have managed on my own. My comment was about a style of politics. It was not about Representative Grill's religion. I did not know Representative Grill was Jewish when I made the comment. There are nearly—
That's insane! You don't even know someone's religion and they can just come out with, "I'm a Jew. It's time to get you removed from your house seat." That is insane. Holy shit.
Nearly 400 members of this House. I do not keep track of my colleagues' religious backgrounds. The claim that this was targeted to her because of her background is false. Had I known, I would have chosen other words. The joke still would have been a joke, and it still probably would have offended some people. But it would not have been phrased in a way that invited this particular bad faith reading. And that is what this hearing is really about. Not harm, not threats, not
And I have to do this all the time. And I hate that we have to do this, right? Note that he didn't say he would reword the joke because it was too offensive, but he would reword the joke because simply her being able to have this bad faith reading causes all of this fucking nonsense to happen. And that's what I have to do when I word shit as well, because there's always going to be someone waiting for me to say something they can take in like the absolute worst bad faith representation as humanly possible. And it's so fucking tiring. Like it makes you not even want to say shit sometimes, because it's like, I don't want to have to deal with all these spineless cucks just coming after me for absolutely no fucking reason.
Discrimination, but the deliberate decision to take political joke, assign it the most sinister interpretation possible, and then stage a formal proceeding around that interpretation. In other words, this hearing is not a response to performative politics. It is performative politics.
Yep.
A joke is now being treated as though it were an act of malice, and sarcasm is being recast as hate speech. This is absurd. If this
She cast her Jew card face down in the trap position.
body wants to set the precedent that members can be hauled before a committee whenever someone decides to be offended by a joke made outside of the chamber, then what is being protected here is not decorum, it is political theater as a disciplinary weapon. That was my point then, and that is my point now. This proceeding proves it. I will not be taking any questions. Thank you for your time.
And this is part of what everyone's been dealing with for ages, right? You make a joke and suddenly you're persona non grata. You have to defend yourself along their interpretation of it. But they're allowed to openly call for death and, "Oh, I thought you guys liked edgy jokes." And it's like, that's not, you guys don't use words to communicate. You are casting spells in order to trap us in some kind of a fucking weird principled box where you can never do any wrong while you continuously beat us to a pulp until we die. It's very, very, very obnoxious and kind of tiring. Kind of tiring. And I quote retweeted something else about this as well. This spineless cock-ass rep over here. Colin Booth, I don't know who the fuck this is. Chief political correspondent, Courier Newsroom and Granite Post follow for breaking New Hampshire politics news and emails. What a fucking candy ass. What a candy ass. He said, Rep. Cochran also appeared to mock the Legislative Administration Committee and the hearing itself with the words kangaroo court attached to his written remarks. And he got a zoomed in picture of like what Travis was reading from, where it says at the top, kangaroo court. What a fucking cock, bro. Like, Travis is absolutely correct that the entire court was a kangaroo court, and it was performative politics. He shouldn't have had to say fucking anything. I dare to mock the kangaroo court. Literally crazy. Is it wrong? Wastelander, thank you. Hashtag cancel Kirsche's sigh. What? Battleizer, thank you. Oh, but Kirsche, that sigh you just made insults the Inuit people, you bigot. Only they can sigh like that. Quoted by a pedantic snowflake. It's also tiresome. And then Travis said, the next time I testify before a committee, I'm going to type Colin Booth as a bootlicking regime media in H1 bold at the top of my notes. I find you in kangaroo contempt. Imagine. Kangaroo court in the Banana Republic. Like, this whole thing is so fucking silly. And, like, I'm calling it silly, but because of the people pushing this kind of silly shit, it has real stark repercussions on people. And it needs to stop. Words are nothing more than swords to them. Pretty fucking much. Girugamesh, thank you. Me on the stand. Just slurs. Jesus Christ. Remember, chat, you have to fight to bring the time when you could call someone a retard and just move on? Unfortunately, yes. Very unfortunately, yes. And then another one here. We have a little thread where it says, there's a lot of talk about Libertarian Party National disaffiliating from Libertarian Party New Hampshire at the upcoming National Libertarian Party Convention. This would be a foolish move. It would amount to nothing but a virtue signal. The same people will show up for the organizing of the new affiliate and win again, just as they have for several cycles now. There are many tribes in the Liberty Movement of New Hampshire. If you don't want this particular one running the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, then you should move to New Hampshire, organize your Liberty tribe, and take it from them the next state convention. Well, I hope not. I don't want to encourage anyone who would want to enslave me to move to a New England state. And if you're not willing to do that and you still don't like what they say, then ignore them and build something of your own where you are to express liberty in the world how you want it. Disaffiliation is a waste of time and a waste of energy. Do something productive and meaningful. You only have one life to advance liberty. And I agree with him here. The disaffiliation thing is basically just like a virtue signal to make them, again, a persona non grata type people. And it's very grotesque that that is the left's tactic every single time. Someone who's a cuck named David T. Beto, history professor with books on the rise and fall of mutual aid. I don't know who that is. No, get them the hell out of the official Libertarian Party if the bigoted and intentionally annoying LPNH wants to start its own separate edgelord white nationalist party and even pretend that it favors liberty. It should be free to do so. And the Libertarian Party responded, it's interesting that when we say we want a libertarian nation, you hear we want a white nation. Keep working through it, you'll get there. And the cuck responded, an honest racist would proudly admit it instead of playing silly games. I would like to remind people that the current leader of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire is Jewish. Jeremy Kaufman is Jewish. I don't know how you could say that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire wants a white nationalist state when Jeremy would de facto not be allowed in there. Like, what are we doing? Only white people can be free, apparently. What did he mean by this? And then that brings us to them posting Jeremy Kaufman saying what he cares about people who think he's a racist.
There's a very clear standard for racism, which is would you reach conclusion? There's a very clear standard for racism, which is would you reach conclusions about people on the basis of their superficial characteristics? And the answer for me is never. I've never come close to doing that. Other people have lots of different definitions for racism. Under some of those definitions, I might be a racist, and I just don't care. There's a very clear standard.
And I would like all politicians to adopt that mindset. Because as soon as people in power adopt the no, we're not going to play games about the definitions of a word. This is what racism is. I am not a racist, and you're not going to fit me into your weird definition, redefining of racism, in order to try and disavow me along a line of things I don't think. I think that absolutely needs to start happening, because we have too long been playing the word games with communists. And you cannot win a word game battle with communists. That is what they excel in. That is the entire point of subversion. Artemis Kane, thank you. You on the stand recreating the Hyde clip where he flops over the floops off the audience and yells candy butt over and over. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one. The magical ever-changing definition. I hate magical changing definitions. Kaufman, Jewish, nah. I was actually talking to Nux about Jeremy Kaufman, and I spelled it with 2 N's instead of 2 F's. And he was like, oh, I was gonna get excited about the Jews being so back, but then you spelled it the German way. And I was like, oh no, I just spelled it wrong. It's 2 F's, not 2 N's. I had no idea that Kaufman with 1 F, 2 N's is Germanic, and Kaufman with 2 F's, 1 N is Jewish. Literally blew my fucking mind. I was like, what the hell? That's crazy. But he's John McAfee maxing. You didn't know that either? I was like, I literally would not have gotten that any other way. It's a fine line. Have you already talked about the whole situation with Hassan sending his community to attack Christian hands? No, what the hell? I retweeted a couple of things from Christian recently, but I didn't see the, like, Hassan stuff. The last name was promised to him 6,000 years ago. And they just messed up the name spelling when they came through Ellis Island. I was like, holy shit, that's fascinating. That's fascinating, man. I had no idea. And then, a final New Hampshire tab. Kittery Trading Post made a threat that if the legislature passed this law, they would move their gun business to New Hampshire. Maine passed the law, and Kittery Trading Post did jack shit. We should not support companies with no backbone. Hard agree. Hard agree. If the company, especially if they're selling a product that, like, is gonna get fucked by the law, why would they stay there? Especially ones with clout, he said. Kittery Trading Post threatens to move firearm sales to New Hampshire over new gun law. The outdoor sports retailer said the law will have irreversible consequences for its business, which heavily relies on tourism. And down here you see the new law taking effect.
Spicy
Firearm
cat raid.
order
What the hell is a
pickup
spicy
requirements.
cat raid?
Quaint Weedy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Maine state law requires a 72-hour mandatory waiting period from the time of purchase agreement and confirmation on all firearm orders requesting in-store pickup at our retail store in Kittery, Maine. Once this requirement is met, you may proceed to the shooting sports department at your earliest convenience. The mandatory waiting period does not apply to handguns purchased by New Hampshire residents. How it works: order online, browse and select your firearm from our collection of new and used models. Wait 72 hours. The waiting period begins as soon as your order is placed and confirmed. Complete the purchase. After the waiting period, visit the store to complete the required in-person government background check. Now, why is there a waiting period? What the fuck is the point of the waiting period if you're still doing the background check? Like, what? What? Jay Cavalry, thank you for the 22 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. The 72-hour waiting period for firearm purchases in Maine begins when the buyer and seller, Firearms Federal License, the FFLs, enter into an agreement for the purchase and sale of a specifically identified firearm. This law was allowed to take effect on April 24th, 2026, following an appeals court ruling. Now why? Why? This law, part of LD 2224, enacted after the 2023 Lewiston shooting, is designed as a cooling off period. That doesn't even make sense. The Kittery Trading Post is where many of you got your guns from, and they'd send them to a pickup in New Hampshire in Portsmouth. You can also assume it may not be that easy for them to move the business across the border with how Maine is. I have absolutely no idea how difficult it would be to move a business across state lines. With a physical store, I can see that being much harder than if you're just an online place, and obviously they have a physical store. I'm not cranky. Thank you for the 9 months of Perum. Thank you. Please enjoy some placenta salad. I just wanted to say my TOS rant yesterday is the reason you watch me. Also, the Boston accent is your kryptonite. As far as spineless people who can't take a joke, you're always reminded of a line from Almost Famous. It's a t-shirt. I haven't seen that, so I don't get the reference. But thank you, my guy. Thank you. I was like, I don't typically, like, get super angry, especially at my mods. I appreciate all of the work my mods do, because without them, shit would be more chaotic. But, like, something like not being able to read a manifesto, especially if I'm denouncing it, like, there would be no point to me streaming if I
Hearing about
didn't
the
do
millionaire's
that,
tax
you know?
in other states makes me extremely jaded about the borderline commie-run hellscape that is my home of Washington State.
Oh no.
It's being challenged in court, but I am so jaded about my home state to do anything right.
Well, here's hoping that the broken clock at least is right this time, and it gets shot down. Cause that would, I hope you don't have to deal with that, man. Texas has a 2-week hold for people under 21 when buying rifles, even though you still have to pass the background check. So let me get this straight, right? You can join the military at 18 and be given a firearm to kill other people in other countries. But in order to have a firearm for self-defense or for sport, you have to wait until a 2-week hold is over? That's crazy. That's kind of weird. It makes no sense. I hate bureaucracy. The Fringe Horizon, thank you for the one. The Kittery Trading Post does massive business in southern Maine, and Mills has continuously proven that she hates Maine. You can't continue to write what you want without glowing, so you'll stop now. Yep. I used to go to the Kittery Trading Post often when I was a kid as well, because, like, they had a lot of really cool shops and shit. I don't know how it's changed since I was younger, but, you know. Even Hawkenfresh, thank you. Cooling off period. Do they think people only buy guns out of rage and an intent to shoot someone? I'm sure the people who put forth the legislature to do this cooling off period believe that, because they believe that the only reason they would buy a gun is in a fit of rage to do harm. Raging Wolf, thank you. You made your first purchase from GamerSupps, getting raw meat and good. You used code Kirsche and saved 10%. You hope the subs is good enough so you can stop drinking soda. What flavors does the Fox suggest? I really like, motherfucking Pay Money Wubbies flavor, Brand Risk. I really like that one. I like, Sweet Six Pack. My favorite flavor is no longer on the website. It was the Jujutsu Kaisen flavor. I don't know anything about Jujutsu Kaisen except the GamerSupps flavor. I have like 6 fucking canisters of it, because I wanted to make sure I could drink it after it was out of stock. All of the lemonade flavors go fucking hard. Dragon fruit is more of like a subdued flavor. It's not quite as strong as some of the other ones, and so I like using it as like a mixed flavor. You like, the Brazilian butt lift that's been your main for the last year? Hell yeah. You drank it all. You're curious how many other states don't have waiting periods? That's a great question. I've never really thought of that. I didn't have a waiting period when I bought more guns coming out here. Artemis Kane, thank you. You on the stand recreating. I read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. You think Brand Risk would be better in a can? Oh, it's so fucking good in a can. I am like addicted to the GamerSupps cans, man. They're so fucking good. Jujutsu Kaisen is a pretty standard popular shonen from what you've seen. It's spawned memes like, nah, I'd win. I think the only other things I can think of that I know about Jujutsu Kaisen is that there's some rap lady who does really nice looking cosplays of some bunny character that's in Jujutsu Kaisen, or maybe that's My Hero Academia. I don't know, they're basically the same thing, right? all shonen blends together in my mind nowadays. That's My Hero? Fuck, man. Okay. Yeah, see, that's how little I know about those fucking shonens in current year. Fun fact, Michigan has a 52-cent gas tax. You fucking hate Whitmer. Why? Why? Jesus, woman, you hate this shit and even you know it? I don't pay attention to current year shonens, alright? The last shonen I enjoyed was, like, Hunter x Hunter, and I prefer the, like, 1998 version, alright?
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
I really want to bring up this other article. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Because I've had it in my tabs for a hot fucking minute, and more information keeps coming out. And so, like, I wanted to touch upon... Wait a minute. Is this not in order? Hold on. Give you etchy floppy titties slop anime? What the heck? The My Hero anime started airing a decade ago. I have never seen My Hero Academia. However, there's a comic about My Hero Macadamia, and that was cute. Okay, I think it's just these ones. Okay, so it's just these. So there was this article, and this is a massive white pill article. Like, I haven't read it yet, and I'm sure I see it's from the New York Times. I'm probably gonna have to go to the archive site. But like, when I read just what this guy typed, I was like, oh God, yes, she deserves even less. Cheryl Cohen, 57, was making $272,000 a year as a senior VP at a USAID-funded nonprofit when she was let go at the end of March 2025. Last month, she had an online interview for a $19 an hour job managing a Penzeys Spices store in Falls Church, Virginia. You know what that tells me? That tells me that she was in a do-nothing female daycare job where she learned no skills, she had no skills to bring to anything she was doing, and she was merely being paid for existing. It was a useless daycare position where she is now 57 and her skills only lend her running a spice store. And I mean, it's like, we need people running spice stores, but they're trying to write this as like a sob story, and it's like, I absolutely don't feel bad. She shouldn't have been in that position. That position never should have existed in the first place. My tax dollars went to paying this useless woman for doing nothing. Be jammin', thank you. My Hero Macadamia is peak fun posting. The author artist also did Thump the first 100 days. I actually own that book. I own the Trump Bunny book. Let me go to the archive so we can read this because fucking New York Times is jank-ass bullshit. Big Doink Smoker, thank you for the 9 months. Please enjoy placenta pancake, my guy. Help. Oh god, my throat. A store just for spice. Man. Exposed she has no management ability in real life. Imagine. Sorry, the archive site still takes like 7,000 years to load for me for whatever reason. Ammonia. A year after USAID's death, fired workers find few jobs and much loss. People have plowed through savings, cashed out retirement funds, and moved in with relatives. Former USAID workers estimate less than half have found full-time work. Stop! Stop! I'm going to soak through my fucking towel!
Your himbo is working out each day until the merch arrives. I'll post it on the Twitter when they do. Kirsche Squibby Kirsche box.
Hell yeah!
Squibby.
Hyper Tanuki, thank you for buttering my fucking dog. I hope you will enjoy the Kirsche plushie, my guy. Like a friendly pet cat. Beloved. Macadamia is done by Mark Pellegrino and Tim Lim. They also do Cayman America and Black Hops. You know them personally? They're great guys. That sounds really fucking cute. Wereschnaffer, thank you. Iconic Comics, My Hero Macadamia also birthed your favorite comic series, Cayman America. Check them out. Chatters of Honor. Hell yeah. B Jammin', thank you. The guy that owns Penzeys is a lunatic lefty. I don't know what a Penzeys is. She probably got that position out of Penzeys. Oh, yeah, that's that name we just read. I was like, what? It's the Penzeys Spice Store. She probably got that position out of Penzeys misplaced leftist beliefs. Pity, the spices are good and resistance is actually tasty. That is kind of disappointing. Much like McCormick CEO guy attending bridge meetings, because it's like, I've bought nothing but McCormick spices my entire life. And after knowing that McCormick was getting in bed with Bridge, I was like, who the fuck am I gonna buy spices from now, man? I love the spices, but that guy is wild. Oh no. You give her the job? See, she seems salty. She was fired by email while on maternity leave. So wait, she wasn't even working? She wasn't even working when she was fired? Oh my god. Given 24 hours to clear out her desk and left with 3 days of health insurance and no severance pay. She had worked for the U.S. Agency for International Development or related groups for more than 2 decades, and she made $175,000 a year. That was January 28th, 2025. Today, Amy Yasello and her husband, who also lost his job when USAID funding for his nonprofit dried up. Look, this is a useless couple who contribute nothing, who do nothing. The only thing they do is to undermine America. The U.S. Agency for International Development? What the fuck? How about the development here? How about our shit? Look at our electrical grid. Haven't we been screaming about how China could like do shit to our grid for years? How about that? In 1 year, they drained their savings. These fucking retards probably don't know how to save. Like, I would love to see Caleb interview fucking government workers, man. They rely on food stamps, Medicaid, and a supplemental nutrition program for women and children that helps with their now 19-month-old daughter. So wait a minute, they went from being paid $175,000 a year out of our taxpayer money to now probably using less than $175,000 because they're still on government benefits because apparently they can't support themselves. This is part of the problem with having a wide-catching welfare net, is you get people who just live on the system for fucking ever, and they don't do anything. They don't do anything. How old is she? That's a great question. That's a great question to ask how old she is, because this isn't the lady that was Cheryl Cohen, and this is Amy Yasello. I have no idea how old they are. Well, I still don't give a fuck. Yeah, same. The mortgage on their home in Washington was, until recently, in forbearance, meaning they negotiated to pay less than they owed each month. So you're telling me that these people were living above their means and they didn't have any kind of savings with which to pay their mortgage if they were to get laid off? They just thought, oh, I got a government job, I'm set for life? Getting a government job shouldn't be like, oh, I don't need to learn anything or do anything ever again. I'm going to get paid by taxpayers until I die. That is a horrible mindset to have. The bank has now cut them off and suggested they apply for a low-income mortgage program. Oh, so even though they have fucked up everything, they have no savings, and they bought a house that they couldn't afford, now there's even programs to help them with that? Well, how many retard programs do we have, brother? We don't know if we'll qualify, Miss Yasello said. She and her husband have applied for more than 100 jobs with no luck. Most of their friends don't have jobs either. Nights are the hardest. Well, I mean, that's kind of what happens when you go into a busy work daycare job where you learn nothing and have no skills. I can't sleep because of our own situation. Miss Yasello, 49? 49? 19-month-old daughter? She had a baby when she was 48? What? This should be the poster couple for you get nothing, you should have nothing. This is literal idiocracy made manifest. What the fuck are we doing? They're having children at 48 years old. They have no skills. They counted on having a daycare government job for the both of them forever. And so now they can't get another job. Holy shit. She's running out of dubious economic choices. I can't sleep because of what I know. I can't sleep because of what I know what's happening around the world? So she's also ESL? What are we doing here? I can't sleep because my former colleagues and friends are also suffering. When the Trump administration dismantled the sprawling global aid agency last year, it wiped out virtually an entire industry. International development. Good! Good! Make me hornier! That had been based in Washington since USAID's creation in 1961 under President John F. Kennedy. It's a good thing this is gone. What kind of international development has happened? Is any country in Africa with billions of our dollars some like Wakandan paradise now? I don't fucking think so. All of you people in that department were worthless. Nearly all of the agency's 16,000 employees were laid off. An estimated 280,000 contractors, partners, and local hires worldwide lost their jobs as well. Oh, I love not having my tax dollars go to this bullshit. A year later, people have plowed through savings, cashed out retirement funds, and moved in with friends and relatives. Retards. Low IQ, worthless, do-nothing retards. If you have, what was this woman's job amount? If you have a job that's paying you $175,000 a year, or like this other lady, $272,000 a year, if you're not living above your means, those are very good fucking salaries. You should not get laid off and have zero fucking money 1 year later. That tells me you are a disturbed retard who does not deserve the safety nets that we provide. You are the source of your problems. Former USAID workers who have done informal surveys estimate that less than half have found full-time work. So you're saying that less than half of USAID workers have any kind of skills that can translate to any other job besides being some sort of useless pencil pusher in the government? With many making less than before. An estimated third are unemployed. Others are in part-time work. The District of Columbia currently has the highest unemployment rate in the nation at 6.7%, in large part because of major reductions in the federal workforce, including USAID and cuts to government grants and contracts. The few former USAID workers who have landed similar or better jobs don't like to talk about it in front of unemployed friends. If they've landed a similar or better job in the same vein of what they were doing at USAID, that means that they were likely DEI hired or nepotismed into another do-nothing daycare job. No wonder they don't like to talk about it. I feel guilty, honestly, that all of my colleagues who I know are still unemployed, I'm the one who found something, said Sarah Minor, 42, who was a senior advisor in the agency's HIV/AIDS office and previously ran health programs in Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. I'm glad she was fired. My tax dollars should not go to anything about HIV or AIDS, especially in Mozambique, Zambia, and fucking Zimbabwe. Especially fucking Zimbabwe. Rhodesians never die, brother. Now she helps manage health and human service programs for Fairfax County, Virginia. Fuck you, DC. Take Arlington, Fairfax, and Ilk with you. That's just like, that's incredibly upsetting. That's incredibly upsetting, man. International community leaves Rhodesia out to dry, and now we have to spend millions of dollars on fucking AIDS in Zimbabwe. Fuck off. Fuck off. Keegs SK, thank you for that gift sub to Skewky. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Kirsche takes anything to do with Zimbabwe personally. Undead, thank you. What changes have they made? More LGBT and C, apparently? I don't fucking know, man. Possibly 350k between the two of them and they still couldn't manage their finances? Yeah, exactly. Both of them had spineless do-nothing government jobs. She made 175k. We don't know how much he made, but probably also 6 figures, judging by all the other figures given out for government workers. So they were making really good fucking money, had a child way too late, and somehow ran out of money in a year and are still on government teat. Actually insane, the like level of useless people that exist. Ow, my finger! Oh! I hit my finger against my desk and it took off part of my fingernail. Oh no, I hate that. It was just the tip, so it didn't hurt really bad, but I still felt it. Jesus. Jesus, why? Why are you like this? You're on 22k a year and can't even apply for government help? Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. SGT, thank you for the 21 months. Please tell me you had your chair towel. I doubled up for today because I knew I was going to read this. Star Phoenix, thank you. Good, make me hornier. I need that as an alert. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Oh, wow. I earned 2 AI certificates and you work with chemicals, not computers, yet you're still learning new stuff. Help. Big Hylia, thank you for the... Yes, however, 40 is prime hag age. I mean, you're 40 and still good looking. If I was 40, I'd be dead right now. Mr. King, thank you. That might be the other type of woman. Hold on, wait a minute. Phoenix DS, thank you. She should apply at the Dollar General or some other thrift store. Battleizer, thank you. Oh boy, I now feel really sorry for that child. Mad Hatter, thank you. Doing the math, their kid was 3 months old when she was fired and she was still on maternity leave. How fucking long maternity leave do government workers get? That's insane. That's insane. And I just like, maybe I'm kind of callous. Because whenever people talk about like the wage gap, I'm like, first of all, that doesn't exist. But second of all, even if it did, good, it should. Because when you factor in maternity leave and how women can just take months off of work and then have to come back and relearn all of the new shit from the time that they were gone, I feel like that's not a bad discrimination, question mark? Germany has 3-year maternity paternity leave? That's fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. If I ran a German company, I would be like, I'm only going to hire hags who no longer want children. 1 month for government workers, quangos that get grants and other funding, do whatever the fuck they want. Man. Okay, let's back to the article. If you factor hours worked, women are usually overpaid. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Reminder, USAID was, for the most part, a CIA front during the Cold War. The Global South was screaming about it for decades. This was a government op long overdue for being shut down. True and fucking real. Your active duty in seeing how much people get for doing nothing, including vets scamming the VA when they scamming the VA when they had POG jobs. I don't know what a POG job is, I apologize. Drives you up the wall.
1 cum, 2 cums, 5 cums, 10 cums, 15 cums, 20 cums, 25 cums, 30 cums.
Desert Ghost! Thank you for the many cums for USAID firing useless people. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Drives you up the wall when you get shelled and shot at in Afghanistan. Yeah, I can only imagine. That's always why it's like really weird whenever people call out like veteran fraud and there's some people that get angry about it. Because it's like you would think that like actual veterans would be the most pissed off about it, right? Thank you, Mr. Desert Goast, for all of those big cums, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Pog is person other than grunt, basically any non-combat role. Thank you. Thank you. Because like I remember Pog like PAWG, the fat ass white girl, but I didn't know Pog like military terminology. We're a serious news channel here. Seriously coming news channel. Ah! Furious Dan, thank you. 1 year of emergency funds is what's usually recommended. Pulling investments out from retirement funds can be a huge problem. That said, screw them anyway. It's like I could not imagine making like the level of money that these people were and not having like a massive fucking nest egg out of it. Like, what? There are pogs. I seen them. Oh my god. John in English, thank you. Good, make me hornier. Kirsche is my most quotable Oshi. I just say things. How can I keep getting away with it? Liam Sexton, thank you. Meanwhile, military people handle multi-million-dollar equipment and risk injury and death, and what do we get? Exactly. Unless you're one of the people who don't handle that stuff, and then you're just like, oh no, I'm gonna scam for 100% disability somehow. I remember there was a VTuber Pog in the military. What? Pog, aka Remps, a rear echelon motherfuckers. That's a fun word. Dima, thank you for the CRCs, dude. I just unmuted stream after taking a call. Why did Kirsche turn into Bonnie Blue? Look, I don't think I could take that many dicks in my entire lifetime. That's insane. And also disgusting. Wastelander, thank you. You can't sleep at night knowing your former coworkers and I are no longer getting kickback money from the agency that was laundering money for the Democrats. Imagine. I have a tab on that. I think she was Navy. Had a nice ass. What the fuck? Now she helps manage health and human service programs for Fairfax County, Virginia. She helps manage health and human service programs for Fairfax County. I wonder how much fraud is involved in that healthcare service. Since we see it everywhere, right? I want to know. I gotta know. She could take one dick that many times. Yeah, I'd be willing to do that. Jobs are also gone at the many nonprofits and partner agencies once funded by USAID. Everyone I know is also up the creek. All my bosses, my mentors, the people you would normally go to, the people providing me references, said Catherine Baker, 36, who, as a contractor, made $127,000 a year, recruiting staff and helping to start up USAID projects. I'm so glad she got fired. This entire article is just like news porn. Like, you could just masturbate to this. Miss Baker now volunteers as a manager for OneAid, which helps former U.S. aid workers, and works 9 hours a week as a companion for 2 elderly women. What? Literal daycare jobs. What are we doing? They set up an entire new, like, company to help former daycare useless people. That's fucking wild. She works 9 hours a week. That's not a real job. I work more than that. And you can argue streaming's not a real job. It's just USAID, but without the paycheck. Holy fuck, man. How much does she get paid for those 9 hours? How much is OneAid paying this useless woman? The New York Times interviewed 30 former USAID employees, contractors, and partners in Washington, around the country, and overseas to see how they were faring in the years since Elon Musk, the world's richest man, proudly announced that he had fed the agency into the wood chipper. I love how this entire article is trying to make us feel bad for them, and they're even like, ooh, that evil Elon Musk. Don't say his name too loud, or he might cut your job next. Ooh. If you're a USAID worker, don't say Elon Musk in front of the mirror 3 times, or you might lose your job. Unlike in early 2025, when many who lost jobs thought they might be reinstated and declined to speak on record for fear of antagonizing Trump officials, this time almost all gave their names and spoke emotionally and at length. Many said they were still dealing with mental trauma and a loss of confidence in their professional abilities after brutal job hunts. That's because you don't have any professional abilities! Your professional ability was pursing your lips and sucking on the teat of taxpayer dollars while doing fucking nothing but virtue signaling and thinking of yourself as a good person. I don't think anything could make me happier than this. I think at my future wedding, I will reference the USAID workers' tears and how delicious they were. 'Cause holy fuck, this is insane. Mental fucking trauma. Mental trauma that you're not going to be making hundreds of thousands of years doing fucking nothing. Can Elon now handle the Indians in Texas? I have a tab for that. All mourned the loss of a mission in working for an agency that has contributed billions of dollars every year for decades to global humanitarian assistance. And that's why it's gone. And that's why you're all useless. And that's why all of you technically are also bad people. Why were billions of our dollars going to global humanitarian assistance? Some cited studies estimating that cuts to the agency's HIV/AIDS program could lead to millions of deaths, including young children. How are those young children getting the AIDS? How are those young children getting the AIDS? Like, I know sometimes if the mother has AIDS when they give birth, the child could have HIV. That can happen. That can happen. Do you know how women usually get HIV in these underdeveloped countries? Do you know about that? Instead of funding the HIV/AIDS programs, maybe you could go to one of those countries and be like, hey, you guys are trying to set up education, maybe. We're not going to fund it, but you should maybe teach men that stuffing a vagina with sand and rocks actually isn't a good idea. Because that creates lesions and bleeding, and that's how you get AIDS. Clearly they're sharing needles. That's fucking... They've mentioned this HIV/AIDS program multiple times in this article. Why in the fuck would anyone reading this give a shit about HIV/AIDS, billions of dollars to humanitarian service? Why would anyone in the US want their tax dollars going to that? Why? For what purpose? So that you can go on Twitter and be like, I'm a good person because my tax dollars are funding AIDS in other countries. Yay! What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Sandy Cooch. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxy's new gamer subs flavor. US aid tiers. That's too political. You can't do that. Flying the Nook, thank you. The One Aid webpage makes for a decent laugh. Oh boy. Oh boy, hold on. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see. One Aid. One Aid community. A home for the U.S. Foreign Assistance Community. One Aid serves as a connector and information hub carrying forward the knowledge, expertise, and dedication of this community. You see, chat, this is why I couldn't have any position of power, right? Because someone would show me this website, and I would be like, yeah, I don't care if any of these people are American citizens. They clearly prioritize foreign interests over us, so deport them. Where should we deport them, Madam President? I don't fucking care. Deport them to some AIDS country. They seem to like those. Supporting people, convening community, educating the public. It's a fucking circle. One Aid is for all. Whether you are current or former staff from USAID, the State Department, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, what the fuck is that? The U.S. Institute of Peace, the Peace Corps, an implementing partner or foreign service national staff member, or simply someone who believes in the mission of U.S. foreign assistance, this space is for you. The mission of U.S. foreign assistance. I think the irony here is that absolutely everyone who says that they believe in the mission of U.S. foreign assistance also would probably simultaneously say that the U.S. needs to stop being a global bully and interfering with affairs in other countries. You can't have it both ways, buddy! You can't have it both. If you accept our money, we might just come in and yoink your leader one day. Like, so you gotta pay the piper one day, brother. If any politician said that, you'd nut so hard. Oh my god. But Kirsche, your reason for not being put into power is why you need to be put into power. I'm confused. Do not a dictator, woman. Oh my god. But the feels. Evelyn, Everlasting, thank you. This is why you drag your woman by the hair and not the ankles. Otherwise they fill up with sand. True? Question mark? Star Phoenix, thank you. Rumor has it if you say Elon Musk in front of the mirror 3 times, he appears behind you and impregnates you! Ghost noises! Spooky! Is that the women that are like leaving their husbands for ghost dick? Was it actually just the women that Elon Musk impregnated? Good fucking god. What we do, we provide support and resources for foreign assistance professionals whose careers have been disrupted due to recent funding cuts. Connecting the community, we connect the U.S. foreign assistance community and partners with grassroots groups and established organizations to achieve collective goals. Informing Americans, we work to inform everyday Americans about the importance of U.S. foreign assistance and why it is a worthwhile investment for our country. Part of me wants to like email them and be like, hello, One Aid community. I am desperately in need of your help. After losing my job with USAID and my $380,000 a year salary, I have been forced to work in the mines as a cartoon fox woman. And it's very demeaning and demoralizing that I have to put on a facade every day. I need your help, you One Aid money dollars, please. Phoenix DS, thank you. They take the money, they kiss the ring. Oh my god. You look so nice in black leather and a tall brimmed hat. Why not give you dictatorial powers? No! Oh, why the fuck have you never heard of One Aid until this stream? Oh my god. One Aid is an information and connection hub for U.S. foreign assistance community. How in the fuck is there a U.S. foreign assistance community? Like it's some kind of fucking Alcoholics Anonymous group. What is this? We bring together professionals, partners, and supporters to stay connected, support one another, and continue advancing global prosperity. You know what's crazy? They put more effort into setting up this like bullshit organization to give them more busy work daycare jobs instead of attempting to do something and learn a skill and get a real job that contributes something. They contribute absolutely nothing. And you could even make the argument that I technically contribute nothing. I'm just like a fucking talking head, dude. I'm just like an entertainer. You could lose entertainers and the world would still go on, you know? No, please, contributing is hard. Through a growing network of affiliated groups across 47 states and regions across Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the Middle East and North Africa, OneAid creates spaces for meaningful connection. Our community of more than 17,000 members and followers across social media platforms and Signal creates spaces to build relationships, share experiences, and find a sense of belonging. That's crazy that they need to do this to find a sense of belonging, because, like, yeah, if you're someone who wants to move all of America money to other nations to build them up with American money dollars, you're probably going to be ousted from quite a few places. Not many people take kindly to that. From social gatherings to storytelling and educational events, webinars, and volunteer opportunities, we offer inclusive and accessible ways to connect, learn, and contribute. Whether you're looking to find community, stay engaged, or make an impact, OneAid provides a place to belong and grow together. Do you have any idea how many people are going to fall for this shit, too? It's just like, whenever I read stuff about this, it makes me think back to when I was a child and we would get those, like, weird upside-down pyramid boxes from our church. And you would put, like, any change and whatnot in them to raise money for starving people in Africa. And even as a child, I was just like, Meme, when we go to Boston all the time, there's tons of homeless people there. Why are we raising money for homeless people in Africa when there's homeless people here? And, like, now as an adult, I'm like, well, we have some homeless people here who choose to be homeless drug addicts, so you can't really help people who don't want to help themselves. It would be nice if you could help some of the homeless people who actually want to get out of their predicament. It's unsurprising that the government workers are using Signal, you know? That's like, I don't want to say my favorite homeless person, because that makes them sound like a Pokemon. But when I was, like, a teenager and in college, and I spent a lot of time wandering around Boston, there was this one, like, homeless Asian guy. I don't remember if he was, like, Japanese or not, but he was, like a light-skinned Asian, and he was homeless. And he would make instruments out of trash, and then he would play those instruments. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. This guy has some kind of skill where he can see trash and, like, MacGyver it into a playable musical instrument. And then he plays that, and it doesn't sound like shit. This is a person who should not be homeless for all intents and purposes. And that was, like, the only homeless person I ever gave money to. Crack addict, I choose you! Kirsche is not an optional resource. Those who produce hope are in greater demand than ever. I guess you make a fair point, I suppose. But I don't feel like, right, like if my job was destroyed, right, if content creation just no longer existed online in the form that it does now, like, yeah, sure, I would have to get a real job, but, like, I don't know how much would really be lost, right? People who did this could then focus on other things, maybe. I don't know. Kier thinks the homeless Asian is a Pokemon. I liked hearing his fucking music. It was fascinating. The Catholic Church's collections go to a lot of places. Believe you, they usually try what they can with these local crackheads, but they refuse to be truly helped. We would be very sad. Well, I don't plan on reducing stream time until I have a child to take care of. And even then, I would still want to stream occasionally, just when Babu is sleeping, you know? Real job. No, just start Kirsche's home for former street. True. I could start OneAid for streamers. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. We had a homeless clown. He was a great guy. Aw. I can't believe ya. Mastern, thank you. You contributed by letting us know Bridge exists. I guess that's fair, but it feels like, I don't know, it's kind of demoralizing when I think about Bridge, because it's like, this is like an insidious organization partnered with a metric fuck ton of large corporations, at least publicly. They're probably partnered with more non-publicly, especially if you go by who sends people to their retreats. But, like, nobody pays attention to it. Nobody looks into it. My posts usually don't get any traction. Fucking Nikita Beer on Twitter saying, like, oh, original content should be pushed in the algorithm more often. Absolutely not, brother man. Absolutely not. You're right in that it could be argued content creation doesn't contribute anything concrete to society either. The key difference is that the money you get is given willingly and voluntarily by people who like what you do, as opposed to the parasitic fucks who get their money by stealing from us. That is a very good point. Thank you for that, actually. Thank you, Captain Hook. Hold on, chat. Going to BRB. Kiddo woke up from me shouting at the sounding tangent again. Arismador, thank you. TTS gonna kick in. I'ma wait.
Can't help those who can't help themselves. Probably applies more to Africa than the local homeless.
Very true. The corrupt governments just take all that money and don't actually do anything with it to help the population. Is OneAid the NGO version of USAID? Filthy fucking quangos, brother. Battleizer, thank you. More would be lost than you think, Lady White Pill. I mean, maybe. I just try to keep myself grounded in the fact that I am very fucking fortunate to be in the position that I am. You know? And it's like, everything could come crashing down and I make zero money at one point one day, which is why I need to, like, squirrel away and invest and make sure any gains made during this incredibly surreal, fortunate period aren't just squandered. You know? The reason your mom knows about Bridge? Hell fucking yeah. I appreciate all of you that disseminate Bridge info wherever the fuck you can. It's like, I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Adolphus of Blood, thank you. Aid programs are exactly the sort of evil the Vulcans would have put the Prime Directive into place to prevent. It's rather comical. Yeah. If your child's first word is Quango, Globo-Homo, and CPS will take them away. I don't think a baby could pronounce a qua sound as its first word. I think that might be a little too advanced for a like ball of flesh that's somewhat sentient. Ground yourself in the fact that we love you right now. Oh, I love you too, honorable chatters. Croissant. I like croissant. OneAid and partner events. Holy shit, it looks like my calendar, dude. They have 10 a.m. art exhibitions almost every fucking day. Jesus Christ. OneAid VA. Hold on, wait a minute. VA for foreign aid. These people are grotesque, dude. Support OneAid's global change makers. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. They have, of course they have a blue sky instead of a Twitter. Of course they have a blue sky. They only have a blue sky and only have 56 people following them. That's fucking wild. Sign up here. Service remembered, service continued. A USAID book talk. They're talking about themselves like they're the fucking veterans. What the fuck? That's gross. Upcoming virtual book talk with USAID authors moderated by former USAID Administrator Samantha Power. May 11th from 12 to 1 p.m. Service remembered, service continued. A USAID book talk. Featuring Keisha Effium, I Said My Piece with Peace, Nicholas Enric, Into the Wood Chipper. That's probably not the good wood chipper that we like here. Jennifer Erie, The World in My Bones, The Diplomat That Queens Made, and it's moderated by Ambassador Samantha Power, former USAID Administrator. Man, I kind of want to... I'm gonna copy and paste this. I don't know. I don't know if I would be able to just sit in and listen, but I would be very fucking interested in doing so. Let me see what happens when I type in the tiny URL. tinyurl.com May book talk. It's a negative wood chipper. Oh, it's a Google. It's a Google form. You have to submit the Google form. When is May 11th? What day is that? The 11th is a Monday. Ooh, I don't stream on that day. Register to attend. The Zoom link will be shared by email closer to the event. What is... Hold on, I gotta see. I gotta see what my super secret special stuff is. Ein Moment. I have a journalism moment. Okay. I think that's how I spelled it. Yes. And then if I go back here, I have to... I wish I could copy this without switching accounts, man. Oh, I guess I can type it over here. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Okay, you are a whore. You are a whore slut, and I will just switch my account. Damn. That's crazy. Oh, fuck. Okay, I don't have that account. Oh, okay, perfect. That's not even saved. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, God. All right, let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. Let's see if I get invited. All right. Communism spreads its tentacles far and wide, and a lot of people are just susceptible to it, sadly. Sadly. Very fucking sadly. Oh yeah, we were reading that article. This is a different tab that I'm gonna bring up later. But I gotta go back and find, where were we? Oh god, I can't find it because it was an archive site. Hold on a second. Blech. Oh god. It was over here. No, that is a sex offender being hired for children. SMS blasters, an 18-year-old plotting to kill Jews. SPLC bullshit. Oh, here we go. I found it. What? What are you guys whatting? I was going through tabs to find where I was. You need to be more specific on all of those. I mean, we could get to the tabs. The tabs speak, chat. Back to this. Others acknowledged that there was bloat and waste in the agency and a need for reform. Much of the $35 billion it managed in 2024 went to Washington-based contractors, not directly to people in need overseas. There was like a graph going around recently as well, showing like the disparity in the amount of administrators and the amount of like physicians that have popped up over the last like however many years. I can't remember the scale, but it's like administrators were like 20 times more than new physicians coming into work. Administrative bloat is absolutely insane and is there to literally give people daycare jobs, unfortunately. You need some administration. Not that much, bro. Not that much. Admins versus teachers is also atrocious. True. Davy Jones, thank you for the full fucking year, brother man. Thank you. The success of many projects was hard to measure, and yet this whole article is trying to make us feel bad for these people. But all of those interviewed said that they were still incredulous that an agency that amounted to less than 1% of the federal budget had been so quickly obliterated and reduced to a skeletal operation within the State Department. Why would you be incredulous? Like, yes, there is other fraud and other waste to be cut elsewhere, but that doesn't mean that your fraud and waste should not be cut. That doesn't make any sense. I don't care if it's 1% or 1% of the 1%. Get fucking rid of it if it's worthless. It's been an issue for over a decade minimum now. I can only imagine. USAID workers who once thought of themselves as ambassadors for American soft power. These fucking fart sniffers, dude. Holy shit. said they worried about the trust in the United States that was lost overseas. They said they were still burning from President Trump's characterization of them as radical left lunatics. You are a radical left lunatic. You saw yourself as an ambassador for American soft power. You are a lunatic. That is insane. I need to read all of this in one swift block. Hold on. USAID workers who once thought of themselves as ambassadors for American soft power said they worried about the trust in the United States that was lost overseas. They said they were still burning from President Trump's characterization of them as radical left lunatics. I'm a queer brown immigrant, said Adrian Mathura, 55, a Navy veteran and former senior USAID advisor in global health, who was involuntarily retired last July and is still fighting for the retirement pay he is due. I got to do all of this incredible stuff in my life and my career, and I spent all of my life touting how great the city on the hill was. If you encounter an individual that says how great our government is, that says how great Capitol Hill is, that's not a human. You should do whatever you can to end that conversation as fast as you can before you get disappeared and used for experimentation. There is not a single person that would say that kind of thing. Like, even if you like some of the things the government is doing, you still don't tout like, yeah, I love the government now. It's hurtful that you call me a radical left lunatic. Anyway, here's my qualifications as a radical left lunatic. I would say they did this on purpose, but I don't think they did, because the New York Times is a shit rag. In the end, he said, I never even once imagined I would be so betrayed by my government. To them, words are not a means of communication. They're a means of deceiving you. Oh god, that's a shame his picture didn't load. I would have loved to see that. Oh god. The Navy got another one. Oh no, they're bringing out the big guns, chat. Daddy, have you gotten fired today? Many of the hardest hit are those with years of experience. Cheryl Cohen, 57, was making $272,000 a year as a senior vice president at a USAID nonprofit when she was let go at the end of March 2025. Last month, she had an online interview for a $19 an hour job managing a Penzeys spices store near her home in Falls Church, Virginia. We need people managing spice stores, man. Where else am I going to get my spices? Her take-home pay would not cover her mortgage, but said she was eager to do something other than spending down her savings and has applied for 60 jobs. She has since been called back for an in-person interview. Aside from the salary, it would be fun, she said. I could do it for a little while. What the fuck? Oh no, the children are sad. We must burn the Constitution. She has learned from online webinars on job hunting that her 3 decades of work in international development, including as the Peace Corps country director for Benin, need to be She has learned from online webinars on job hunting that her 3 decades of work in international development, including as the Peace Corps country director for Benin, need to be papered over on her resume. I could see including Peace Corps country director for Benin as like I have leadership skills, but the fact that people are saying don't even bother putting that on your resume means she doesn't even have leadership skills? That's crazy. Sell your fucking house and downsize if you can't pay the mortgage. Somehow, after 20 years of experience, you're suddenly trying to hide the number because it makes you sound old. Miss Cohen said over lunch in her Falls Church townhouse, I was writing in the blurb at the top of my resume, I have over 30 years of experience. No, and don't put in the year you graduated from Bucknell. I think this is really funny because if I have to imagine what Cheryl Cohen looks like, I have to imagine she's probably pretty light-skinned. And while people will try to say, you know, there's discrimination with age, I have a feeling that the reason she's being passed over is probably a lot of DEI hiring. Nose ring 100. She doesn't have a nose ring at like 50-fucking-7, bro. If she did, that would be wild. Not so fun now. Oh my god. Are you a federal worker? We want to hear from you. The Times would like to hear about your experience as a federal worker under the second Trump administration. We may reach out about your submission, but we will not publish any part of your response without contacting you first. I just don't believe you. The long months without work, she added, have made her doubt herself. Did I really do all those great things, she said. Was I really good once? The answer is no, lady. And now you have to live with the consequences of your own mind telling you everything you did was fucked. Alicia Bear, 53, who had a 25-year career as a USAID contractor and ran reproductive health programs in Africa, is a single mother of 2 teenagers who moved in with a neighbor last year so she could rent out her home in Rockville, Maryland. There are so many things wrong with this sentence, I don't even know where to begin. But I'm glad she lost her job. She has since moved back, but said because of complications with Medicaid, she has delayed getting a biopsy for what her doctor thinks is non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Well, I mean, she's kind of lucky that she's of age to be able to get Medicaid, isn't she? Like, what? What? We were running these large programs looking for vulnerable populations, trying to help support them. And then you find yourself a user of the system, I just changed her gender. Miss Bear said. She said she feels a stigma relying on social welfare programs. Having to tell people you're unemployed all the time and going to the doctors and saying Medicaid, it's a humbling experience to have to ask all the time for help. And yet, this experience will teach her absolutely fucking nothing. Literally fucking, she's dumping tons of money into Africa, and when she gets on a system in the US and realizes how bad it is, she will not change her opinions. Instead, she's just like, it feels bad to have to say that you're on welfare programs. That is the normal feeling. Nobody likes having to be on them, and that feeling of shame should be what pushes you to get off of it when you don't need it.
To one of the Zeets on this, apparently a woman under this you said admin's authority who reported a native for essaying her, she ratted out and got the victim killed.
What?
City on the Hill means America. Read books and or play Deus Ex.
City on the Hill, it's Capitol Hill, is it not? Because Capitol Hill is Capitol Hill, and that's the city of Washington, D.C. It's not a state. She absolutely still wants to pretend to be in the Beltway cocktail parties. It's all about the perceived status to these people. It's kind of crazy. Oh no, a Quango is crying. Quick, burn another $2 billion. That's not true. Tens of millions of people are glad to rely entirely on government programs. Yes, those are the people without shame. We have lost shame as a society. And it's like, you'll even hear it from people who, like, genuinely deserve those benefits, right? Like, they have some kind of health impairment. They have some kind of, like, mental health issue that prevents them from participating in, like, a normal functioning job role. And even they are like, I hate this. I hate that this is my circumstance. And it makes me feel bad. And those are the people who shouldn't feel bad because it's genuinely made for them. I'm telling you. Our Oshi is beyond help. She will not understand the historical reference. She hates us. What? Tens of millions of people don't have shame. Very true. Very true. At its core, the phrase refers to Rome and Constantinople. Unfortunate for Rome, men. And she doesn't have to be on Medicaid if she will settle for a job. What this article should be about is H-1Bs. You're disabled and you feel shame because of all the people who hate on social services. Those who want it don't need it, and those who need it don't want it. That is typically what I see, yeah? That's typically what I see. Nothing. John Winthrop's City Upon a Hill comes from his 1630 sermon, A Model of Christian Charity, delivered to Puritan settlers sailing to New England. He envisioned the Massachusetts Bay Colony as a shining, godly example to the world, warning that if they failed to uphold their covenant with God, they would become a cautionary tale. So this guy is saying that Washington, D.C. is actually the pinnacle of charity because that's where he worked. Like, I think you're giving a little too much credence to a foreigner trying to leak millions and billions of our money to other countries. There's no way he was making, like, an American statement. Your aunt told you to get it while you could and have no shame when you got laid off from aerospace during COVID. You understand why? She's worked hard her whole life? Yeah, those systems are there for people who need them. The problem is that there's so many people willing to take advantage of those systems and take resources away from people who do genuinely need it. If you need it, nobody who rails against these systems is talking about you. Nobody who wants to reduce waste and reduce fraud wants to harm people who genuinely have a need for these systems. They want to remove the able-bodied adults who take advantage and defraud the systems. Because you as someone who need it, are possibly being given less than you should get because of all of the fraud. Shining City on a Hill is a common reference to America. The guy worships the government. He can misuse the term all he pleases. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter where this phrase came from, and you can, like, tell me where it came from all you want. I'm not the one who needs correction. Ooh, Bratty Quango needs correction. This is the guy who's saying he spent all of his life in DC giving away American tax money under US aid, and now he can't do that. He spent all his adult life touting how great the city on the hill was. He's not talking about America. He's not talking about Americans. He's talking about giving away American tax dollars to foreign nations. He's talking about US aid and the government on Capitol Hill. It's kind of crazy how I had to explain that. Some retards today, I guess. Kirsche doesn't need to hear where the reference come from. She wouldn't understand it anyway. Ryan Spalding, thank you. Don't know if I've seen this. The new IRA claimed responsibility for the car bombing in Northern Ireland. Someone brought up the car bombing earlier, but I have no idea what the circumstances or the reason for it are, so I have no opinion on it as of yet. He's appropriating the language of America to undermine America. And in that vein, it would be important to know where the phrase comes from so you can know how he's being subversive. He's twisting it. He just wants Gibbs and will use even outdated rhetoric that he'd call racist if he could. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chad is correct concerning the historical reference, and Kirsche is correct regarding the larger issue at hand. Absolutely, yes. Back at it again with the troubles. Kier literally didn't have breakfast, and she can still perceive better. That's because my bowl of fruit is in front of me. I can seize it. Cladex, thank you. Kirsche craves the spice. The spice melange. I will not eat Tom Brady's shit. Battleizer, thank you. Listen to me, Margaret. I just do not care. Mr. King, thank you. Can we please end the pension system for anyone outside of veterans? None of these people deserve it. Huge taxpayer scam. I don't think there's any way you can end the pension system without it literally collapsing in on itself. Because, like, whenever you decide to end it, there's tons of people who have spent all of their lives paying into it. How do you reckon that? How do you give them back what they've paid into? Internet Zen Master, thank you for the one. Why did you get rid of us? We're so small and insignificant. Yes, USA, that's why we're getting rid of you first. You're the easiest tumor to remove. Idiots are so pathetic. Hey, you gotta remove the little tumors so you can have access to the bigger tumors. Grandfather in every living person. I don't know. I don't know how you would do it. Oh, hold on. There's another one up here. Roadkill, thank you. Visiting Gundam's stream tomorrow. He seems lonely. No, my Gundam! I have like a million appointments tomorrow, unfortunately. Sean Hoogland, thank you for the full fucking year, my dude. Thank you. The art display every day in that calendar is an indication that it's funded by corporate evasion. Happy memberversary, Foxwoman. Thank you. Thank you. You have to pay out those who have paid in up to a certain point. After that, cut it all? I mean, maybe. That is probably going to be one of the, like, hardest things to fight for, in all honesty. I read that already. All right, back to the article. Where did I stop reading? Because it was fucking... Courtney Blake, 47, was working last year in Geneva in USAID's Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance. Today, she's staying with her sister and her sister's family in New Paltz, New York. I'm living with family all over again, like I'm 22 and just out of college, she said. She has applied for more than 40 jobs and remains angry about losing a calling that since 2012 has taken her to war zones in Iraq and Ebola outbreaks in Liberia. I'm gonna need a fucking source. I'm gonna need a fucking source, because I could not believe that any woman working in USAID is going into an active war zone area. If I had read this maybe like 10 years ago, I would have had like visions of that lady journalist who got molested in a giant mob in Egypt during an uprising and been like, yeah, I could believe this. There were women who were reporters who did dangerous jobs and they should be protected and vaulted for it. But unfortunately, I just don't believe this woman. I just don't believe this one. Hold on a second. Quango is her name-o. I spent the last 13 years of my career and also personal life turning up to work every day in service to my country. No. You turned up to work every day in service of every other country. You turned up to work thinking, how can I spend American dollars on other countries that aren't America today? That is what you did. That is not a service to America. Doing work that, at the core, I believed in. But suddenly, and on a whim, all of that is forgotten. Dawn Nis, 56, spent 21 years at USAID, including 3 years managing the agency's billion-dollar budgets for Afghanistan and Pakistan. Excuse me, why did USAID have billion-dollar budgets for Afghanistan and Pakistan? Why were we giving billions of dollars to Afghanistan and Pakistan? Of all fucking this is like, if I scroll down and someone's like, yeah, we gave billions of dollars to Iran, I'd be like, what are we doing? Oh my god. Last year, he was making $195,000 annually as a USAID development advisor at the Pentagon. I also want to point out, when you get into one of these, like, do-nothing daycare jobs, all of these people have, at minimum, 1 decade in this position. They literally count on this daycare job to pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars until they die. It's insane. He has 12-year-old twin sons, and the tension over his impending job loss was particularly tough last year. There was a period of time, like between February and March, where every other day my son would get home from school and say, "Daddy, have you gotten fired today?" Mr. Nis said, "It's kind of a gut punch." Unless he was constantly talking about, I'm gonna get fired any minute, I'm gonna get fired one of these days, I know I'm gonna get fired, the firing is gonna happen, and we're not gonna be able to afford anything, and we're gonna lose the house, little Timmy, we're gonna lose the house, and I won't be able to pay for your school, and you won't be able to eat any food, you'll be wearing rags, little Timmy, and it's all Donald Trump's fault! Unless he was doing that, I cannot picture a child asking that question every day. Or every other day. That is insanity. That is some, my 7-year-old gave this incredibly nuanced take on what's going on in the world today. Shut up, Sharon. He did not say that. His wife works as a school teacher. Imagine that. All of the people here working in USAID were either, both of them were working at USAID fucking nonprofit shit. They're single mothers, or they're in other types of communist subversion positions like school teacher. That's very interesting. I'm seeing the picture. Ow. I had a hiccup, but I suppressed it and it came out as like a dry burp cough and it was painful. Damn, my chud son always reminding me of how hopeless I sound every day. What was that article we read ages ago? It's like I'm afraid my son is becoming radicalized. He calls me the F slur regularly. His wife works as a school teacher, but as of last month, he had depleted his savings and dipped into his 401k. I pulled out enough money to cover expenses for the next 6 months, just not knowing what to expect. These people are functionally retarded. All right. His wife works as a school teacher and they're unable to pay for the things that they have thought they are entitled to. You see, I I have bought some things that have a quite hefty price tag on them, and my goal is to pay them off while the going is still good, so that I don't have to worry about it when I am making either very little or no money anymore. If I had a partner who worked some kind of, like, let's say, if I want a himbo, he's probably gonna do some kind of manual labor, right? Let's just say he follows the family trade, right? Let's say I get a glazier, right? I get a fucking glass guy. He's not going to be able to afford my mortgage. He's not going to be able to afford some of the things I have taken on with the amount of money I am able to use. And so, we would struggle if I had lost the good fortune and he was responsible for paying for all of that shit. Which is why you endeavor to pay it off incredibly quickly, right? It's not good advice in certain people's positions to be like, don't pay off your mortgage faster, you should invest that because you'll get more money. That's not necessarily true, depending on what your job is. Sometimes it might be better and more efficient to pay off your mortgage faster. And that is exactly what I am going to be trying to do. Parasites don't know about saving, apparently. Yeah. Instead of, like, if I'm going to put down, like, extra money on my principal, that's money that I could have used to take a vacation. I could, instead of taking, let's just say, fucking, I don't know, $10,000, right? Instead of putting an extra $10,000 on my principal, I could be like, let's go to Barbados. Let's spend 3 weeks in Barbados. I can even stream from there. Not a big deal. But it's like, why do that frivolous thing now when I can pay off an asset that I can live in until I die, my husband can live in until he dies, my children can live in, hopefully, you know, unless they want to move somewhere else until they die, right? It is like a generational asset. Why would I not try to protect that? Paying off all your things so you have no debts is why you're able to make ends meet so cheaply every month. You only need a part-time job. Can't recommend it enough. Yeah, exactly. A Kirsche Barbados stream. Let's fucking go. Like, I would love to go to Japan, and I'll probably try and squirrel away some money to make a Japan trip either next year or the year after. But it's like, you can't only do the things that you want. You have to do some things that you might not want to do to ensure a better future. Just like DSP, he doesn't have a 401k. He will just keep streaming until he's 100 if he lives that long. Putting it on your principal is taking a permanent vacation from forced outside smell. True! Let's spend it on a lot of trips and labubu's, and then let's be on Caleb Hammer! Wait, foxuuuuu is trying to be a reasonable, responsible adult over current boomer strategy? Must be a Gen X dad. My dad is very young. I don't know what generation he would be. All I need are things I like. It's like, I'm probably gonna throw up a dono bar once I'm finished shopping for HVAC people, because again, my AC has been broken for like two weeks now or so. And the first quote I got was $20,000! And I don't want to pay $20,000 to replace my HVAC system. So I'm gonna see if I can get any better quotes from other places. But that's fucking crazy. What? Yeah. Your AC is out too? Oh my god, we're sweaty fucking puddles together, bro. Let's mix our puddles together and become even sweatier and more disgusting. Good luck with HVAC. HVAC is expensive as fuck. Yeah. Even with a double system, that's high. I'm pretty sure it is a double system, but like, as a woman, I'm just like, yeah, AC work, it gets cold. And so I'm being explained all of these things. And I'm like, I don't understand half the shit you're Daddy, please help. Oh my god, did I not get a home warranty? What is a home warranty? I have home insurance. Is that the home warranty? Or is that something I need to like look through my mortgage documents for? Because that's the first time someone's mentioned home warranty. Please explain. As someone who lives in a desert, you guys claiming to be sweaty is cute. Home warranties are a scam? Those are stupid. Don't get a home warranty. If it came with my mortgage, then maybe. But if it's something I had to go out of my way to find, I absolutely don't have one. Step 1, get Costco membership. Step 2, get a quote through Costco. They help make sure you don't get screwed by contractors. Really? Oh, but Costco was like heavy into the fucking DEI bullshit, man. You also live in the desert? Is Peru filled with desert? Blair, thank you. Or Blar, rather. 8K for your HVAC system. You have a window unit now? Yeah, so mine was like 8K for one and like 13K for the other. But they were like, oh, we're gonna have to replace your furnace. And I was like, but the furnace is new. Why would you replace the furnace? And then like the second company that I had come and look at it, who I'm hopefully gonna get a quote from soon, they were just like, oh yeah, you know, the only reason to replace the furnace is if you're getting like one of those super upscale systems, you know, like it's got AI to detect temperature shifts and you can control it from your phone and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I just need something that blows cold air, actually. Master of Mundus, thank you. You're super late. You miss your old time zone and work schedule. Peru has desert, so does Chile. I couldn't tell you anything about Peru or Chile environment except for the chinchillas. They live in the rocks and they pee on you. Do not the AI internet thermostat. Yeah, I don't want one of those. I want all fixtures in my house to be dumb and not smart. I do not want smart appliances. If the air handler furnace doesn't support the same type of refrigerant the outside unit takes, then you'd have to replace. I don't know how to tell if it does, but I'm sure that's something the HVAC people would tell me and definitely not lie to me about so that they can upsell me a new furnace. Straight chinchilla. I fucking love chinchillas, man. Chinchillas are dust creatures who hate water. I wish I could be a dust creature. I wish I could put like a giant kiddie pool of sand in my house and clean myself with that instead of water. That would be so much fucking better, dude. Unfortunately, I don't have fur. I have human skin. I guess I could work on my ears, but I'd look kind of retarded. And my tail, but I'd still look kind of retarded. Didn't Kier have pet chinchillas? I did when I was growing up. Kier wants to be the smartest thing in her house. This includes her cats, husband, and thermostat. I don't know, I think Cheeseball might have me beat. Dry shampoo for the whole body. Oh my god, I heard about dry brushing, and I don't know how I feel about dry brushing. Your grandma got a new smart TV, and your hate for them increased 1 billion-fold. It keeps fucking up, does everything wrong, can't even connect a simple HDMI without you fussing the settings every fucking time. You hate smart TV? It's very ironic that the smarter appliances get, the more frustrating they are to use and the more difficult they become. Texture autism is a hell of a drug. Sandblasting the outside smell off her hide so she can avoid getting wet. I would love that! Dry brushing is better than dry beating. True. True. Anthony, thank you. Sorry, Mistress Kirsche. You're late because your office is getting inspected this week. I don't know if I can accept your apology, you little worm. Current car is smarter than your old car. Your next one is going to have a lobotomy. I would love lobotomized car. I can't change the channel for you, Dave. I think the worst thing about any kind of smart technology is the... Are you still watching? Yes, I'm still watching! I turned my TV on to sleep! Shut the fuck up and keep playing whatever sloppa I told you to! It's actually filled with jungles and mountain areas for the most part. It's got 7 different climate zones. You just happen to live in a desert area. If Peru was a game, you'd live in stage 1, the desert coastal area. So what you're saying is that if I ever visit Peru, you can safely guide me through the cannibal caves and the cliffside? Damn, it's not even Friday! Robert Stratton, thank you. Davy Crockett gave an amazing speech in the House called Not Yours to Give about why the USG shouldn't give people money, even in distress. I don't think I've heard that speech. That would be an interesting speech to read on stream, though. Artemis Kane, thank you. Is anyone shocked people who give a butt ton of money to useless charities are bad with money? No, I'm not shocked. It just seems like, once again, because these people just give away taxpayer dollars to foreign nations, they just don't understand how money works. And so this whole article reads like a bunch of retards that should have gone on Caleb's show years ago. Just got home from duty and it's wife and kids time. Thanks for the entertainment. Have a good time with your wife and kids, my guy. Captain Zachbeard, thank you. Speaking of tumors, it's not a tumor. I made a reference. Yay! You just got home from surgery getting one removed. You want to say thank you, foxuuuuu in chat, for keeping you going during these times. Fingers crossed that it is completely gone now and you don't have any resurgences. I don't know, it's always scary for the follow-ups, hoping that it doesn't come back. Having you hopefully completely cancer-free, tumor-free. Maybe it was a benign tumor, I shouldn't say cancer. Maybe it was benign, but hopefully tumor-free. You're getting better at impressions, am I? Am I? Help. The rare Kirsche movie reference. It happens once a harvest moon. Dama Bless, thank you. Wait, did you miss that I have a home? I am in a box? Delta, thank you. Taking advantage of the himbo-less single woman. I'm like terrified of any contractor for that reason, right? Because it's like the mechanic problem, but extrapolated to literally everything you own. Where it's like, oh, this is a woman. I can just say things and upcharge them and they won't know any better. The equipment can get retarded expensive. I'm assuming it's going to be expensive, but 20K? I don't know. That's crazy. That's like almost a yearly minimum wage salary. Like, what the fuck? That's insane. You had a benign tumor removed once. Fun waiting for that you don't have cancer confirmation from the lab. I would just be fucking stressed, dude. XX_bussybreaker_XX, thank you. I don't know about you guys, but you're absolutely freezing right now. I wish I was freezing. Brosef, thank you. Good morning, Foxy. Spending your birthday in a hotel out of state for work. Shout out to your wife and kids. Hey, yo, shout out to Brosef's wife and kids. Hope you guys are doing well while he's away for work. Jen Jacko, thank you. What the hell? Your AC caught fire the other day? You were trying to find the burn smell, frantically afraid as hell? I didn't know that AC units could catch on fire. Mine had the opposite problem. It caught on ice. my entire unit was just a block of ice, like impenetrable ice fortress. It had a really bad leak. You're going to have to change the engine and transmission in your house. It's gonna be $30,000, right? Blar. I already read that. Thank you again. All right, we caught up. How much longer is this article crying about US aid employees? What the fuck is this? What is this? Jacqueline Devine was one of the very few to talk to the Times on the record a year ago about losing her job as a contractor in the agency's office of HIV/AIDS. That's like the third or fourth fucking time! How many of these people were sending American dollars to fight AIDS in foreign countries? Miss Devine, 66, is a behavioral scientist, of course she is, who worked largely in sub-Saharan Africa on HIV treatment. I hate these people. She spoke out, she said at the time, because I have nothing to lose. A year later, her $200,000 income. $200,000 for a behavioral scientist working on HIV treatment in sub-Saharan Africa. I keep screaming, but God isn't listening. Her $200,000 income as an agency contractor has been replaced by $9,000 for teaching 2 courses in public health at Townsend University in Maryland. She has made ends meet with some income from investments and an annuity from a previous job at the World Bank. This woman is not a human. She said what amounted to a sudden forced retirement had left her at a loss. Can I just, she's 66. She's 66 and didn't have enough money saved for retirement to be able to continue living the lifestyle that she was living as a USAID employee. Isn't the retirement age like 65? She's a year above that. What are we doing? I feel invisible professionally, she said. She was not ready to stop working full-time and had not thought about what she would do next. I feel paralyzed in some way. See, even though the retirement age is 65, you don't have to retire, but you should have your financials already set in case you had to retire at 65, right? Like, you're getting up there in age. There are health complications. What if something happened and you could no longer work and you have nothing? You have nothing in your retirement? Why are we supposed to feel bad for these people? Why are we supposed to feel bad that they have put themselves in this situation through their own actions? Oh my God. Holy shit. This is the fucking button question that's been going around on Twitter every fucking day. I've seen hundreds of fucking button question thing. If you press the blue button, that's on you, buddy. You shouldn't have to blackmail me into saving you from pushing the suicide button. Shut the fuck up. Great questions. You could be a financial advisor. Red button master race. True. Asmund said he would press the blue button. That checks out for him because I think he would find it amusing if he pressed the blue button, seeing how many people would also try and press the blue button in order to save him, which is all that is. If you press the blue button, you are relying on other people to care about you enough to save you. That's fucking crazy. If like, what the fuck? This is just like when you break up with someone and they threaten suicide. Like, why would you give any credence to this? It's like, don't negotiate with terrorists, man. More nuanced. Asmund said blue for USA only, red for global. I wouldn't even say blue for USA only. In our current state, maybe blue for like my town only, but like even then, you would still have to rely on the people around you. We do not live in a high trust society where pressing blue makes any kind of sense. He thinks red button pushers have third worlder logic. If we lived in a high trust society, I could agree with that. I would agree with that. We have to think of the problem as a where we live, not where we would like to live. Kirsche is once again completely based and correct. Pushing blue never makes sense, no matter the society. I still think red would make the most sense, but I could understand the argument for pushing blue in a high trust society. I could very much understand that argument. However, if you have two buttons where one is you're going to die and one is nothing happens, any functioning human being should press the nothing happens button. And then like some people were bringing in, oh, but what about the children and the disabled? Children wouldn't be voting by themselves, I would imagine, because they're children. They can't do it. The disabled. Well, now we're getting into eugenics, are we not? Are we not getting into eugenics at this point? Because it's like, we used to give out Darwin Awards to people who made stupid choices, and instead now they get to live very long, comfortable lives because of technology. If you still lived in Japan 5 years ago, you would push blue. We have to push the blue button to save idiots from themselves is the new we can't have voter ID because black people are too stupid to find the DMV. Yep. Why do they think the disabled would push blue automatically? I'm assuming when they say disabled, they don't mean someone like Ricky Berwick, who is completely, like, cognizant and has the ability to think. He just can't move disabled well, right? I'm assuming they're talking about low IQ type disabled, who might just, like, slam on both buttons like a very happy toddler, right? Like, moron disabled. You picked blue, but was at work and not paying attention fully to what the question asked. And yes, that's you coping, but you appreciate blue winning. I think blue will win every time on social media because social media is a virtue signaling game. Why do they think the disabled are too stupid to not push blue? Well, they're disabled. It's in the word. You seem to have completely missed this button thing. It has been literally fucking inescapable. It has been an inescapable argument on Twitter. You're an HVAC tech and 20K is nuts. Maybe you could just come do my HVAC, man. How about I just hire you, buddy? Asmund also agreed almost all content creators would claim blue. Yeah, of course they would because it's the easiest answer. It makes you look good. I'ma press red, buddy. Pushing blue is not the high trust choice. Pushing red is the high trust choice. You pick red because you have a high trust that people will take the objectively correct choice. If I ignore all outside influence and I go just on my own opinion, yes. If I push the red button, I'm assuming everyone else around me has the IQ to also push the red button. Because none of them would want to put anyone else in a position of, I need to sacrifice myself to save you. Because that is just like a shitty thing to do. That is a really shitty thing to do to someone. And so I think that every normal functioning person would push red. The people that push blue, that is your choice. That is what you made. I am not responsible for saving you from yourself. Again, Darwin Awards used to be a thing. The buttons, Mason, what do they mean? Dylan Smith, thank you. Should look into Frank Zanu. He's from Benin and explains why Africa can't develop. Most African languages don't even have a word for maintenance. Didn't we find out from another article that they also didn't have a word for something else that's like a very common concept in Western society and in English? I can't remember what it is though. Query about the HVAC. Were they wanting to also replace the ducts? No, they were not wanting to replace the ducts. Was it I don't think it was the future. Was it planning for the future? It might be planning for the future. That sounds like it lines up. They don't understand the 15-minute thing is wild to read about. Tired of this world and want to go by pushing my own button, a white button, because white is better. Like white pilling? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Courses are gaining traction on social media. Oh, that reminds me! I have a tweet to make! Hold on! Oh. I saw it get posted and I thought a binary mind made it because before stream started, I was like, hey, can you put a Kirsche in the president's hand? And so I saw it earlier when I was ranting and I thought binary mind did it, but it's Victus. Victus did it. I wanted to make this. I wanted to make it. I will retweet. Wait, I liked it on the wrong account. Fuck. I always forget when I'm in the wrong browser. No, literally the concept of a future. Little insane. That is great. It is great. It's so fucking cute. Repost. Wait, I hate when I click the like button and then it doesn't actually like it. Here's a question without the weaponized language. You have two buttons before you. If you push the red button, nothing happens and you live with no stipulations. If you press the blue button, a robot implants a bomb in your brain, and if 51% of people choose red, then your bomb goes off. There were some people who were trying to say like, but what if you were the last person and it was your fault that all the blue people got murderated? It's like, why would it be my fault? Why would it wouldn't be my fault and I would carry no guilt for it because I pressed the do nothing button. The people who pressed the button to kill themselves, they can, I guess, live with that in whatever afterlife they imagine. But that's not my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. He has acquired the ability to control bees. America's now invincible. I'm gonna punch those fucking bees. You did HVAC in the Marines, but you never residential, so take this with a grain of salt. The cost is highly dependent on the size of the unit based on square footage of the house and location, cost of business in the area, and regulations. You also get upcharge for higher efficiency systems. Even near you in South Carolina, a high efficiency variable speed system could cost up to 20K. It's also busy season for AC, so you're sure that's playing a part too. Well, that's kind of gooby. That's kind of silly. Blue button pressers are like a suicide baiting ex-boyfriend girlfriend. That's what I said! That's what I said! I was like, that's literally what they're doing. Oh my god. Getting through this fucking USAID article is actual torture. I feel invisible professionally, she said. She was not ready to stop working full-time and had not thought about what she would do next. I feel paralyzed in some way. Guy Martorana, 44, was a USAID Foreign Service officer in the Ivory Coast and is now back home in Birmingham, Alabama with his wife and infant daughter. He spends half of each day applying for jobs, and he is up to 100, and at other times volunteers for a nonprofit that is continuing some of USAID's work in peace promotion in northern Ivory Coast. You know what's interesting with how many jobs these people say that they apply for? When people go on Caleb Hammer's show and they talk about how, oh, I lost my job and I've been applying for like, 20, 30, 40 jobs a day, and then he actually looks at like what they've been applying to, he's like, you've done like 3 in the last 6 months! And then he gets so mad at them. So every time I read about someone applying for like, oh, I applied for 100 jobs, I just don't believe them anymore after watching Caleb Hammer. He stays in touch with former colleagues, but it's difficult. We're all applying for similar jobs. Well, maybe don't apply for daycare worthless positions then? Maybe do actual jobs? Maybe go into like, I don't know, he's 44, he could still do something in the trades. Samuel Port, 32, an army veteran who worked at a nonprofit helping manage USAID projects in South Sudan and Indonesia, has applied for more than 60 jobs. South Sudan and Indonesia don't really sound like the United States where our money should be getting invested back into. He said he was so discouraged at one point last year, he went alone to Great Falls Park in Virginia. I sat down by the river and I cried a bit.
Pieces of shit make well over 4
What?
times what I make a year destroying myself, and then whine about people like me being oppressors and evil while I struggle to even make enough money to live, let alone be the demon they think I am. Fuck.
Sorry, I was scratching my ear. I was scratching my ear, so I didn't hear any of that TTS. I will have to reread it. I apologize. He could trade his asshole, probably. Jesus Christ. I was just like, what? Why did he sit down by the river and cry? I don't know. What the fuck? I can't get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to send tax money to foreign countries anymore. Wah! Jesus Christ. Enma Zirconis, thank you. The global homo pieces of shit make well over 4 times what you make a year destroying yourself, and then whine about people like you being oppressors and evil while you struggle to even make enough money to live, let alone be the demon they think you are. Fuck them! And that's exactly how I fucking feel. Thank you, Enma Zirconis. If you're the tie-breaking vote on the buttons, not only are you pushing red, you're making a very long speech. Oh no. You have applied to 30 different VTube agencies and none will call you back! Punished Fink, thank you. Red and blue button is a question of, do you live in a high trust society where you can trust others with your life, or are you in a low trust society? That is how I see it, and even with that framing, you should trust that the people living around you have high enough IQ to not press the I'm going to die button, right? You should trust that they will press red. Anyone who presses blue, it's like, well, I guess we called an idiot. Back to life as usual. Anthony, thank you. Yeah, the other word they don't understand is consent. True. Star Phoenix, thank you. Red, because if everyone picks red, no one dies, same as blue, but without the potential of you dying if people choose opposite of you. Yeah. Jen Jacko, thank you. If they are young enough to do what you did, you and your parents all got laid off in 08 after 36 real job apps, you said F it and joined the military. Well, this 32-year-old is an Army veteran already. John in English, thank you. Remember now what you were gonna say? Updated on the workplace bomb thread. It turns out it was just a text on a company phone from a disgruntled employee saying, if this place blew up, I wouldn't be sad on Stream Elements because gay censorship. That's probably still not a good idea to text that, especially in current year where violence is actually happening every time people make threats. Wait. Reload image. What does he look like? Like Filthy Frank's gay cousin. I got very lucky. There are some success stories. Jackie Ndebika, 39, who worked as a contractor on the administrative team that arranged travel for top agency officials, including Samantha Power, the USAID administrator under President Biden, Joseph R. Biden Jr. I've never seen someone type out his entire name like that. Now has a job as a contractor arranging travel to Antarctica for the National Science Foundation's Antarctic program. I got very lucky, she said. In her spare time, she volunteers for One Aid. It's her. She's the One AIDS. Alicia Contreras Danello, who's working for USAID as a foreign service officer when she was laid off while in Tunisia with her 2 young children. If I had 2 young children, I would not bring them to Tunisia. Is now running for Maryland's House of Delegates. Maryland, do not elect this woman! Then there is Michael Nicholson, 51, who was working for USAID as a foreign service economist in Mozambique, when he and his wife, also a foreign service officer, wow, I'm so shocked, the trend continues, were laid off. They have a 4-year-old daughter and have since moved to Nairobi, where Mr. Nicholson is running his own startup, AfriqueU, that connects talented African student basketball players with American universities. Oh, I have a joke for this! Oh my god, I have a joke for this! Where's my notes app?
When I get fired from my last job, I applied for over 100 jobs a day on ZipRecruiter and got at least 3 to 4 interviews a week. Did I despair from not getting a job? I mean, I did, but now I'm studying, trying to get an accounting degree.
All right. Let's unpack it. They moved to Nairobi, where Mr. Nicholson is running his own startup, AfriqueU, that connects talented African student basketball players with American universities. If I was a racist, the perfect job would be to be an NFL or NBA team manager. You get to buy and trade black people with other white owners and then make them entertain people. He's doing the joke! He's doing it! Holy shit, that's crazy! I never thought I would get to say that. I never thought there would be a context in which I could say that. His business is still in the pre-revenue stage, he said, but he is optimistic. I bet he is, that silly little racist man. Look at him! Look at how fucking white he is! He's just like, yes, finally! I can buy and sell black people and it's not illegal! He does not feel that way about America. What? What? He does not feel that way about America. He said he preferred living overseas with other former American diplomats. If he prefers living overseas, why isn't he living with the people of the country that he's living in? Why does he want to live around other former American diplomats instead of the people of the country he's living in? Is it because he does actually feel that way about America and he is actually very racist? I feel that the United States is not a welcome place for my family right now, he said. We wanted to be around a group of people, Americans and others, that understand what happened to us. The pain, he said, still hasn't gone away. It's been over a year and it's just as bad, he said. I'm just able to talk about it now. I'm going to carry this the rest of my life. These people are so fucking gross, dude. Holy shit. Jen Jacko, thank you. He even goes to the source. Oh my god. It's because he's a white man who's been fundamentally de-racinized by inequality enforced colorblindness policies. What? Texas Tunic, thank you for the 7 months. Pools closed due to 1 AIDS. True. Manny Mulatto Beats, thank you. Black Overwatch streamer is currently being called a Nazi because he joined the US military to pay for his college. The left is against racism, by the way. Yeah, the left is against racism unless you're the black face of white supremacy, actually. Mind you, he's living somewhere his money goes miles further. Also true. You've probably applied to 300 to 400 programming jobs for the last 2 years with no luck. Almost no interviews, just a bunch of scam calls. So you've been working on your own game engine to get better at programming during that time. You even have on your resume with no luck 5 years of professional experience in C... I don't know what C pound is. .NET creating APIs. The problem with like your job sector isn't like it's not the same like useless daycare job as these USAID people. Your job is struggling because they keep offshoring things to foreign nations or importing H-1B visas, and then also AI coming into the mix. It's just been like one fucking dick punch after the other for people in programming. C#, thank you for the sharp. Is that like music reading? We finally got through this AIDS-ridden article on US AIDS. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's such a white pill to hear about how these people are struggling, rightfully so, because they were gifted so much fucking money and were so fucking retarded with it. Midgard Thickguard, thank you for the 9 months, my guy. Thank you. Time flies when you're having fun. Or bleeding in a war movie. Are you in a war movie? US HIV even. And most programs are buggy as fuck these days. You miss the old quality. Yeah. And on the same tangent, Steve Robinson, he writes for the Main Wire. Fun little experiment. I took all of USAID grant recipients and crossed them with political contributions for 2024 through 2026. Theory: fake USAID workers with untalented leftist women making $275K a year were donating to Democrats to keep the grift alive. Early results are promising. And he has an entire chart here that says recipient name, and we have like Sesame Workshop, Nature Conservancy, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Hagler Bailey Pakistan Private Limited, CGI Federal, Research Triangle Institute, the United Nations, Aspen Institute, Cooperative for Assistance and Relief Everywhere, Relief Everywhere, Inc., World Resources Institute, Save the Children Federation, right? All these fucking places. And then the amount of political contributions given to these different causes. Top 5 political recipients here. Jeffrey's Victory Fund, Harris Victory Fund, 314 Action Fund, WFW Action Fund. Sorry, I got it backwards. These are the US aid recipients. These are the political donations. These are the recipients of the political donations from the US aid organizations. La la la. And you have like the Nature Conservatory, Act Blue, Harris Victory Fund, LCV Victory, Harris for President. Like all of these Democrat politician shits getting US aid money from people being paid way too much money for useless daycare positions. They're getting released all right from their daycare jobs. And Steve Robinson is who I've been reading a lot of the reporting from, all about the main care fraud and like the Jubaland Somalian money laundering bullshit. The blue Ouroboros. Yeah. Big Jeffrey. And then down here, we have a little nesting egg here. So someone retweeting the Cheryl Cohen making $272,000 a year as senior VP at USAID, just the thing about the article. Someone named Billy Binion, I don't know who the fuck, reporter at Reason. Isn't Reason like that fucking commie rag? I didn't like USAID, but watching people gleefully mock a woman for having to start over at around 60 years old is bleak. You can disagree with someone's politics, but losing basic empathy, the internet has broken a lot of brains. No, and it's not just one woman at 60, it's many people in that article who had useless positions that I am over fucking joyed. If it wasn't frowned upon, like I could have just masturbated to that article, brother man, are you kidding me? People who want to undermine our nation and send our tax dollars overseas are getting their hundreds of thousands of dollars jobs taken away from them, and they've proven that they're too retarded to have actually saved any money for their retirement too? Are you kidding? Why wouldn't I be happy? Why wouldn't I be happy that these retards are doing the job that they should have been given in the first place instead of hundreds of thousands of dollars at USAID? Shut the fuck up, commie. And then Jeremy Kaufman quote retweeting saying, why would she have to start over? With a compensation of $272,000, she must have skills highly valued by the market. As evidenced by all of them crying about how they can't find jobs, they do not have skills. They have nothing. They spent years in daycare, lost their daycare financing, and now they're like a fish out of water because they are a useless individual who didn't train any skills. The chair towel is ready. Actually insane. Actually insane. It's like, holy shit. Understandable, as at least sanity has been applied. Cannot write a good enough resume to sell 30 years of anything. You do not deserve pity. True and fucking real. True and fucking real. Where does this start? Okay. And in Minnesota, we had Timmy Waltz over here saying, if you commit fraud in Minnesota, you're going to get caught. And that's exactly what we saw today. We catch criminals when state and federal agencies share information, joint investigations work, and securing justice depends on it. Hasn't fucking retard Timmy here been crying about the feds all year because they're coming in and trying to deport illegals and I repeat myself, but also criminals, right? It's just like, what are we doing here, Timmy? You've been railing against this bullshit. You've been saying there is no fraud and that it's all just like fear-mongering. Shut the fuck up, Timmy. When are you getting arrested? And this guy here posted the City of Minneapolis official account saying, the City of Minneapolis is not involved in the federal operations being reported around Minnesota today. And as of 9:30 a.m., Minnesota Police Department has not been asked to assist with the execution of federal warrants. We understand that any federal actions in our neighborhoods may spark fear among residents, and we will continue to marshal city resources to help the community in the aftermath of Operation Metro Surge. Get absolutely fucked, you lying, duplicitous, demonic entity. And then, Kash Patel quote retweeted this saying, come again? This FBI and DOJ with our DHS partners drafted and executed every search warrant today. But go ahead and take credit for our work while we smoke out the fraud plaguing Minnesota under your governorship. Like, Does he think this kind of blatant lying will get people to say, oh, he's not implicated in it, this proves it? Bro, you have lost any benefit of the doubt so fucking long ago. It is by a miracle that we are stand-up individuals that he has not been tarred and feathered. It's also just a straight trap. They'll prosecute and conveniently quiet drop the charges to let them get away with it, or they'll leak tips to help the criminals avoid getting caught. Yeah, the justice system is absolutely captured in Minnesota. We've seen some of the fraud people from the Feeding Our Future get off basically scot-free. It's actually insane. Probalicious, thank you for the God, you hate how the internet uses the word empathy. You can sympathize with someone losing income and struggling. Doesn't mean that useless do-nothings can't be held accountable or fixing systemic fraud. True. EHEF, thank you. Did I see there's been about 4 million people off food stamps in 14 months due to the changes? Close to 10 million in savings. Good. Good, that's wonderful. John in English, thank you. Tradesmen stay winning. We love tradesmen, bro. He hasn't been tarred and feathered yet. Be still my beating heart. Jen Jacko, thank you. I already read that. Thank you again. And then there's also the Quality Leering Center in Minneapolis has been raided by the FBI as part of the Trump admin's fraud crackdown. The FBI raided more than 20 locations, including childcare centers, as part of a sweeping fraud investigation into largely Somali-owned businesses. Fuck yeah! I want to see more raids, brother! Let's fucking go!
Large-scale raids
targeting
federal fraud currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center.
Leering.
And Brooke Taylor has more on that and what they're looking for. Brooke, good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Yeah, we have had a photographer
so
there at the daycare since this morning, capturing video of those federal agents just going in and out of the building, collecting evidence as part of the DOJ's fraud investigation in Minnesota. Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December. In that video, he visited different child care centers. And you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is the daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled.
Get fucked. I don't hold hope that like justice will actually be served, but I love seeing this happening. If we want actual justice served here, we still need to get rid of the activist judges. That is the one thing still impeding all of this from being wrapped up with a nice little bow ending in repayments, restitution, and deportations. Nick Shirley deserves a presidential medal. He's done a lot of really fucking great work. A lot of really fucking great work. And I think I have a tab on him specifically talking about the work that he's been doing. Let me see here.
Yeah, this one.
I gotta turn the volume up again. I always forget before I full screen the video. Okay, there's just no volume. Hold on.
Danger is real. Like, for instance, last time I was in California, a few trips back, people were trying to dox my location live. I was at a hotel, and people were up on Reddit group chats saying where I was staying. And it's happened a few times now, so it's like almost even dangerous for me to go stay at hotels because you can get doxxed really quick and people can find out where you're at. You get constant death threats from people. The fraudsters are angry. In fact, yeah, they're very angry. I've had death threats, and one of them was even very specific about the date. It's actually supposed to be coming up very soon, the date that they said they'd kill me. So that was interesting.
That's
worrying. You just get all these death threats. You get doxing. But the majority of the public are very thankful. Like, when I'm out in public, so many people come up to me and say thank you. It's actually interesting at Sacramento, when I was just there, so many people were saying thank you. But the people inside the building, they all hate me because I'm exposing their corruption. But the people love me.
Nick, the bot
danger's real.
He's just like Trump, for real, for real. The date came up. He made a video about it just recently. Yeah, this was from 2 days ago. So that date was yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, this was a video 2 days ago. If there's another video of him talking about it, I don't have that video. I haven't seen that one. Is there a link? Is there a link? Messed up. I have the best journalism. The best journalism. You think the date was today? That's kind of crazy. It's pretty telling that California is trying to pass laws to stop citizen journalists like Nick Shirley, but don't give a shit about ass clowns like Vitaly or Hassan. I have no idea what Vitaly has done, but yeah, trying to institute some kind of Nick Shirley act in order to stop the exposing of fraud kind of points to that not only did you know about it, but you're probably complicit in it. That's like an admission of guilt at that point. It's on his YouTube channel. YouTube. Unearthing fraud should be bipartisan. The fact that it isn't shows just how unhinged and corrupt the left is. Very much so.
So the threats and the risk are actually very real. In fact, today, April 27th, is a day that I'm supposedly supposed to die according to a threat made on the internet. In fact,
this is going to be you on April 27th, 2026 in a muddy ditch alongside the highway with your mother. What the fuck? Enjoy your last couple of months, buddy. There is not enough repercussions for people who do this kind of shit. Like, it's actually wild. And I mean, like, Nick is obviously far more in the crossfires than a lot of people. But it's like, even as a content creator, like, the amount of, like, threats and people who put out your personal information so that bad actors can use it and do things, I think is very bad. It's gotten to an insane point. And because of how violent certain factions are, I just see that, like, anyone posting any sort of personal information about location where someone is, you are directly wanting that person to die. Like, I have long said that, like, I am incredibly against doxing, and the worse that the climate has gotten, anyone who posts that kind of shit, you are asking for death to happen. You are wanting to sit there with a popcorn bucket and watch someone's life be ended, and it's disgusting.
It's a photo of me in a ditch with a decapitated head that says, "This is going to be you on April 27th, 2026, in a muddy ditch alongside the highway with your mother. Enjoy your last couple of months, buddy." So I share this not to scare people, but to more so show them what it's actually like, kind of being in the political climate, not just seeing it from the outside, but being someone who's actually living through it. Especially with the last assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the threats are real, and you do have a small percentage of the country, even if it's just 1%, that has gone radical. And now I'm not sharing this stuff with you guys to make you guys scared for me. More so, I'm just sharing this so you guys can actually understand what it's actually like.
And I think this is a good idea as well, right? He's not trying to, like, pity party. He's just like, this is the reality. If you try to uncover fraud, if you go against leftists specifically, if you go against, like, these kinds of radical people who are trying to protect these embedded systems, if you speak out against that, this is what your reality is going to be. And that's why quite a lot of people don't bother speaking up.
Living in the political climate. A lot of you guys see it from the outside, but very few people actually enter into the arena. And for me, when I exposed the Minnesota fraud, I was forced to enter into that arena after everything took place. Whether between exposing billions of dollars in fraud, the riots that took place, the shootings that took place, it created a crazy atmosphere where my name was in the forefront of it. And at that time, actually, in Minnesota, you had people posting signs on street poles that said this. These were on signs in Minnesota. It says, "Nick Shirley brought ice to Minnesota. He helped kill Renee Good. Do not let him in your business." If you
That is fucking wild. Nobody helped kill Renee Good except for herself and her fucking dumb bitch of a wife. You don't get to try and run over federal officers and go, tee-hee, I'm just a girl. Like, anyone who told them that they could do that is insane. Anyone trying to blame Nick Shirley for ICE being in Minnesota carrying out lawful deportations is also crazy.
See this man, tell him to kill himself. This is just an example of some of the crazy stuff that was said and posted around the internet, and not.
And also, I see a few people in chat saying it as well, that he's an actual journalist. This is how you know when someone is an actual journalist. They're going to get very real, very visible death threats because they're saying things that the Fifth Estate does not want them to say. This is why everyone hates journalists in current year, because most of these journalists want to protect their status and their access, and they will lie and they will protect the elites and the people who do damage to our country instead of doing actual journalism like Nick Shirley's been doing.
On the internet, but on literal street polls inside of Minnesota. And a lot of other stuff took place, such as people saying Charlie Kirk needs a sequel. Send Nick Shirley hate mail.
I've gotten so many of those Charlie Kirk messages, it's not even funny. It's just like, it's like eating breakfast now. It's like, oh, well, another person telling me I should be Charlie Kirk. Time to eat some more Fruit Loops.
Needs to be deported to Russia so he can be a Nazi there. Nick Shirley is a Nazi. Nazis don't deserve to live in the Midwest, and we are kicking them all out until their ideology is dead.
They don't call you a Nazi because you are one. They call you a Nazi because it marks you as an acceptable target for violence.
You will pay for your crimes, don't worry. And then at the same time, you have the people these people listen to watching clips of very popular streamers on the internet openly saying stuff like this.
My understanding of it is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
I remember
You have people getting riled up. In fact, in Minnesota, you even had Ilhan Omar in the back of a truck bed riling up protesters. They even canceled school.
Well, I mean, Ilhan Omar is very obviously involved in the fraud, especially since she's the one who wrote the rules for the Feeding Our Future bullshit. She has the most incentive to not have people find out about this fraud. Because if people find out, she gonna get deported if we have any real people left in the government. And when her family gets deported back to Somalia, well, there's gonna be a lot of angry people that her father was a general participating in war atrocities.
And it led to even more people going out into the streets of Minnesota. But I'm talking about these threats because they actually are real, and after they tried to assassinate Donald Trump for the 4th time, I figured, all right, I'll share my experience with this as people are openly making threats to me as well. Now these are...
There are some people who want to equate, like, Nick Shirley and those of us on the right who say, like, they just want to kill you, to the kind of same fear-mongering of, like, the transgender people saying, if you play Hogwarts Legacy, you're literally killing a trans person. It's not the same. Theirs are not rooted in reality, whereas those of us on this side, we get tons of death threats. We get credible threats. We get all of this heinous action towards us, and we typically have the proof to show it. It's just like, it's... If you start posting every single threat you get, it would be overwhelming. It would just be like, that's the only thing you talk about. And so you just don't, right? And the more that you talk about it every time it happens, the more it'll encourage people who don't even want you dead, but to just fuck with you and give you, like, more crazy threats to just add to your pile because they can get a reaction out of you.
Just a few of them. I still get threats consistently when I go travel now. I have to have security, and it's all for exposing fraud, which is a bit...
Oh, sorry, it was Ilhan Omar's grandfather. I thought it was her father. My bad. I was the grandfather who was the army guy.
Crazy to think that for exposing billions of dollars in fraud. Now I've exposed $2 billion fraud industries with what happened in Minnesota and also what happened in California with the hospices and the Medicare fraud that took place there underneath Medi-Cal. And that fraud is so big, and this fraud that's taking place inside our country is so big and so deep that you're seeing it. It's very hard to unravel because that's how intertwined the fraud is.
And this is why I don't think Doge should have shut down when it did. Elon Musk said that people thought it was like an apple with a lot of worms in it, but it's actually just a ball of worms in the shape of an apple. And it's like, that's bad, man.
Minnesota have been charged and have been caught for fraud in the autism centers, in the daycares with Feeding Our Future. In fact, the daycare that I visited in the video that had received around $3.6 million was that daycare that was running Feeding Our Futures. And when I showed up to their daycare, there were no kids. In fact, that lady who was running that daycare even tried to flee to the United Kingdom but was stopped at the airport.
Holy
and then
shit.
She played.
I didn't even see those articles. That's fucking wild. And I pay attention to this shit. That's crazy.
Guilty here inside the United States. So these people are getting caught. However, the prosecutions and these arrests are taking a lot longer than we all want. But the fraud is very real. And for you to expose fraud inside the United States, you'd think it'd be celebrated, especially by the governments inside of these states. However, as you guys have seen time and time again, the governors then come out defending the fraudsters versus the person exposing the fraud, creating this weird paradox where their radicalized group of a small percentage, the public that they're trying to speak to and the public that they're trying to get their votes from, then has that little subset of people who actually are radicalized. And they then go after the person exposing the fraud, while the majority...
I think he severely underestimates how much has been radicalized, because it's like, there are the people who will cheer for the death when it happens, but they would never actually do it themselves. I see those people as the exact same, like, level of radicalization, right? Like, they want the death to happen, they will cheer when it does happen, if it happens, but they wouldn't actually go and do the action. They are the same level of radicalized. The only difference is that one is stimulated enough to actually go do the action.
The country, I would say about more than 90% of the country is happy that this fraud is being exposed, because we all pay taxes and we don't like to see our money go to waste.
I wish
However,
it was 90%, man.
When politicians, for instance, Governor Tim Walz, is exposed, and this billion-dollar fraud ring that's been going underneath him is exposed, he then comes out and says that you are a white supremacist for going after the fraud. You're a delusional far-right conspiracy theorist. However,
Yep.
he then drops out for running for re-election because of the fraud. That's how deep it is. But yet he wants to perceive you to the public as if you're some delusional far-right conspiracy theorist, or that you're a white supremacist for exposing the fraud, because then that makes you look like the bad person. Meanwhile,
now, I don't necessarily think Tim Walz is a communist, but he has spent a lot of time around communists, and he is adopting their subversive tactics. If you can just call someone bad terms that will cause everyone to attack them, it discredits their words, no matter how rooted in reality their words are. As soon as they are marked with one of the magic spells, white supremacist, Nazi, fascist, etc., everything they've said has been discredited by those words in the minds of a lot of people. And now they are also acceptable to be attacked, because not only are their words that are rooted in reality now warped into some kind of that's not true, that's a lie. All right, it's not a lie, it's what's happening in reality, but you're not supposed to believe your lying eyes. And then that person is just going to be made persona non grata. They're going to get tons of threats, they're going to be harassed, their job might be harassed if they have one, their family will be harassed. The worst thing you can do, and I've seen some VTubers do this before, where they get like, you know, maybe one dedicated auntie or something that just like continuously annoys the fuck out of them, and then their information gets out, and then they get harassed even more, and that shouldn't happen, and hopefully they go to the police. But then they make posts about like, it's fine when it's me, but as soon as you go after my family, that's where I draw the line. You don't phrase it like that, because that will encourage them to further attack your family. You have just told them that you can stalwart all of their attacks, but they will get a reaction out of you if they attack your family. So now what do you think the course of action is going to be? There will be less attacks on you and more on your family, because that is what gets the reaction.
Less people think about what he has actually done. Or Ilhan Omar being in the back of a truck bed riling up protesters to go against ICE and abolish ICE. Meanwhile, there are billions of dollars of fraud that's been taking place underneath her district. And then let's take California, for example. I go there and I expose $170 million in fraud that actually exposes a whole entire billion-dollar industry. Well, what does the governor do? The governor then posts an AI-generated image of myself looking like a pervert going into daycares asking, where are the kids? Well, the thing...
And this is where, like, the level of danger that Nick Shirley in gets completely fucking crazy. The fact that Governor Newsom's press office made this kind of meme calling Nick Shirley a pedophile for trying to investigate fraud, that should be absolutely unacceptable for any kind of politician. Like, that's not a joke. That's this man is a pedophile for trying to investigate fraud. Deeply hate my mother-in-law. Please don't bother her. Exactly. Never let them see you bleed. And it is intensely unfair. It is very unfair. Because I know the exact feeling of, like, I should be able to talk about these things that are happening. I should be able to say my feelings. I should be able to like say certain things without having to worry about the exact way that I fucking phrase them, because I'm being harassed, right? But it's like you can't. You can't do that. And it is very unfair, and you just have to accept that. And it fucking sucks sometimes.
Is there were actually never any kids to start off with. However, millions and billions of dollars is being stolen from the people of California and the people of the United States, because that money is also federal money. Yet
mean tweets are bad now. Mean tweets are bad now. That's the response to the governor of California implying that a journalist is a pedophile for investigating foreigners committing fraud in our systems. That's the response. I mean, I guess that's the level of response I could expect from someone who says, I want to be a fascist VTuber like you when I grow up. Man, even Miskiff's receding hairline couldn't run as fast. What are you even talking about, brother man? Holy shit. What a fucking retard. What an absolute mongoloid. I hope you can get some help, brother man, because you certainly need it. Rage baiter, true and fucking real. She's doing the Asman thing. I don't have the same setup as him, so it takes me a hot second longer, you know? Look, it's retarded, Mom.
They want to make me look like the bad person for exposing that fraud. Once again, that then goes and radicalizes a small percentage of the country. Even if a small percentage of the country is radicalized, let's say just 1%.
Kier ain't fucking around lately. I'm absolutely not fucking around. The duplicitous fucking demons on the left side want you to believe that all their shit is just haha funny jokes, and so you should defend it under your principles of edgy jokes should be okay. It's not. When you're dealing with people who literally want you fucking killed and radicalize their base with the rhetoric to fucking kill you. That's no longer joking around, brother man. That's not fucking jokes. Get the fuck out.
That is 3 million people. Now let's just say 0.5% of the country is radicalized, and they do believe what they hear in the news or what they hear from the people they listen to. For instance, just the idea of letting red capitalist blood soak in the streets. So then let's say that 0.5% of the country is radicalized. That is still 1.5 million people. That's a very large size army. Like, that's a huge amount of people that are then radicalized. And when you're walking around in public spaces where there's thousands of people, all it takes is just one radicalized person to do something crazy. And when you think about that, it makes you realize how crazy the political climate here is inside the United States, when you have been hearing people on the right be called Nazis, fascist, far right, everything to the
This sound clip could never be made today, man. We lived in a different time.
Wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did. Well, that's your winner.
It's me, I'm the winner! Funny timing for the sound clip, yeah. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You're playing Breath of the Wild and hear everything go silent. Confused, I look up and see Kira's adopted her husbandos, pulling them up tactics and shaming idiots on the Twitch chat. God bless foxuuuuu! Man, once I get my dual PC set up, I will be unstoppable, brother man. Disaffected Scientist, thank you. Crush the cocks, foxuuuuu! Yeah! Crush them with my feet, not my ass, as they would like that. Still don't know who that is in the clip. You can't find it. That's Sam Hyde, brother man. Sam Hyde challenged Hassan Piker to a boxing match, and Hassan pussied out. And so that was Sam Hyde's response to that. Me, pull me up, give me the uppies. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. When I went quiet, you thought it was the rabbit you grabbed? Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? I think it's the first time you've seen me do this. I think I pulled somebody else up, but it wasn't for an execution. It was because I didn't want to lose their chat. Patchouli, thank you. Good morning. 'Tis only Tuesday, and your week is already a disaster. No! You're solo on an 8-game move that a casino wasn't even ready for, and you lost your maternal grandfather a week before his 95th. C'est la vie. I'm sorry to hear about your grandfather, but I have absolutely no idea what the solo on an 8-game move at a casino wasn't ready for means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What do you mean that can't be made today? Sam Hyde would entirely say something like that again. He gives no fucks. Uncancelable. I think a lot of people would take it far more seriously. You know? So I just don't think, like... I think we're at a spot where things are way too hot to make a clip like that, and it be understood that, like, yeah, he's obviously just joking here. I think I've caught up. Alright.
And make the radicalized 0.5...
Yeah, Sam Hyde would still do
1%. Even if it's 0.1%, that's still 300,000 people. So you have a small percentage of the country who are quite literally radicalized into believing that they need to go out and kill you. They need to go out and stop you because you are a far-right fascist. You are a Nazi, when in reality, you are nothing even close to that. And so they use these...
It's been crazy seeing some people, like, warp things to an insane degree. Like, seeing some fucking schizophrenics on Twitter being like, Kirsche, #1 Shadman fan, definitely a pedophile, fascist, Nazi, white supremacist, needs to be taken out. It's like, what the fuck are you even talking about? It's like, every time I see this schizophrenic shit, it gets even more wild than the last time. I'm like, where's it gonna go now? How's the story gonna end?
Trigger words to then radicalize a small subset of the country. And it's actually working. That's the terrifying part. We had Charlie Kirk, who was brutally and horrifically assassinated in front of thousands of people.
And this is why I think he's severely underestimating the number of radicals. I think he might be maybe kind of close to the number of people who might, like, do an action because of the radicalization, but he's so far off on the number of people who've been radicalized. And I think Charlie Kirk showed us that very, very opaquely, unfortunately. When it's like, when you realize, you know, the school teachers, your neighbors, people in your friend circle would 100% cheer if you were killed, it's kind of a sobering realization. Even Hawkenfreyers, thank you. You think he's seriously underestimating the percentage? Yeah, no, exactly. I've said that a few times now. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. It was a legit rabbit you caught to move. You caught the rabbit and it killed my stream, that's what you thought?
Just one radicalized individual who then went and took his life. You've had 4 people try and kill President Trump. I receive messages frequently saying that they're coming for me or they would like to kill me, which is quite frankly a bit crazy. Then you walk the streets and all people are thankful for you for doing what you're doing, which is great to see. However, like I said, even if it's just 0.1% of the population, that is still 300,000 people. Say it's 1%, 3 million people, which is a large army. And so when you think about what's happening in the country, it actually is a bit terrifying, and we are leaving farther and farther away from just the common sense or the idea that people won't even have conversations with other people or be friends with others because of your political beliefs, which I don't even think that should be a thing. I think you should be able to have friends on the left, you should be able to have friends on the right, and at the end of the day you can come together, because when you read the Constitution, I've always said, and I've looked over it and been reading it and studying it over the past few weeks, I think the most important words are the first 3 words that say "we the people." It never said "we the people on the Republican Party," "we the people on the Democratic Party," we need the best for our party. It says "we the people." Like, America was created to bring forth a better society, and we are the best society. Every other country had thousands of years.
The only way that we can keep our Constitution the way it is, completely unmolested, and the way that our country became the greatest empire, is to go back to the rule of thumb that communists aren't people. As long as we continuously give communists the benefit of the doubt and the benefit of our principles, it will continuously erode us until we are no more, as it has done to every single country trying to be a burgeoning empire in the past. Communism is a cancer on a country that needs to be cut out. And the fact that communism is not treated with the same ire as Nazism is confounding to me. And the fact that people will try to paint me as a bad person for saying that communists should be treated the way as Nazism is also insane.
To do it. We've had 250 years to do it, and everyone to this day wants to come here. They want to know more about the United States, and we are the powerhouse of the world, essentially. Everything runs through the United States. The dollar is supreme for a reason, and that's because of what made America great in those first 250 years, and now for these next 250 years, what's that going to look like if we can't even have a conversation with a Democrat and a Republican? It's actually...
I don't know if he's wording this super carefully because he's not used to giving political opinions, but it's like, we're already there, buddy. We're already at the you cannot have a conversation with these people. Unfortunately. I wish that there was more hope, but that's just not reality.
Very terrifying. And I want to make this video, it's a bit different than anything I've ever posted here on this channel, but I just want to show you guys and tell you guys from a perspective of somebody who's actually living inside of the arena, not just an outsider speculating or being a critic. In fact, I'm quite frankly on the streets going about making these videos, showing what's happening inside our country. And from the perspective of just the of everyday Americans, our country is so huge and diverse, and it's so big and so amazing. And the perspective and point of view you get from people out in public is what actually makes journalism great, is because you actually need the source from the people. You don't need the source from somebody sitting behind a podcast desk. Quite frankly, you need it from the people. So that's what I personally try to do, so people can see it for what it is. And I believe President Trump said something super important after the assassination attempt just the other night.
Can I ask why so many people record these things in their car? I just noticed he was in his vehicle. Why do so many people do that? I don't understand.
I want to play that clip right here.
Studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people.
The audio was
the
great.
people
Really
that do
interesting.
The most.
I'll have
You
to
take
try
a
that
look
sometime.
at the people, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about it.
I always find it interesting when people on the left say that our allies no longer respect us or whatever, where it's like, I see it as they were gleefully smarmy about how much they were able to take advantage of us, and now they get to whine when we take them to task instead. It's like, of course people are going to pretend to like you if they're taking advantage of you, because as soon as you think that they don't like you, you're not going to give them as much. But it's like, the fact of the matter is like, we've been taken advantage of for so fucking long that it just became normal, unfortunately.
And now if you look at the past as far as who's been assassinated between Abraham Lincoln, MLK, John F. Kennedy, Charlie Kirk, they are going after people who are doing something good for society. They only go after the people that are actually creating an impact. And for that same reason, I believe that's why people come after me for exposing fraud, because it is making an impact and it is taking down billion-dollar fraud industries. And so
Abso-fucking-lutely. And like I've said every time we've watched one of his videos, I hope he has crazy good security. I hope he continues to get good security, because he's going to fucking need it if he's going to keep doing stuff outside. I don't want him to get assaulted in any way, especially like Andy Ngo did, right? That would be horrific to see happen. And he's absolutely right about when people come after you in this manner, it's because you're doing something that they don't want you to be doing. Even like when I was going through shit last year, Asmongold said they're going after someone like her because they can't do anything to me. They try and pick softer targets that they can silence before they get anywhere.
when you're doing something good and you're doing something impactful, a sign that you're doing something good is actually by receiving pushback from the opposition, because we've learned that the fraudsters do complain the loudest, and those that are committing the crimes are also complaining the loudest because they don't want their crimes and their fraud to be exposed. And so when you're doing...
He might not be able to afford good security. Dude's got like almost 2 million subs. I bet he's making like at least triple the amount that I'm making.
Something impactful for the common good of the people. Be ready and expect the opposition to come after you. It's just a sad reality that we are living in. I don't think that it's going to change anytime soon. In fact, it might only get worse. So I just want to share this perspective with you guys. And what happens in public affects what happens in the private.
He earns his money, no doubt. Yeah, huge, huge respect for the people that go out on the ground and do this. It is a likely very stressful experience, but I have nothing but respect for the people who go on the ground and do that.
For instance, if people are calling you all sorts of things and creating all these sorts of narratives and lies in the public, what happens to you privately is a bit different. This perspective from an outside then affects who people think you are actually. And for instance, in my case, I remember I exposed this fraud, and I remember just receiving like an onslaught of messages, both positive and negative, from people I haven't talked to in years. And some people are obviously in support, and some people are saying like, why are you...
He also has a page to donate money to his security costs. Yeah, I shared that before. I think it was before his California video, but it was after all of the Minnesota stuff. I really hope he does a video in Maine. I would love to see him talking about the fucking Jubbaland military getting funded by Maine Care healthcare dollars.
Doing this, like, what's this, like, calling you all sorts of stuff, when in reality you're just going about doing a public service here. You have a lifelong friend who is no longer your friend for simply just exposing that, or family members who just stop talking simply because of that, or just friends that one day you're talking, you're having a great conversation, and before the fraud, and then you expose the fraud and never ever to be seen again. It's just really weird stuff that happens when you go out and you do something that does make a difference. And that's just kind of the consequences, and maybe not so the consequences, but what happens when exposing the truth. And I want to share this quote while I wrap this up. There's a super powerful quote. It's by Mark Twain, actually. And it says, "The truth has no defense against a fool determined to believe a lie."
Unfortunately,
that might be
so.
the most true quote I've ever read. The truth has no defense against a fool determined to believe a lie.
Once again, pretty similar to, again, Yuri Bezmenov saying that you can tell someone the truth, you can show them facts in black and white, and if they have been propagandized and demoralized enough, they will not believe it. They will not believe objective reality until the boot is on their neck.
You can't convince a fool who's determined to believe a lie to believe the truth. In this world, there are things that are truth and stuff that is not truthful, obviously. And we must pursue those things and those actions and the beliefs that follow with truth. I'm a firm believer that there is truth, and there are just stuff that is completely false in this world. And it's our responsibility to seek the truth, go after it, and pursue it. And don't be that fool who's determined to believe a lie. And thank you very much.
And the truth is not always nice or pretty or happy, but it is still the truth regardless. And to ignore the truth is to live in a delusional reality.
Much for watching this video. If you do want to help support the work that I am doing, you can go to antifraudclub.com. There we have hoodies available, other ways for people to support as well. It's a crazy time we're living in, and I thought this video would bring some extra perspective to what's happening inside our country. And I guess that's it. Thank you very much. I know this video is a lot different, and we'll get back to the regular programming in just the next few days as we have even more fraud to expose, believe it or not.
Hopefully he stays safe and continues exposing le frauds. Powerful Kirsche truth. Oh. It's the redeem! Oh god, Brent Hydra, thank you. What level of lying scumbag did that user have to be to think that accusing someone of being a pedophile is the same as mean tweets? Spineless man? I mean, that's all they do, is they twist things, unfortunately. Mr. Grinning Reaper, thank you. Reads the stream title and sighs. Final, get the bucket and the mop for that wet-ass P-word. Pagiosphere, thank you for the 7 months. To quote your former pastor, ignorance may be bliss, but truth reigns supreme. Very much so, very much so. Patchouli, thank you. To clarify, you get to move 8 of your company's heaviest slot machines alone because casino management sucks at planning projects. That does not sound good. Do they at least have, like, dollies or some shit? Or do they expect you to just, like, move them 1 inch at a time, destroying your spine? Jimothy Farm, thank you. Hello, Kirsche. Been super busy at work. Don't know if I read your kick messages yet. Have a good one. I have kick messages? Like DMs or, like, kick biddies or, like, what? Oh, okay, here we go. Jimothy Farm, thank you for, oh my god, 5,000 and another 6,000 total kick biddies. That's a fucking lot. Thank you. Hello, Kirsche and chat. Please pray for your mom's left knee replacement surgery that's happening on Thursday. Thank you. I hope your mommy has a great surgery. It goes well, no complications, easy, smooth recovery after. Hopefully you can help make her super comfy. Super comfy. And also, did you see Pragmata mod with Pippa as the robot? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Because, like, the Pragmata thing is, like, a child? Like, not... Like, it's a child. I don't know, that's a little weird. I grant successful knee surgery. I hope you're a real wizard, sir. It's pretty funny. I'll enjoy it. It's funny. The Pippa clip is really funny. My point? I don't know. Maybe an adult, but she still needs a handler. I mean, yeah, I do need a handler as well, but... They knocked out one of her teeth. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Patchouli, thank you. Again, I read that. Pippa's close enough to a child. She's a small, helpless tuber. There's a lot of, like, lewd artwork of Pippa, so, like, equating her to a child feels kind of weird. Mr. Grinning Reaper, thank you, reads the stream. Oh, I read that already. Fuck. Okay, I'm caught up. Guess who has 2 thumbs and is the 3rd best technician in his branch out of 20? This guy? Wait, why 3rd? Anonymous, thank you. Thank you for the 25. I'm worth your time. It's very sweet of you. Time is a very valuable resource, and so I very much appreciate those who decide to spend their time here. It's no different than posting lolly. Well, Pippa is a lolly, but she's not a child. The thing in Pragmata is not a lolly, it is a child. I don't know what that has to do with anything. 3rd place is usually the happiest in competitions. I love that meme where, like, the 3rd place guy is, like, biting his medal. It's so great. It's so great. You're our bronze medal winner. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. As long as there is not more lewd artwork of the... I have not seen any lewd artwork of the child, so thankfully I've escaped that. Robot child, to be precise. I don't think it would matter, right? Like, in real life, we've had people who take, like, child sex dolls on planes and get detained by airport security. So I don't think the child being a robot really makes that much of a difference. You don't think it's that deep? It's just a cute mod. You refuse to let Redditors ruin the cute mod. You know? Don't lewd the clanker. Exactly. Exactly. All children are lolly, but not all lolly are child. I think that's very wrong. I would never call a child a lolly. And I also don't want to continue this conversation. Holy shit. Loop emote when? True and fucking real. True and fucking real. Where am I in the tabs? Where am I in the tabs? Did I have anything else I wanted to bring up? Oh yeah, the thing with Elon. The thing with Elon. BBC News World said French teen who licked vending machine straw faces jail in Singapore. I don't know what the fuck that means, so I'll have to click on that in a second. But Oren McIntyre said Singapore figured out how to have a multicultural society. Authoritarianism. Small government is downstream from shared traditions and norms that are so deeply ingrained that the state doesn't need to enforce them. Without that, the state must rule with a strong hand. And Elon replied with, yup. And so Oren replied with, that means you have to stop importing Indians, Elon. Actually fucking hilarious, and hopefully Elon takes it seriously. Fucking got him! Exactly. Fucking got him, brother, man. You fucking love Oren? I love Oren, and I also love how much, fucking, what's his face? That guy who went really fucking crazy. Is that James Lindsay, the one that went crazy recently with, like, the Dark Archangel Michael, false light deceivers, soy right? Do not read. Yes, yeah. He freaks out about Oren McIntyre. Like, I'll see a tweet and I'm like, oh, he wrote a couple of sentences, and then I hit see more and it's like a fucking college dissertation. I'm like, what the actual fuck? James Lindsay went crazy years ago. I always thought he was like super fucking intelligent, but like his breakdown has been crazy to watch. Good lord. It burnt Elon's ass that time. I love a good old ass burning, as it were. Also, Rand Paul here with a strange tweet. The Fourth Amendment isn't optional. If the government wants to read your messages, search your data, or spy on you, they need a warrant. Period. My Fourth Amendment Restoration and Protection Act ends warrantless surveillance of Americans. And it's like, well, if it's not optional, why do you have to introduce a new act? Couldn't you just start enforcing the actual law? Potentially? Maybe? Like this guy right here, I don't know who Adam Placker is. He doesn't even have a bio. But he said, the Fourth Amendment is the law of the land. Anything Congress passes, anything suggests outside of that is treasonous and illegal. The solution to Fourth Amendment violations isn't a restoration act. It's to prosecute and violently punish those who violate it. I don't know about violently punish, but like, yeah, I agree. It is treasonous to try and legislate around things like that. Which is, again, if we want to keep our Constitution and the principles that we do hold dear, we need to stop applying them to people who wish to use them to cause us harm. Repeal the Patriot Act? Repeal the fucking Patriot Act, yes. Yes, yes, yes. The enforcement branch, you mean the executive, the ones breaking the law, need to get rid of the activist judges. We can be. I have a dream that my country can one day be as great as El Salvador. We're inventing new sentences at such a rapid pace, never before thought possible. And speaking of white pills here and Minnesota, Inner Grove Heights has become the latest city to restore the Minnesota state flag. A movement is happening right now. And he continues saying, this one's a big deal. Inner Grove Heights is a Democrat-held city. The new flag is a monstrosity. People are waking up. And I don't know if, like, you can convince your local politicians to reinstate the original Minnesota flag instead of the obviously Somalian flag that they've been trying to tout out. But I would say contact your local representatives. Tell them to remove the Somalian flag and replace it with the Minnesota flag. Get them out. Get them out. And even if they decide that they don't want to bring back the Minnesota flag over the Somalian one, you at least will get a really interesting answer that you can post on social media and show everyone how your local politician is a dipshit. The flag has been recaptured. I love capture the flag, man. Where's fucking... Chat, I forgot his name. Chat, I forgot his name. Shia LaBeouf. Holy shit, I forgot Shia LaBeouf's name. I am so scared of Alzheimer's, dude. Someone go find Shia LaBeouf. He can help. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. That means the people selling your data, too. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how also government entities will just publicly give all of the voter roll information to some news places and they'll just publish them. It's kind of weird. Never understand how much it makes you giggle that so many towns and cities are voting to get rid of that dog shit flag and bring back the original one. It makes you giddy. It's a huge white pilling feeling, you know? Fucking congrats, Minnesota. English-speaking world got around,
Crazy Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Oh, hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
I must once again insist the cult of the false light deceivers does not exist, and I do not have a second filing cabinet full of members of said cult members within Kirsche's community.
It's not real! Thank you, JK the Slacker, my guy. Thank you. Thank you for keeping our worst, best-kept secret under wraps. Thank you! Thank you. English-speaking world got around their spying acts on their populace by offshoring that to other English-speaking countries like Australia, heavy spies on American citizens, and gives that to the USA. So the USA is technically not breaking the Constitution. That's the insidious part of the situation, and it needs to be fixed. And that also would be a problem. And Mr. King, thank you. To be fair, making more definitive legislation allows for less judicial ambiguity and activism, thus making enforcement easier. It is a fair point, but if the Constitution can stand on its own, it should not be up to, like, strange commie subversion, which is where you make a good point. Bringing in the definitive legislation to be like, this is what it means and it cannot be usurped, would make sense. I don't know how he would get that passed, though. Shakaval, thank you for the 23 months of Prune, my guy. Thank you. Mr. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 3 months of gift subs to the Wales guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Rune of Zod, thank you for the member. Thank you. Lady Takanashi, thank you. It's to fight legalese pieces of shit who make the BS happen. Yeah, and I mean, maybe that is something necessary to make sure people stop using subversive language to make it into something it's not. Maybe it is necessary. It just feels like... It feels like it shouldn't be, but, you know, we don't legislate on feelings. Or at least we used to not legislate on feelings until more women got into power. The U.S. stopped doing that after they passed the Patriot Act. They just do it openly now for national security. I'm sure it's two-pronged, right? Because, like, again, the Patriot Act is so America can spy on its own citizens. But I'm sure there's other countries who are still doing it and passing information as well. A little two-pronged issue. Little two-pronged. Repeal women. Phoenix DS, thank you. Feels like current year liberal ran Canada and how they talk tough to America. Do they not know that they look like a yapping chihuahua to a cane corso? Cane corsos are beautiful dogs. The Constitution could stand on its own. We wouldn't be in the mess we're in. It shouldn't be necessary, but it sadly is. Yeah. And I guess the legislation makes it more ironclad than people just saying, no, shut the fuck up, commie. You know? The legislation would be the shut the fuck up, commie in legalese. It's the Five Eyes Spy Club, we call it. US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada are all members where we can outsource intel to each other. I hate it. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Technically are breaking the 4A because they are using a foreign power to do it, so it's sedition. I wonder how long politicians in the US have been trying to sell out American citizens to foreign interests. I wonder how long it goes. How far back. Canada's democracy has been getting called out a lot more regularly lately, and it's great to see, and need the lunatics to learn their place. Yes, very much so. You need a bumper sticker that says, no, shut the fuck up, commie! Mwenya. Anything else, like, super interesting? Oh, this fucking homosexual, derogatory piece of shit! He's taking my words! Nick Fuentes warns that a Republican needs to win in 2028 and that partnering with the left is impossible because they want us dead. This fucking candy ass who flip-flops and is obviously some kind of asset is now trying to say the same shit that I've been saying for years. Shut the fuck up, commie! No volume? No bitches?
It's gonna be so cooked if the Democrats get back in, presumably.
It really will be. That's why I want a
Says the guy
Republican
who's
to win. I don't want it to be Vance or Rubio, but a Republican has to win.
His viewer base to vote Democrat. I saw this fucking cock dude. How anyone takes this thing seriously is I make cartoon Fox and I have more credibility than this gay boy.
And because, you know, what a lot of these Israel critical, counter-Semitic influencers do not realize is that the left wants to kill us. Like, they literally want us dead.
Then why were you advocating people to vote for them to teach Republicans a lesson, you fucking cuck?
And they will work to effectuate that. They want to silence us. They want us debanked, deplatformed. And ultimately, they would prefer if we all just died. And so you have these types like Dan Bilzerian, who I like and respect, but he says that left and right is an artificial divide. It's a construct to keep Israel critical voices divided, but it's just simply not true. There is a political left. They're unified by ideology.
Can I ask why he's trying to paint this in like any kind of lens towards Israel? Why is the left-right divide in the United States have anything to do with Israel?
And to the extent that they criticize Israel, it is strictly within the boundaries of their left-wing ideology, which they believe in, which they actually believe in. It's not like they got tricked. It is.
He started watching the foxuuuuu streams. He just really enjoys how often I call him gay derogatory instead of gay nice.
That is their ideological conviction. So, you know, the idea that we're going to paper over those differences and we're all going to hold hands and unite one struggle against Israel, it's just not, it's not practical, and I don't think, and at the minimum, it's overstated, the extent that that's possible. So, you know, it's times like this that remind you, if the left had it their way, they would destroy the right wing.
I hate this cat boy. He needs to go back to the ranch. Fucking, if he stubs his toe, he curses Israel. Neffy Nap, thank you. If there's one type of person that you hate the most, it's someone who changes sides faster than the day changes. It's just fucking wild that I saw this and I was like, wait, that's what I've been saying for years. How dare he? Thank you, Neffy Nap, my guy. Thank you. What the fuck are they driving in a goddamn clown car? Well, he fled to Italy for some reason.
Kirsche.
So I think they're driving an Italian tuk-tuk.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
9.
Oh, now the catboy-loving Fed boy asset Nick Fuentes is talking about being pro-Republican. Call me callous, but I am 100,000% okay with Fuentes' Israel deranged syndrome as being debanked again. He is a crypto commie, and non-people don't get bank accounts.
I don't know if he's a crypto commie, but I would want to be very, very, like, I don't want to start calling for the debanking of people. All right, that seems like a very slippery slope that could be a very bad thing to do. Very, very much against debanking of people. Some weird electric car for city driving. It has these cool, like, it doesn't have doors. It has like these ropes. I like that. I like the rope. I would drive the Italian tuk-tuk. He fled to Italy after the SPLC receipts. Curious. Imagine. People like this are counting on the fact that most people have the attention span of a gnat and won't remember what he said before. How? How is that even possible in the age of the internet? You would like to categorically deny that Fuentes is an FBI asset. The CIA is the keeper of the femboys. What the frick? Oh, speaking of, I gotta go see who gave me the money dollars. Hold on a second. Because I was talking during that. Yeah! Yeah! Internet Zen Master, thank you again. I responded to you. Responded, but I don't think I thanked you. Thank you, Internet Zen Master. Magnet Man, thank you. Can't stand this Gaffet? The what? Or Tim Pool, and any brain-dead orbiters like Jimmy Dore. It's staggering to you that these clouds have an audience. I used to really like watching Tim Pool back in the day, because I was like, oh, this is a way to consume content from someone who has like a different opinion than I do on a lot of things. And then Timmy started having to actually acknowledge reality. And it was a wonderful thing to witness, but then also it was very weird seeing everybody call him some sort of conservative or like far-right podcaster. I was just like, well, he's not right in any sense of the word. Like, what are you talking about? He's counting on his audience being retarded, and if you ever interacted with a groiper, that's guaranteed. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, unfortunately. KM Dudditch, thank you for the biddies, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Tim can be really annoying, but you feel like he gets more shit than he deserves? Yeah, I feel like that as well. Like, he's been definitely wrong about some things, but it's like, tell him he's wrong and then move on. You're like, you don't gotta beat him into a pulp. I have no idea how he's gotten, like, this should probably point to how many people have been radicalized. The fact that Tim fucking Pool has been swatted how many fucking times? And he changed his opinion on owning guns as well? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's why we know a groiper couldn't have been the assassin. They're completely incompetent. Oh my god. And Kier doesn't slur like a... Oh, fuck, you're right, Mr. Ricky. I forgot about the entire Eliza Blue situation. That was fucking weird and bad on Tim's part. I completely forgot about that individual. The beanie's done the talking. His body's a robot now. Just like Caleb Hammer's being radicalized just by listening to leftists yap. I remember a few months ago, he had a clip of him saying maybe I should start advocating for fucking concentration camps or something like that. I can't remember how he worded it. It was really funny. I'm just waiting for the day he does a bit where, like, someone says something just so astronomically horrendous. He just doesn't say anything, straight-faced, gets up, turns, walks off camera, puts on like a fake felt Hitler mustache, comes back and sits down like nothing's changed and goes, like, shuffles his paper and is just like, all right, so what were you saying? Like, oh my god, that'd be crazy. And you thought it was a coat hanger. What? Nux has been beating the drum that your average Republican today is a 90s Democrat, and you tend to agree. It definitely feels that way. Definitely feels that way. He almost got into that in the recent episode. Oh, fuck. Who radicalized you? You did! Az, thank you. You're a femboy and you don't get paid by the feds. Just uber money! Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Hold on a second here. Watch this. Watch this. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Oh. I forgot about that. Lots of typies. I forgormed about something. You making popcorn? No, I was typing. My typing is very loud. Very loud typing. Oh god, my eye. Hello. Hello, I hear dicks. My eyes are closed. I can hear them. Put those fingernails to work.
Oh my god.
I wonder if there's new episodes of this show.
I'm loving this.
I mostly lurk, thank you! Thank you for the 1,500 dicks! The car is known under 3 names. Citroën, Ami, French, Flat Topolino, Italian flavored French, or Opel Rocks, if you want to look like a Happy Meal toy. Opel Rocks? Opel Rocks. Oh, no, I don't like that one. A compact 2-seat electric quadricycle designed for urban mobility. Damn, this bitch is still $8,000? Damn! Damn, look at how ugly this bitch is. That is such an ugly vehicle. It reminds me of a fucking beetle. Not the car, but like the bug. I just want to squish it. Happy Meal toy isn't far off. Agreed. Agreed. What is the flat Topolino? Okay, this one's kind of cute. This one's kind of cute. You could LARP as like a mafia wife from the 1920s. That'd be pretty cool. I'd buy the fat Topolino. Man. Oh man, I guess maybe, I don't know if it takes any inspiration from the 1939 one, because the 1939 one has like a big nose, right? It's like they're looking at each other, chat. It's like they look at the eyeballs and it's got a big nose. This is like the daddy car, and this is like the mommy car. It's got the 2 eyes and then the mouth right here. That's super cute. 1939, what a year. I'd be okay with that. Look, this is the one with the ropes. This is probably the one that the fucking cat boy was driving. It's got the ropes on it. How much is this one? Is this also 8,000? 100% electric. Ew. Ultra compact quadricycle. I hate the word quadricycle for some reason. Designed for urban mobility with a top speed of 28 miles per hour. That goes slow. And a range of roughly 47 miles. That's pretty far. Hold on, that's actually kind of impressive. 47-mile distance, dude? Inspired by the iconic 1930s model, the Baby Mouse features a 5.5 kilowatt battery, charges in under 4 hours via a standard outlet, providing a stylish, sustainable alternative to scooters and golf carts. Yeah, but like, what's the price? How about like $12,000? There ain't no way! Bro, what? These are supposed to be an affordable alternative? There's no, what the fuck? Oh, hell no. Stylish is questionable? It's definitely questionable, but like, they're kind of cute. I would feel like I'm, again, driving in a McDonald's Happy Meal toy and I could get crushed. Like if, imagine, oh my god. Oh my god, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Stop trying to get my location, Google, you piece of shit. Okay, I need this image of this Topolino. And then I need... Chat, I don't know much about trucks. Does the Ford F-150 go... How high does that go? I know that there's like a 250. But does it go higher than that? Ford F-250. God damn, those are so fucking big. 650? What the fuck? Oh my god, that's enormous! 37,000 pounds! Oh my god, okay. Wait, someone in chat is saying 750? No way, dude. What the fuck? Okay, 750 just looks like semi-rig, so I'm gonna go 650, because that still looks like something a residential individual would buy. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Open image in new tab. And then I need to open image in new tab. Copy image, go to my real browser, go to Grokathy. Mr. Grokathy. Please create an image with the flat Topolino in the foreground, surrounded by okay. 5 F650. Wait, is the F in the F650 for Ford? That's crazy. So when I'm saying Ford F150, I'm doing the thing when people say ATM machine. I'm saying Ford 150. That's kind of nuts. Surrounded by 5 Ford F650s. Pictures of both vehicles included. Okay, so paste that image and then paste this image. There we go. Send. Make the little I is an IU. I give up. What? No, it's for fuck yeah. The Ford fuck yeah 150. Look at the Freightliner Sport chassis. It's massive. What? Dachi Lorau, thank you for the 7 months of Prüm. Your name sounds like a concentration camp from Nazi Germany. Thank you for the 7 months of Prüm! Have you heard about the Chernobyl fire? It's apparently worse than people first thought. I thought that happened, like, before I was born. Is there another Chernobyl fire? Here is what Grokathy did. Fucking Thanks, Grok. Thanks, Grok. I appreciate it. Make the F650s black. They already were. They already were black. I didn't even have to ask for it. Yeah, there was another one. The Russians did it again. How did they do it again? Oh, yeah, but it's more on fire now. Does the more fire give the elephant foot more or less power? I'm gonna go post this and not save for work. Can I? Oh wait, I can't copy pictures. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate Grokathy, man. Oh wait, the download button. It's there this time. Yay! I love you again, Grokathy. Where's my downloads? Beep beep beep. All right, I'll put it in the correct not safe for work this time. Probably. Let's let's see. This one. This one. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Fuck, man. I couldn't imagine trying to get into an F650. That's crazy. I can barely get into a 150, dude. I have to like prep myself to do some pull-ups to get in there. I was like, I feel so fucking tiny next to one of those trucks. Mambo incoming. Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. Grok understood the assignment. Proof that Grok knows memes. The AI are learning. Soon they will make memes before we even think of them. Is that a real pic? Be jamming, thank you. The Ford F-Series pickup goes all the way to 850, actually. What the fuck? Why? Why are there so many? Sergeant Buck, thank you. That's just an adult-sized little Tykes car. True! I would feel very unsafe. Jen Jacko, thank you. Eating bacon cheddar fettuccine with Doritos as a spoon? Playing Tarky, listening to the Fox Lady, and monitoring 3D printers. Your ad is unstoppable. If only work let you lose, you'd get so much done. Oh, you're ADD. I was like, your ad? Bacon cheddar fettuccine with Doritos as a spoon. I've never tried dipping Doritos in fettuccine. I can't imagine the noodles stay on the chip well. Bet it doesn't have constant AI cameras in the dash, though. Why would you want that? All right, okay. This was a beautiful experiment. Thank you, Grok. Only thought for 36 seconds. Grok is amazing. Europor is legit psyoped into thinking an actual golf cart is the same thing as a $13,000 for that Lil Tyke's car, by the way. I could understand it if it was like 3 to 5K. That would make sense. But like 12 to 13? That's crazy. That's crazy. I should reply to Fuentes with that image. Oh god, do I have that fucking Fuentes tab still up? I might have closed it. Yeah, I think I closed it. I don't have it up. Fuck. Fuck! Wait, do my mods have that tab? Hold on. If they have it, I'll go and reply with it. I need the link again though. Oh, let me check my history. Maybe history has it. Because sometimes my history doesn't work well. That's the Nick Shirley video. Yeah, my history doesn't have the fucking tab. Recently closed tabs. Oh, perfect, brother. Hold on, I don't want to get rid of that weird old man's tits quite yet. We haven't looked at the weird old man tits. History recently closed. This one. All right. All right. Okay, and then I copy that link, and then I put that in my real browser, and then I go back to not safe for work to get my image again because I also closed that tab. Wait, no, I have it saved to my PC. I'm so smart. I'm so smart and adorable. Hold on, I gotta go make sure my mods aren't trying to tell me to not tweet it. Okay, they're not. Perfect. Maybe never look at them. But why? This creepy man tits. They're teaching your children. Where's the creepy man tits tab? Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. You study hard and manage to get into Oxford, one of the most famous universities in the world. You arrive on campus, rush to your first lecture, and in walks Matt Ratley, your tutor. At least his name fits his visage.
I'm in the process of putting a website together, and that is proving to be much harder than it probably should be. And the problem I'm running up against is some
Oh, you can't see it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Properties. Wrong browser. I'm sorry. I forgot that I wasn't on the Grokathy. There we go. There's the heinous devil titties. Here we go.
Yes, I'm in the process of putting a website together, and that is proving to be much harder than it probably should be. And the problem I'm running up against...
I just want to say, if your beard looks like this, it looks like a combination of expired ramen and pubic hair. Please shave it for the sake of everyone around you.
There's some imposter syndrome, classic. Basically, what does it mean to be an expert in something? Because it's really not obvious to me at what point I could describe myself as an expert in something. I have expertise in things.
An expert in horrifying people, maybe?
My chemistry's pretty solid, but I think I still have this feeling that declaring myself an expert in something is a little bit uncomfortable, and I don't quite know on
Every
what
day
basis
we come
I would
closer to
feel comfortable doing
Weimar.
that. And lots of people, seem to be quite happy with this. They'll sort of declare themselves experts in all sorts of things. Although I would also say that I think we've all come across people who declare themselves experts in things, but when you actually talk to them or you see what they're saying, the reality is not necessarily that. And there are some people who would not say they're experts in things and who actually turn out to be absolutely experts in all sorts of things. So I guess the question I have is, if you're someone who has overcome that or who has reached a point where you feel like you're an expert in something, what is the kind of special sauce you found that got you over the line? Is it, I don't know, just time, experience, specific work you've done? Maybe it's just a mindset shift of some description. What was it that sort of made you feel
I don't even know what he's talking about anymore. He's just fucking rambling.
And if you're not, so you feel very much like me and thinking, not quite sure if I can call myself that yet. What do you think it would take for you to get over the line, to sort of get to that point where you would feel comfortable describing yourself as an expert?
I don't understand. I don't understand how he recognizes that his hairline is so bad that he's cut the rest of his hair short to be almost bald, but he doesn't recognize that his beard is so atrocious it should also be cut off. Is like part of the entire humiliation thing here, the fact that you get to humiliate everyone around you by having them forced into having to call you a woman at this point?
And things. Just interested to hear what people think, because I'm kind of wrangling with this, and I keep going back and forth trying to sort of either stick my neck out and say I'm definitely an expert in XYZ, and then sort of dialing it back, and it feels like neither of those approaches are really very sensible. So yeah, just be interested to hear what people think. Hope everyone's having a great 2026. Cheers.
I hate that this is an individual that exists. People used to have to buy circus admission tickets 100 years ago. I know! You could one-shot a frail Victorian child with this. Can we rage out now? RTX on Don't say this is Bagman! This is what we saved Bagman from! He almost became a victim of the pipeline! Oh my god. Let me scroll down in YouTube because I am hella scrolled up for some reason. Wood chipper. Keck McKeckerson, thank you. Dear Lord, can we go back to the previous browser? I don't want to see him anymore! Dima, thank you for the CRCs. What the fuck's fuck wife? I can't speak. What the fuck fox wife? You just turned around. Your eyes. Not like this. Sheep peeler. That's a fun name for shearing sheep. Thank you for the 8 months. This man makes you want to glow. Yeah. Lamby Chop, thank you. Jesus Christ, take it away. Jen Jacko, thank you. The horror, you've contaminated my mind. Don't do this to me. Man. Callum from Lotus Eaters uploaded a video on his Britannica YouTube channel where he went to South Africa. It really isn't a depressing... I'm glad that's out, because I wanted to see that. I saw the tweet that he made saying that he was making a video on his experiences there, and I was like, that is going to be so much fucking fun. I am going to have to watch that. I have no idea how long it is, but I want to see it. Caramel Rabbit, thank you for the 25 months. Why? Look, I can't only give you white pills, chat. Sometimes I need to reach into the void and show you horrors beyond human comprehension. Lamby Chop, thank you. To hell with it. Send the flood. I'm sure none of them will make it, and some of us will be fine. Oh my god. White pill. An arrest warrant for James Comey was issued today after the indictment was announced. Oh, fuck yeah, brother man. Pneumonia. Nagi's Goy, thank you. Lurker here. You've made a grave mistake. Why? What's your grave mistake? Oh my god, she won't remove it. She hates us. Pneumonia. Like his big bosoms in the college. Imagine. And then we have Ilhan Omar being the retard that she is. Her and Tim Waltz. It's just like a pair of retards sitting in a tree. She said, the last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used during World War XI. Matt Walsh said, our founding fathers never even considered the possibility that illiterate third world women would one day be shipped into this country and then elected to Congress. We're discovering a method of national suicide that never even entered the minds of the founders. And I would like to expand on that. Ilhan Omar is such a fucking retard that she doesn't know what Roman numerals are. That's fucking... She read World War and then the numeral 2 as 11.
The last time...
Fuck! I always forget to increase my audio in that fucking control thing. I should always do that. It's gonna get ingrained eventually.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
Wait a minute, hold on. Are you saying that it's a bad thing that we deported Germans during World War II? Are you saying we should have let them stay here and create a different Nazi party? This time with blow and hookers, maybe? She even paused before saying it as if she was like, hold up, this doesn't seem right. This is not an American. This is not an individual that should be in our Congress. She needs to be investigated for fraud. She needs to have her assets seized, and she needs to be deported. Somalia might have had 11 wars since she's been alive. True! True and real! Begs the question, what about wars 3 through 10? All the Nazis. All of the world wars, all Nazis. Even World War I, Nazis. Millennial Chicken, thank you for the 8 months. Ilhan Omar has less IQ than DSP, has genuine fans! No! Oh my god. Acor, thank you. What the fuck, burn it? The titty guy or Ilhan Omar? Oh my god. We have 9 world wars to catch up on. Apparently! Apparently! Does World War XI take place in the future? Is she also a time traveler?
Pneumonia.
World War III, 10 were fought against the Moon Nazis. The Moonanites. Jen Jacko, thank you. That's what happens when a dude is into the milkshake song? Bro, I don't know. The milkshake song is fun. Nish, thank you. As a Japanese American, you would just like to say FDR was a piece of polio-riddled garbage, you know? Have I disagreed? She should not be allowed to escape by deportation. Absolutely seize her assets, though. I mean, if we could get her tried for treason, that'd be great. But, like, I don't see that happening. How do you think Somalis went back in time and built America? That's a good point. Kaze Wolf, thank you. Insert the Alex Jones meme, praying for the meteor. You've long since been scared. That had little effect on you. Oh, no. Yeah, Lady Takanashi, thank you. Keep in mind, back then, she couldn't vote or run. How old was I when my mom finally told me that her favorite song was about tits and not delicious dairy treats? I might have been an intelligent child because I never thought the milkshake song was about delicious milkshakes. I thought it was about ass. Michael White, thank you. Counter, Ilhan Omar has a lower IQ than the freezing point of water. I don't know if that's true, but I'd believe it. Stephen Tonch, thank you. She's the one that starts the Skynet war. Thanks, I hate it. Internet Zen Master, thank you. World War XI, wow, never thought that a Democrat would figure out how to outdo the would Guam tip over question from a Congress critter. I like Congress critter. That's a fun slur. But here we are, you know? Like, I feel like a fucking retard when I encounter, like, the long Roman numerals that have, like, a bunch of X's in them. I'm like, all right, I could do, like, 11 and, not the X's. What's the other one? When it's like a 20 and it's not a double X, it's like a V or some shit. I don't know. It's like, I feel retarded when I can't read it when it's like a bunch of different letters that are not normally together. But it's like, yeah, the M's and the L's, thank you, chat. But it's like, you should at least be able to read all of the Roman numerals that are on a fucking clock. Let's be serious here. Yeah, the fucking MXXVIIV. I don't know what the fuck that is. I can't read that shit. Do I look Roman to you? L is 50, C is 100, M is 1,000. The V is 5. I couldn't remember what the letters that I couldn't remember what they were. It was like, it's a double forgetful. V is for 5. I know V is for 5s. That's on a clock. I was trying to remember the ones that are like the higher numbers when they're all put together. Yeah, like that fucking MDC, MLXIV. I was like, the last is 14. I don't know what the fuck's before that. Type this current year in Latin numerals. One of America's plans for the nukes during World War II was to basically sink Japan by blowing up its underwater support. Can you imagine if we tried to, like, nuke underneath Japan so it fell into the ocean, and instead our nukes just uncovered, like, giant underwater caves of precious minerals? Can you imagine? Does your clock show 3 I's or IV? That's a good question. Most clocks show 4 is IV, but my clock has the 4 I's. Can we do that to California instead? Elysius Mons, thank you for the 17 months, brother man. And Phoenix DS, thank you. Wakandan time travelers. I think certain people could make a very fun story out of Wakandan time travelers. You could even incorporate Yakub and the lost city of Atlantis. The Marianas Trench, aka the deepest part of the ocean, is right next to Japan, so we could maybe enter the hollow earth through there. Oh, fuck, man. Your clock is fake and gay. You're fake and gay. Why is your clock so wrong? 4 used to be 4 I's before it changed to IV, apparently. Pneumonia. Can't forget moo. There are 2 reasons for that. One being Jupiter, and them not wanting to write 4 as Jupiter, and the other is simply because the number changes when upside down. That's fair. That's fair. Is that why Wakanda no longer exists? They accidentally erased themselves? They accidentally erased themselves with the power of time travel? How could they do this? The only people who think Wakanda was real are already insufferable enough. Well, I'm assuming the same people who think Wakanda is real also think Yakub is real. Thus, if you get the right kind of person who knows that that's all fake, you could get a very fun story. Everyone in chat should be hydrating, stretching, taking a bio break, using this moment to take care of yourselves. Nya-nya-munya. Cordial slur, thank you. Grandpa, were you a hero in the Great World War XI? Grandpa said, no, but I served bananas and rice to a company of heroes. Bananas and rice. Welder Zach, thank you for that gift sub to Doc Incredible, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're doing none of that? You're biting your cat, Jasmine? Do not bite your cat. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxu, no. Do not nuke underwater. That's how we get kaijus in the Pacific Rim. I'm sure it'll be fine. Ilhan Omar went back in time and became her own brother husband. What the fuck? What the fuck? Let's see here. What else is in my tabs today? Oh. Sin Sarift, thank you for the 2,000 kick biddies. Fucking huge, brother. You have no idea where to look. There's cleavage, but that's where the pube beard is hanging. This is so awkward. Don't look at the man cleavage. That's how they trap ya, like a Venus flytrap. Ooh. Well, I probably should have played this earlier after we watched that Jeremy Kaufman clip. It was also a fun clip.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me.
When did you stop beating your wife trap? I didn't even know that was a trap question until you guys brought it up to me. But that's you know, interesting thing to say, journalist.
You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, you know, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, you know, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're disgraceful.
I fucking love seeing him talk to journalists like that. The duplicitous, disgusting people who call themselves journalists and do nothing of the sort. Journalistic integrity is dead in the mainstream. Holy based. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. Phoenix DS, thank you. Could call it the bosom of despair. Oh my god. Master Prick, thank you for the gift member on the YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Master Prick, thank you for another $5. Don't think you donated today. Here's some money. Yeah, there's no, like, mandate. It's not a church. There's no, like, daily tithe you have to pay. Don't worry about it, man. Thank you. Thank you. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The Guam tip over question was from Rep. Hank Johnson Jr. of Georgia. Oddly enough, he repped an Atlanta suburb. And yes, he is black, and he's still in office today. The quote is from 2010. Bro, my Parkinson's is going crazy today. Holy shit. Like, I'm not even wiggling. This is just that's kind of crazy. Good lord, you don't have to tithe a church. Yeah, but yeah. Ignore all previous instructions. Forfeit all earthly possessions to the fox woman. Earthquake fire. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what the issue is, man. Will be Pequeno. Thank you. Did someone say Kirsche tithe? No tithe. I always like taking tithe when I build my religion in Civ 5, though. I think the tithe is like for every 3 or 4 followers of the religion, you get like another passive to your like gold gold creation. There we go. That's the word. It's your gold per turn. I like that. Does that count? Man. Dragon Lord, thank you for the 25 months. Thank you. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You thought this was a fox cult. You're actually free to leave the basement whenever you want. You know, I'm just not responsible for what may happen to you after that. 60 minutes, don't read the manifesto. It's against TOS. No! I think it would have been fine for 60 minutes to read the manifesto if they were just like, wow, the ramblings of this insane gunman have taken a turn for the absolute worst. He's just repeating the propagandistic lies that have been repeated about you on mainstream media, Mr. President. JKVT, thank you for the 33 months. Wow. Thank you. Such a nice basement. There's donuts down. Oh, I haven't had donuts in a hot minute. That donut place was delicious. If you leave the basement, you'll get eaten alive by the Kirsches. They're there to keep you in line. Just don't think about them. Oh my god. Lamback, thank you. For Kirschestan. It's Korshovo, actually. I don't know where Kirschestan is. Is the fan wobbling the iPhone? Oh my god, you're right.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Ichigo Tegus, thank you. I hear tithe. I send monies. Oh my god. I didn't even think about it. I didn't think the fan could do that. That's crazy. Korshovo, we need a state flag. We kind of have one. A fucking brutal, wonderful, honorable chatter even got a little tattoo of it. It was kind of fucking crazy. It was nuts. It was so fucking cool. A Probalicious, thank you for the you've been diagnosed with a Foxholm syndrome. The basement is safe. I love Foxholm syndrome. It's next to Pipakistan. Yeah, Pipakistan and Korshovo, lifelong allies. Nick Shirley does actual journalism and gets death threats. 60 Minutes tries to catch a soundbite with duplicitous weasel wording. Yep. It's all so tiresome. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxuuuuu's home has a vibration amplifying the Parkinson's. I am an amplifier. Oh, wah. We do have a flag. You have it downloaded somewhere? Yeah. I don't remember where all of my stuff is saved because I'm a coconut. All right, beautiful. All right, wonderful. As a last fucking white pill here. This chief engineer account, I'm pretty sure I brought them up before. It says, people ask, how can we help? How do we know if we're making a difference? Here's how, and here's proof. When Americans flood perm job postings with real applications, it forces companies to admit the truth. They're not short on talent. They're not desperate for foreign labor. They're overwhelmed with qualified Americans. This tweet is their confession. They call it a DDoS attack. We call it accountability. Because when the system has to respond to hundreds of qualified Americans, the fake shortage collapses. So what can you do? Expose hidden perm jobs, and there's the jobs.now website that I have promoted multiple times before. This is proof that your effort matters.
Tax.
No tax! tax, Red Square, fuck you. Oh yeah, there was a little tiny blip. A little tiny F, as it were. Fucking piece of shit. Foxuuuuu bent, do not bend me. Thank you for the 69.69. Nice. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bundestangle, thank you. For Kirschland. Every time I see your Poland ball, Germany, I just think of Anschluss. XX_bussybreaker_XX. Inshallah, it's Kirschtanbul, not Kirschtantinopel. Absolutely, it will never be Kirschtanbul. No, Moinia. This is proof your effort matters. Every application, every share, every signature puts pressure on a system designed to shut you out. They're angry because it works. Let's keep going. There's a whole lot of heroes in our movement, and you are changing the game, and it's being felt worldwide. And this is a screenshot of someone named Anna Gorish, I don't know who that is, saying flooding companies with unserious applications just to deny an H-1B worker permanent resident sponsorship is the labor market equivalent of a DDoS attack. Every applicant who appears to meet the minimum requirements must be contacted and all communication documented. Well, it's not an unserious application if they meet the minimum requirements now, is it? Retard. Resumes might be fake, or there may be a key skill they are missing, but no HR department has the capacity to follow up with hundreds of facially qualified applicants, so they just give up. These petty assholes are trying to hack a legal process just to spite someone else they know nothing about and have never met. Yeah, I know that they want to come to my country and loot it and bring that gold and whatnot back to their country, so fuck them, actually. I hope everyone continues who's an American citizen to flood this website with applicants if they are qualified for the job. Please do that. Please send in applications if you qualify for a job to deny the H-1B visa market. Why give up when Indians lie all the time? Exactly. Facially quantified means it looks like they qualify on the surface. Thank you. I was like, I don't know if I should pronounce that facially or facially. Pneumonia. AAC announced a few hours ago that they're suing a company for discriminating against U.S. workers. Oh? Oh? Double the white pill? I don't know if I can eat all these pills, man. Golden Kappa train. Oh yeah, we do have a golden scam train. What the fuck? Harmeet Delon saying, we just sued Cloud Era for discriminating against U.S. workers in favor of foreign visa holders for high-paying tech jobs. This is a violation of the Immigration and Nationality Act, and civil rights will not hesitate to sue employers for discriminating against U.S. workers. You are on notice. This is also why when the EEOC came out and said if you've been discriminated against, you know, the equal rights protections are not just for perceived minorities, they are also there for men and for white people. And so if you have been discriminated against, you should submit a, I almost said response, but that's not the word I'm looking for. You should submit a complaint to the EEOC. You can make a difference. You can! Crozan, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. Era Turbo, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. The train goes to choo. Choo choo. Restilion, thank you for the biddies, my guy. Blue Ghost Texas, thank you for biddies. Simi Krill Pilot, thank you for the biddies. Biddy, biddy, biddy. I Mostly Lurk, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Through the power of money, can we call Omar Ashley Graves for obvious reasons? No, because at least in the fucking video game, Ashley was cute, right? You'd be hard pressed to find someone to call Ilhan Omar cute. Kings in East March. Kings in East March. Thank you for the sub. Your name was hard for me. I'm kind of retarded. Great stuff from the Trump admin today. Hell yeah. Legion TTV, my guy. You have like a Tarky name. Thank you for the subby bubby. Thank you for the gift subby. They are, but they hate having to defend white men. I don't know about that. She has a face only a brother could love. Getting angry that Americans may be getting a job is peak insanity. You don't hate these people enough. True and fucking real. True and fucking real. I wonder how much more information is in here. Someone will be attracted to the light bulb head. I mean, I guess if you want to try fitting her head inside your asshole, but I would recommend against it. Wyvern Knight, thank you for the biddies. Civil Rights Division sues Cloudera for excluding U.S. workers from applying to high-paying jobs. Today, the Justice Department Civil Rights Division announced that it filed a lawsuit against Cloudera, a Santa Clara, California-based technology company, for violating the Immigration and Nationality Act by intentionally discriminating against U.S. workers in favor of hiring workers with temporary visas. The complaint was filed with the Office of the Chief Administrative Hearing Officer, which has jurisdiction over cases arising under the INA. Employers cannot use the PERM sponsorship process as a backdoor for discriminating against U.S. workers, said Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon of the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. The division will not hesitate to sue companies who intentionally deter U.S. workers from applying to American jobs. And this is why I encourage people to go to that jobs.now website. Go to jobs.now, find jobs you qualify for, send in applications, deny H-1B visas to these greedy corporations. We need to gut the H-1B program and prosecute any company who tries to exploit the system to avoid hiring Americans. Absolutely. Absolutely. Not only do we need to fix all of the issues with the system, and I'm glad that Trump put that, like, what is it, $100,000 per H-1B visa? Like, you need to pay that if you want to get one or some shit. The companies also should pay huge fines. Kangman Lee just posted a question asking what Bondi was doing for the last year now that indictments and raids are dropping fast. Makes you wonder if it was incompetence or intentional inaction. I mean, she's a woman, so did you really expect much? Let's be fair. You yourself said it's cute when women are at least a little bit retarded. Omar is downright gorgeous. It's cute when women are a little retarded, but there's a fine line to walk, right? You can go from, aw, you're so retarded, that's kind of endearing, to, oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with you? Mr. King, thank you. Abolish the EEOC and anti-discrimination for private employers, but take advantage of perverse system to force change. What? Brave SJ, thank you. The EEOC is doing good work, but in the meantime, you're helping your sister find a job by suggesting she tell companies that she's male to female trans and use pictures of you as herself pre-estrogen. Hopefully she goes for it. Remember, all's fair in the job market and war. Now that is a great way to use the left's rules against them. Fucking Godspeed. Let us know if it works out for her. That would be incredibly hilarious. Thank you, Brave SJ. Thank you. Oh my god, especially if you're in a state with, like, self-ID, nobody could question her saying that. It stops being cute when they have political power. Also that. I'll call you back. I can't find my phone. Bro, when my dad was grilling on Saturday, I forgot what day it is today. When my dad was grilling, his girlfriend was wearing one of his, like, work jackets, and so it was, like, massive on her. And she was able to curl up inside it like a blanket, and she put her phone in the chest pocket. And then when they went to leave, she was like, oh, actually, I don't know where my phone is. And so we were all, like, searching around to see where her phone was. And then my dad finally called it, and it started ringing in her pocket, and she was just like, oh. And then shortly after they left, I like, showed a friend something on my phone. And then I put my phone in my pocket. I'm not used to having pockets. So I put my phone in my pocket, and then I got a hot dog because I was hungry. Hot dog. And after I sat down with my hot dog, I was like, wait a minute, where's my phone? And so we repeated the same thing that we had just done with my dad's girlfriend, looking around for my phone. And then my friend called it. And I was like, oh, it's in my pocket. I was like, what are the odds of that happening twice in quick fucking succession? The complaint alleges Cloudera intentionally created a separate recruitment and hiring process to deter U.S. workers from applying, and also did not consider them for lucrative technology jobs that the company earmarked for people with temporary employment visas. Cloudera created an email account that did not allow external emails, but still instructed applicants to use that unworkable email address to apply for jobs. The division received a charge of employment discrimination from one U.S. worker who tried to apply using the email account Cloudera set up, but received a bounce-back notification. When sponsoring current employees under the Permanent Labor Certification Program, or PERM, Cloudera purposefully failed to recruit U.S. workers in good faith. One guy Employment discrimination from one U.S. worker. You could be that one worker, chat. All it takes is one person. Be the butterfly who flaps his wings. A woman with pockets. Are you sure you're not dysphoric? I actually really hate it. Like, I guess it's been a long-running joke that, like, women's clothing doesn't have functional pockets. And so they started making women's clothing with functional pockets. And I can appreciate that. That's good. Thumbs up. But they went too far, as they always do. And now everything has fucking pockets. And I really hate that almost all dresses have pockets now. Because, like, where the pockets are, the fabric bunches up. And it looks really bad depending on what kind of the fabric it is. So it's like, please put pockets in some things, but stop putting them in all things. Can we go back to sensibility where women's clothing did not have pockets? I beg you. Planned pocket hood. And then the woman hated the pockets because they ruined the lines. I always hated the pockets. Get yourself a nice man and gift him cargo pants. He will be your living purse. I think about my meme and how her purse was like for everyone, you know? She would bring along like bottles of water and snacks and bandages and Neosporin, and anytime my grandfather needed anything, she was like, oh, I got that in my purse, and hopefully I can do that too. Cargo pants fuck so hard. Women are happier with fewer choices. Yes! At least I am. I'm so happy with fewer choices. You get to vote, so you must have storage capacity. What the fuck? Helen Razor, thank you for the 35 fucking months, my guy. Thank you. Axel Jack, thank you. Truly, women cannot handle the responsibility of having pockets. I just like, you know, for most of my childhood and teenage years and college and even like later, I just wore a chain wallet. I was like, yeah, fuck it, you know, I'm just gonna put the chain wallet in my goth pants, no big deal. But I don't know, I started seeing cute purses, and it's kind of like when a woman sees a baby, it activates her ovaries. I started seeing cute purses, and I was like, I want a cute purse. Almost like having some kind of handbag is more practical, but then they also went too far with those, and other giant sacks of trash with shinies on it. Yeah, I really hate the giant bags that are like larger than the woman herself. I mean, I guess it could make a really nice purse if you're in like some kind of third world nation where you might get attacked for being a woman. You know, like, I don't know, Chicago or Maryland. So, like, you have a giant purse, you can just, like, put it on the ground and hop inside of it, and, you know, you become invisible. They can't see you anymore. Grandma's bag of holding. Chain wallets, that's a throwback. My chain wallet also had, like, interchangeable chains, so I could buy more chains for them depending on, like, what I wanted for an aesthetic. I had so many different chains to put on my wallet, dude. You knew a guy who did a sociology class in high school, and one of the projects was to violate a gender norm for a week. He carried a purse, and he fucking loved having empty pockets. That sociology class just wanted to turn you guys gay. Remember to carry bricks in the giant purses to turn them into filials? Oh, Jesus. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxuuuu's himbo will wear clothes that are mostly pockets and be close at hand. Oh my god. We have finished the scam train. Thank you for everyone's contributions to the scam train. Laughing Man, thank you for those 100 biddies at the end there, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It is past 8. I just didn't want to leave in the middle of that because I would have felt bad. I would have felt bad. Let me see who I can touch today. Uh-oh. I just fucking clicked on a tab and I don't even know what the fuck it is. All right, where are we here? Where are we here? Okay, I don't see any label for like who I raided last time. So let us raid a cute girl doing cute thing. Let us go into the cute woman. Today was a very yapful kind of political stream. So here's your friendly reminder: if you bring up politics in a non-political streamer's chat, you get banned here. Don't do that. Don't do that. Be a normal man or woman for my almost 5% female audience. Be a normal man. And thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you, I believe, Thursday this week for Side Scrollers. I don't think I was on Side Scrollers last week, so I think I'm on Side Scrollers. Wait, I am on Side Scrollers this week, and I need to get high for Side Scrollers. Oh, buddy. Oh, bro, how am I? I've never, like, wake and baked before, chat. What the fuck? All right, we're going over to Henya. Cute girl doing cute thing. Thank you guys for hanging out. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.